Good morning, everyone, and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Rain Augustine. Thank you all so much for joining us here on this Monday, February 4th. We are taking this Live Now image from the southwestern portion of Turkey. Breaking news coming into our desk. We're following a powerful 7.8 magnitude earthquake that hit Turkey and Syria earlier this morning, as you can see here, devastating the community, toppling buildings and sending panicked residents pouring outside. So right now, we know that at least 100 people were killed, and the toll is expected to rise. You can see rescue workers and residents continuing to search through piles of tangled metal and concrete rubble in just one of the stricken cities. People on the street also shouting to others inside partially toppled apartment buildings, which are still leaning dangerously. You can see that one on your screen. So the quake was felt as far away as Cairo and was centered north of the city in southeast Turkey, which is about 60 miles from the Syrian border. Now, along with several other cities, this area is home to millions of Syrian refugees who fled their country's long-running civil war. Turkey, which borders Syria to the north, hosts the largest number of Syrian refugees in the world. So on the Syrian side of the border, to put things into perspective, the quake smashed opposition-held regions that are packed with several million displaced Syrians with decrepit healthcare systems that remain in place following the war. So this is something that is just now coming into our Live Now from Fox desk. But again, if you are just now joining us, a 7.8 magnitude earthquake has hit southeast Turkey and Syria. And we'll continue to follow this story throughout our programming today. And if you're just now joining us, good morning. Welcome everyone again to a Live Now from Fox. Let's go ahead and switch vantage points now, taking a Live Now look from Washington, D.C. We're following several other top stories this morning. President Biden is defending shooting down the Chinese balloon. We know that he was facing some criticism from the GOP, but he's defending his actions, and his counterparts, the Democratic counterparts, are also defending their actions. So we'll continue to cover this story throughout today's show. We're also getting reaction coming into our desk from residents and witnesses reacting to their small South Carolina beach town becoming the center of attention. We'll also bring you the latest news as Florida lawmakers hold a special session to consider state-run boards for Disney's tax district. We know that the corporation's Reedy Creek district, as it's called, is one of several items that legislators are expected to discuss in this special session. And of course, we are following the latest when it comes to the Grammys. Beyonce winning a record-breaking 32 Grammy Awards. We'll have a recap of music's biggest night as well here at Live Now from Fox. But if you are just now joining us, again, welcome. My name is Rain Augustine. I'll be your host this morning. Thank you all so much for joining us. So let's go ahead and jump right into our top stories this morning. I'm sure that you all have seen this video before. This is that United States warplane shooting down a Chinese surveillance balloon. So China's spy flight flew over the United States airspace, and the United States, again, sending out a missile, but is raising tensions between the two nations. So let's check in with Fox News correspondent Lucas Tomlinson, who's bringing us more from the White House.
Officials say a U.S. Air Force fighter jet launched from Virginia shot down that Chinese spy balloon off the coast of South Carolina at 2:39 p.m. Eastern this afternoon. President Biden spoke a short time later.
On Wednesday, when I was briefed on the balloon, I ordered the Pentagon to shoot it down on Wednesday as soon as possible. They decided, without doing damage to anyone on the ground, they decided that the best time to do that was we got over water outside within the 12-mile limit.
This video, exclusively shot by our Fox News team in Surfside, South Carolina, near Murdaugh Beach, captured the moment when the Chinese spy balloon was shot down by that U.S. Air Force F-22 Raptor launched from Langley Air Force Base outside Virginia Beach. The balloon was shot down after the F-22 fired a single, short-range Sidewinder heat-seeking missile. It appeared to be a direct impact on the balloon's spying apparatus. Senior defense officials say the debris field is now scattered across 7 miles in the ocean and about 45 feet of water, 6 miles off the coast of South Carolina, inside U.S. territorial waters. It's notable the spy balloon was not shot down in international airspace. The balloon had been floating over the U.S. for about a week. It took off from mainland China, circumvented Russia before crossing over the Aleutian Islands of Alaska and making its way over Canada and then Montana, home of Malmstrom Air Force Base, one of 3 bases in the U.S. housing Minuteman III intercontinental ballistic missiles. These nuclear missile silos are the same kind of silos the Chinese are building right now in mainland China. Their nuclear stockpiles expected to double in the next decade, according to the Pentagon. Officials say there's relief inside the White House that this Chinese spy balloon was shot down before President Biden gives his State of the Union address on Tuesday. At the White House, Lucas Tomlinson, Fox News.
President Biden, we can expect to probably speak on that subject and more tomorrow night during his State of the Union address. And we do know that President Biden has been touting the economy and infrastructure. Here's more.
We've created 12 million jobs. 12 million jobs since we took office.
The White House is doing a victory lap Friday as the latest jobs report shows 517,000 jobs were added last month, far more than were expected.
What is done mostly is provide dignity for those families. Dignity to be able to do that, because there's nothing worse than not being able to provide for your family as a mother or a father.
Unemployment dropped to 3.4%, a level not seen in decades.
This is one of the most amazing employment months I've ever seen.
Despite recent news of big tech company layoffs, the jobs report showed restaurants and bars added almost 100,000 workers, professional services 82,000, and government added more than 70,000. Wages rose 4.4% compared to a year ago, though slower than the month before. While the numbers are good, it's not great for those hoping it will persuade the Federal Reserve to stop hiking interest rates as they try to cool off the economy. Instead, analysts say this latest data will prompt the Fed to keep raising rates as they try to lower still high inflation.
They don't have to make up their mind right now on what this means, but I think it could be unsettling if you were expecting to see more of a slowdown and you're not getting one.
The next inflation report is due out in less than 2 weeks, and in March, the Fed will meet again to decide whether or not to hike interest rates. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
All right, taking a live now look at the United States Capitol building, sticking in Washington, D.C. for this next story as well. Now that Republicans are in control of the House, committee investigations are heating up. This week, 3 former Twitter executives are set to testify before a House panel about the tech giant's role in suppressing the Hunter Biden laptop story. Fox chief congressional correspondent Chad Pergram reports.
The hearing centers on the most famous or infamous laptop in the world. Republicans contend the contents of the computer could be the linchpin to demonstrate possible influence peddling by the president at a hearing one day after State of the Union.
They will prove that Joe Biden was not truthful with the American people when he said he had no idea about his family's involvement in these shady business dealings.
The hearing will focus on what Republicans allege is social media bias and how they say Twitter suppressed the New York Post's initial story about the laptop. 3 former Twitter executives testify.
Be interested to see what the purpose of that is. It's a private media entity. If they want to run nothing but stories about Hunter Biden, they have the right to do it. If they don't want to run anything about Hunter Biden, they have the right to do that.
Biden World raised questions about the authenticity of the laptop and the news story for more than 2 years.
The media spent 2 years trying to push this narrative that this could be Russian disinformation. That's now collapsed. And the media is having an awfully difficult time with their role in this cover-up.
Hunter Biden's lawyers now aim to flip the script, demanding criminal probes of those who pushed the laptop story, even the repairman who Hunter Biden asked to fix his computer.
This whole thing reeks of retaliation, but it also looks like it's going off half-cocked.
Republicans aren't convinced about Hunter Biden's legal strategy and whether he concedes laptop ownership.
He's acknowledging now it is his laptop. So he was a little slower than the rest of the papers and Twitter and the others.
Twitter CEO Elon Musk met with McCarthy and Comer recently. Musk released information about how Twitter censored the laptop story to journalist Matt Taibbi. On Capitol Hill, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
The time is now 7:12 a.m. Thank you all so much for waking up with us. Let's go ahead and take a 2-minute commercial break. But on the other side, we'll have a live conversation with Fox's Doug Luzader. He's bringing us the latest on the Chinese spy balloon. That story and more up in 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, continuing to bring you all the latest when it comes to the Chinese surveillance balloon. The United States Navy is now working to recover parts of what the White House says was again a Chinese spy balloon. It was shot down by a United States fighter jet on Saturday, but not before it crossed most of the country. Joining us now live is Fox's Doug Luzader from Capitol Hill this morning, where lawmakers are trying to learn more about the Chinese spy balloon. Good morning, Doug. Thank you so much for joining us. What more can you tell us?
As early as tomorrow, there are still a lot of questions here about the timeline and the response. The shoot-down was dramatic, carried out by an F-22 fighter jet just before the Chinese balloon was about to exit U.S. airspace off the coast of South Carolina. President Biden said he gave the order back on Wednesday.
I want to compliment our aviators who did it, and we'll have more to report on this a little later. Thank you.
Well, they'll have more to report to Congress this week, where there are concerns over what was seen as a clear provocation by China, especially after the balloon was allowed to traverse most of the country on a path that included sensitive military sites before it was shot down.
What began as a spy balloon has become a trial balloon, testing President Biden's strength and resolve, and unfortunately, the president failed that test.
I'm grateful that the military took decisive action when they did and how they did, but we obviously have issues here.
The Pentagon says it didn't want to risk having debris rain down on populated areas. China says the shoot-down was a provocation, and it derailed a visit there this week by U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken. And while the Navy and Coast Guard work to recover parts of the balloon, U.S. military officials say that Chinese balloons have entered U.S. airspace before, even during the Trump administration, something the former president and some of his top officials denied.
Well, it's not true. I can refute it. Former Secretary of Defense Mark Esper refuted it yesterday. Former Secretary of State and CIA Director Mike Pompeo has refuted it.
Doug, is this one of the many themes that we can expect President Biden to speak on during his State of the Union address tomorrow?
D.C. a little bit later today. Presumably he's been working on that speech, and these things are normally kind of a grab bag of domestic and international items, and no doubt China is going to have a place in that speech, and it may have a larger place now than it would have otherwise because of this incident with the balloon.
And Doug, you mentioned that the United States Navy is working to recover the debris from that Chinese surveillance balloon. What more do we know about this operation? I'm sure they're warning area residents to not interfere.
Well, you know, it's offshore. It's a search that involves both the Navy and the Coast Guard. I mean, we know from some, at least watching video that was obtained by someone who happened to see them, some of these boats on shore, which seemed to indicate that perhaps they did recover some debris, but there's no certainty on that now, so we're still waiting for more information.
All right, Fox's Doug Luzader, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Now, President Biden isn't the only politician, lawmaker that's speaking out about the Chinese surveillance balloon. We did hear from Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer on Sunday. He is defending President Biden and his response to the Chinese surveillance balloon flying over the United States, and he's calling the GOP's criticism of the mission, quote, premature and political. So again, the United States military shot down this balloon on Saturday, just off the coast of South Carolina, and Schumer here pushing back on GOP critics who demanded the balloon to be shot down earlier. He's saying that the United States maximized safety and intelligence gathering by waiting to shoot it down over water. Let's listen in.
On everything from surveillance capabilities to research and development to advanced weapon systems and other critical platforms. That's what the DoD ONA briefing is. And it would allow for either side, and it will determine which side, China or the United States, has the upper hand in toe-to-toe conflicts, both economic and geo-military. It'll be a very useful and bipartisan brief. But to that point, I want to come out and say right now, we are hearing GOP criticism of the balloon mission, that they are saying we should have shot down the balloon the minute we saw it. I would use two words in answering these GOP criticisms. They are premature and they are political. Friends are playing politics with U.S. intelligence. We sent a clear message to China that this is not acceptable. We protected civilians. We gained more intelligence while protecting our own sensitive information. And the bottom line here is that shooting down the surveillance balloon over water wasn't just the safest option, but it was the one that maximized our intelligence payload. Okay? As I said yesterday, I strongly condemn President Xi's brazen incursion into American airspace. And I commend President Biden's leadership in taking down the Chinese balloon over water to ensure safety for all Americans and maximize the intelligence we gain. So let me give you some background. Now we can collect the equipment and analyze the technology used by the Chinese Communist Party because it was shot down over water. While we have not recovered the balloon and the parts yet, because it fell in relatively shallow water, there's a very good chance we can cover most of it, and even a chance to recover it intact. And then we can learn a great deal about China's capabilities and what they were up to. This is relatively new technology, and we will gain a good intelligence payload from the way this has been handled. We also know that there's a second balloon traveling over Latin America. It has not crossed into any U.S. territory, and that other countries are not engaging on it. And the decision to shoot it down here, once it was offshore, made eminent sense for three reasons. One, no civilian casualties. Two, since we knew where it was, we had no exposure and collected intel on it as it went across the United States, very valuable intel. And third, a water recovery allows us to recover much more information because it's much easier to get the pieces together. It's more likely that it lands intact or in large pieces, and so shooting it down over water will greatly increase our intelligence surveillance. Let's face it, our knowledge of how these balloons operated has grown in the past year, and once we get this device, we're going to learn a lot more. Now, the United States, of course, we have a capability to build and deploy these balloons, but we don't need to. Our space-based capabilities are better than the Chinese military. Our satellites do better than their surveillance balloons in terms of intelligence. And I want to also say that at least 3 of these balloons that we know of went over portions of the U.S. mainland during the Trump presidency, over parts of Texas, Hawaii, and Florida. And I will say this, the Biden administration is considering other action against China for their brazen activities. And we can work with them on this process in the Senate, should the need arise. I also want to reveal that once we do know, that once the balloon was exposed to the public, China maneuvered the balloon to leave the U.S. as quick as it could. So this was no weather thing. This was nefarious. When the Chinese say it was a weather balloon and blown off course, that's bull. The Republican critics were breathless and premature. President Biden and his team were calm, calculating, and effective. Ready for questions on this subject.
Do you consider this a military?
Wait, he goes first.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Senator. I appreciate it. So this is from NBC. They sent me these questions. Let me see. Should the Biden administration have taken action on the balloon sooner?
Okay.
I think you answered that somewhere.
Yes, I did answer that.
Yeah.
There are 3 points. One, shooting it down over water made sure there were no civilian casualties. It allowed us, as the surveillance balloon traveled over the United States, to gather valuable intelligence information. And having it shot down over water gives us a much better chance to recover the surveillance balloon either intact or in large pieces, and we will gain valuable intelligence information about what the Chinese learned, but also about how these balloons operate.
Okay, another one here, if you could bear with me. When is the Gang of 8 briefing scheduled for?
The gang was trying to schedule it as early as Tuesday.
Thank you very much.
And by the way, go ahead. No,
go ahead.
No, that's
by the way,
Yep, go ahead.
there are reports that House Republicans, I think you answered this, are considering a resolution disapproving of Biden's action on the Chinese balloon. They'd put that on the floor on the State of the Union Day if it happens. What's your reaction to that?
I think their reaction to this has been premature and political. I think the Biden administration was calm, calculating, and effective.
Thank you very much.
Reaction to the military operation itself when they successfully took down the balloon. How did you feel in your work when you saw the military act the way that they did?
The American military is great. They've done a great job, and I think, the way they shot down the balloon was just right over our own waters. They were very accurate. They wanted it over water, but they wanted it over U.S. territorial water, which I believe goes out about 12 miles, and they shot it down when it was 7 miles off the coast.
All right.
Okay. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Have a good day. Thank you, Senator.
Thanks, folks.
Thank you.
All right, and that was the latest from Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer speaking on the United States shooting down the Chinese spy balloon. Right now, the United States Navy is working to recover parts of what the White House again calls a Chinese surveillance balloon shot down by a U.S. fighter jet on Sunday, but not before it crossed most of the United States. The time here is 7:26. Let's go ahead and take a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time here on the East Coast, 7:30 a.m. We're taking a Live Now look from southeast Turkey. We're learning more about a powerful earthquake that has stricken central Turkey and Syria, killing at least 1,000 people now. A desperate search and rescue effort is underway after a magnitude 7.8 quake struck near Turkey. Now, hundreds of buildings look just like the buildings on your screen, completely collapsed, with hundreds of people believing to be trapped under the rubble. So officials say that more than 1,400 people were killed and thousands others have been injured. The quake also hit northwest Syria, destroying numerous apartment buildings. And this is said to be the strongest earthquake to hit this region in 100 years. So we do have these live images coming into our desk that we will continue to monitor, and we will continue to update you all as soon as we receive more information when it comes to this story. But if you are just now joining us, we're taking a Live Now look from Turkey. 7.8 magnitude earthquake, guys, has killed. Right now we're reporting at least 1,000 people in southeast Turkey and Syria. Switching gears now, bringing you all a Live Now look at our XRAD weather forecast. Temperatures dropping in the upper Midwest and Northeast, but the worst of an Arctic cold front is yet to come. Fox Weather's Katie Byrne is out in the elements, and she tells us about the sub-zero wind chills.
Those living across the South chopped through layers of ice left behind by a deadly winter storm. For several days, this system dropped sleet, freezing rain, and snow from Texas to Tennessee. That precipitation forced some trees to buckle onto power lines. Thursday morning, more than 400,000 homes and businesses were without electricity. The outages are just another obstacle for communities as they try to remove debris.
It hit about 3 a.m. and you could hear the trees starting to collapse, and it started off as kind of a solid rain, but you can see it's turned to ice quickly.
Forecasters say while some areas could see below freezing temperatures through Friday, most of the South is warming up. Local officials hoping these conditions can help clear out this frozen mess.
The temperature going to be in favor if nothing changes, of course, and we will see more meltdown and also some rain is supposed to happen.
As the South cleans up, this Arctic blast now threatening the Northeast with bitter cold temperatures. Through the weekend, parts of New York and New England could see wind chills 50 degrees below zero. In Michigan, more than a dozen warming centers are now open for people needing a place to stay.
It's convenient. They come in at any time and they feel welcome. We reach capacity. We bring cots and we make sure that people are staying warm.
The good news is forecasters do expect much of the country to warm up by next week. In Memphis, I'm Nicole Valdez, Fox Weather.
Nearly 1 week ago, the nation was stunned to watch the horrific footage of Tyre Nichols in Memphis. Now, the vice president attending his funeral and the president meeting with a number of Congressional Black Caucus members as there are new calls for police reform. Here's the latest from Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard.
The Congressional Black Caucus and the White House huddling over what to do about police reform, just a day after the funeral for Tyre Nichols, the young father beaten by Memphis police.
Real and lasting change at the state and local levels will require Congress to act.
Almost 3 years ago, the nation was horrified by the death of George Floyd. House Democrats put forward a police reform bill, but bipartisan talks fell apart in the Senate. Senator Tim Scott has been pushing for reform for years.
This is my 10th speech on policing in America in 8 years.
President Biden used his executive powers to pass limited reforms and maintains he does not support defunding the police. But after footage showed the brutality of police with Nichols, there are calls to revive the bill and negotiations. The calls for reform are loud, but so is public opinion, which shows 80% of Americans are concerned about crime rates, and a number of police officers are retiring or leaving their jobs, citing a lack of support.
We do need to have a real, genuine, authentic, and bipartisan conversation about dealing with police reform in America and figuring out how do we strengthen the relationship between the police and the community.
The mother and stepfather of Tyre Nichols will attend the State of the Union on Tuesday. The White House has not said how much of the president's speech will be on policing reform. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
More news from Washington, D.C. The House voted to remove a congresswoman from a powerful committee for her past comments viewed as anti-Israel. Now the finger-pointing of political revenge is on in the House as both parties accuse the other of games. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard again is in Washington with more.
The resolution is adopted.
The House has voted, along party lines, to remove Congresswoman Ilhan Omar from the House Foreign Affairs Committee for her past comments against Israel.
Words matter. Rhetoric matters. It leads to harm.
Proposed by Representative Max Miller, the resolution says Omar's comments deemed anti-Semitic in the past disqualify her from such a powerful committee.
She cannot be an objective contributor to the work of the committee, and she has brought dishonor to the House of Representatives.
Omar has been forced to apologize previously for anti-Semitic remarks. Democrats say they've moved on.
Is anyone surprised that I am somehow deemed unworthy to speak about American foreign policy? Or that they see me as a powerful voice that needs to be silenced? Frankly, it is expected. Because when you push power, power pushes back.
This is about targeting women of color in the United States of America.
Democrats say Omar's removal is retribution for the last Congress, stripping committees from Representatives Marjorie Taylor Greene for extremist rhetoric and Paul Gosar for sharing a violent video directed at another member.
It's not about accountability. It's about political revenge.
Representative Omar can still serve on her other committees, just not on foreign affairs. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
President Biden has yet to announce whether he's running in 2024, but on the Republican side, a former Trump official seems poised to run against the ex-president. Fox's Madeline Rivera brings us more.
We can join hands and get things done.
While President Biden isn't saying if he's running in 2024, his outgoing chief of staff suggests it's not a matter of if, but when.
I look forward to being on your side when you run for president in 2024.
The field of Republicans looking to take him on is slowly taking shape. Former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley is hinting she'll throw her hat in the ring with plans to make a big announcement on February 15th. A 2024 run would pit her against her former boss, former President Donald Trump.
I've never lost a race. I said that then. I still say that now.
I think she'll be a very credible candidate.
Haley may not be the only former Trump official in the list of possible Republican primary contenders. Former Vice President Mike Pence and former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo are among those rumored to be thinking of running.
This could split the anti-Trump vote, such as it is, or it could offer Republican voters a sense that there is a strong alternative to Trump.
And there may be an opening as former President Trump's campaign struggles with a slow start. He hauled in roughly $9.5 million after announcing his candidacy in November, a drop-off from the nearly $12 million raised in the weeks prior. And other former Trump allies are now distancing themselves from him.
While I campaigned for Trump in 2016, I think that he is not the best for the future of our party or our country.
A Fox News poll shows 44% of voters have confidence in former President Trump, while 45% have confidence in President Biden. That number could spell trouble for the president if he runs in 2024. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
Thanks, Madeline, for that update. The House has also recently passed a back to work bill, forcing federal workers to return to the office. Here's more.
For the first time since the pandemic, a majority of U.S. workers are back in the office. That's according to new data showing average office occupancy was at 50.4% last week in 10 large metropolitan areas. March 2020 was the last time that figure crossed 50%, when the coronavirus pandemic forced many offices to shut down.
So much of what you accomplish on the job is by interacting with other people face to face.
The list of cities includes New York, Houston, and Washington, D.C., but lawmakers complain many federal government workers at the nation's capital still work remotely.
Americans show up every day to work. Washington shouldn't be the last place to get back to work.
Congressman James Comer, chair of the House Oversight Committee, is pushing a bill that would compel federal workers to return to the office in person. The bill would align with the goal of the city's mayor, who says the lack of federal workers is hurting businesses downtown. Nearly 200,000 federal workers make up a quarter of D.C.'s workforce.
Having people get back to work is among our top priorities with the federal government.
Still, other lawmakers say remote or hybrid work has its benefits.
We should be embracing the productivity and employee satisfaction gains realized through telework.
While the House passed Comer's Show Up Act on Wednesday, the bill must still get through the Senate before it heads to President Biden's desk. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
Thanks, Madeline. The time here is 7:40 a.m. You're streaming live now from Fox. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break, but don't go anywhere because we'll bring you all up to speed on other top stories right after this. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Republican Congressman George Santos has been accused of lying extensively about his background, making up a false resume to win over voters. And now the FBI is investigating him for allegedly stealing money raised to help a homeless veteran's service dog. Fox News correspondent Lucas Tomlinson is bringing us more from Washington.
Are you considering resigning?
No, I'm not. More bad news for George Santos. The FBI is now reportedly investigating the New York congressman for stealing funds raised to help a Navy veteran's service dog. Richard Ostoff, a homeless disabled veteran, says his service dog needed a life-saving surgery. Santos allegedly raised about $3,000, but then disappeared with the funds, and the dog died. On Wednesday, 2 agents with the U.S. Attorney's Office contacted Ostoff, who shared his text messages with Santos regarding the fundraiser. The new investigation comes just days after Santos recused himself from all congressional committee assignments. And House Speaker Kevin McCarthy says if he's not cleared on all charges, he won't be reinstated.
He's going through ethics on some of these concerns, and until he answers all those questions, then at that time, he'll be able to be seated on committees.
Santos was already facing 3 separate investigations by the Office of Congressional Ethics, the Federal Election Commission, and the Justice Department, and the FBI involvement is only expected to amplify calls for his resignation. But Santos says he's not going anywhere, and Republican leaders in Congress claim only the voters can decide whether he should continue serving.
It's going to play itself out, but ultimately voters are going to make that decision, whether it's in the primary election or in the general election.
A Siena College poll released this week found 78% of voters in Santos's district think he should resign. In Washington, Lucas Tomlinson, Fox News.
Taking a Live Now look from New Jersey, the FBI also involved in the murder investigation of a New Jersey councilwoman. Police Wednesday found a councilwoman dead in her car after she was shot multiple times. Fox News correspondent Molly Line has more details.
Police and prosecutors are delving into all the connections this young, successful New Jersey councilwoman and mother had in her life. And now the FBI is offering assistance in the investigation into who targeted and killed Eunice Dwumfor. The Sayreville councilwoman was murdered inside her white SUV just outside of her home shortly before 7:30 Wednesday night. The 30-year-old Republican was serving a 2-year term that started in 2022. The local GOP party chairwoman, Dwumfor's campaign manager, described her as a young leader in the party, juggling a job and motherhood.
We are all weeping in between trying to process this despicable act. You know, it's hard, as we know, it's hard enough to lose someone. And when it happens like this, it makes it even just more difficult to process.
Dwumfor was recently married, had a 12-year-old daughter, and was active in her church, serving as the director of churches for the Nigerian-based Champions Royal Assembly, described as a world-renowned international ministry on her LinkedIn page.
We believe it's very personal because she was shot 7 times in the face, and another 7 shots were hitting everywhere. So for somebody to get so close to somebody and shoot them so many times, it has to be personal.
The community will come together on Tuesday in a memorial to honor Dwumfor's life. In Boston, Molly Line, Fox News.
All right, switching gears here. This story coming from New York, New York. 3 family members are in critical but stable condition this morning after a fire tears through their Manhattan home. Just take a look at this video. Officials say this is yet another blaze ignited by a lithium-ion battery that was charging overnight. Joining us now live from Manhattan with more information is Fox 5 New York's Briella Tamosetti. Good morning, Briella.
Yeah, good morning to you, Rain. Certainly a scary situation unfolding here in this apartment. Everybody is now in stable condition, which is certainly good news. As for the condition of the Inwood apartment on the 5th floor, it is gutted and it pretty much looks like a bomb went off in there. FDNY officials say not only was the lithium-ion battery blocking the front door, which means it was blocking the exit path, preventing people from getting out, there were also no functioning smoke detectors in the whole apartment.
I explained to my wife, to my daughter, yo, we have to go down because it's fire in our building.
Yet another New York City fire, which left 3 children in critical condition and an adult in serious condition, has been tied to a lithium-ion battery. FDNY officials say the call came in just after 1:30 a.m. on Sunday from Inwood. According to Fire Chief John Esposito, the family inside a 5th-floor Sherman Avenue apartment was sleeping while the battery was charging overnight near the front door. It suddenly overheated and went up in flames, blocking the exit path. 2 people were able to escape out the front door before crews arrived on scene, but the others became trapped when the door locked behind them and the flames grew larger.
We were able to rescue one person via aerial ladder out the window, down the ladder, and there were 2 other people that were removed from the apartment unconscious. They were removed by firefighters, treated by EMS, and transported to the hospital.
On the very same day, fire crews battled flames coming from an apartment on 9th Avenue in Hell's Kitchen. Investigators believe that fire was caused by power cords, but several lithium-ion batteries were also found inside. This is what it looks like when an e-bike battery catches fire, essentially 0 to 100 within seconds. According to the FDNY, there were at least 220 fires caused by lithium-ion batteries last year. So far this year, there have been 15. If you have a lithium-ion battery, officials warn make sure it isn't damaged, use the correct charging cord, and don't leave the battery unattended, especially during the overnight hours.
We try to remind all New Yorkers about the dangers of these lithium-ion batteries. We should not be charging them overnight. We should not be charging them in a path of egress from the apartment.
Yeah, and fire officials are warning that lithium-ion batteries can be dangerous in so many ways. They are urging people, if they can, to charge them outdoors. In the suburbs, it's not a problem, but here in the city, it's a bit of an issue because you have food delivery workers working often around the clock with no outdoor space to charge or store their personal batteries if they live in apartment buildings. Rain,
I can imagine how that could pose a problem. Now, Briella, is this something that happens a lot? How often are fire officials responding to this type of call?
So e-bike fires have claimed the lives of e-bike batteries, I should say, have claimed the lives of 6 people citywide last year. And if it weren't for the quick thinking of the firefighters who showed up here, they arrived in under 3 minutes. That likely prevented an entirely new tragedy from happening, as their quick response time and quick thinking, their rescue efforts were able to get the men inside the building, to get the people trapped in that apartment out safely. Again, they are all in stable condition. They were once in critical, but their conditions have since been updated. So that is some good news out of all this. Rain?
All right, a huge thank you to our Fox 5 New York team. Briella Tomosetti joining us almost every morning, bringing us the latest news from New York. Let's go ahead and take a live now look from Vermont. Bad sportsmanship in the bleachers turned deadly in a middle school basketball game in Vermont. Fox's Brian Yennis has more on the outbreak of parental rage at kids' sports games.
The Alberg School, 45 Champlain Street, getting reports of a physical altercation inside the school involving multiple individuals.
Police are now investigating a brawl that broke out between parents attending a middle school basketball game in northern Vermont after a 60-year-old grandfather involved in the brawl died. Police say Russell Giroux called first responders while driving home and later died at the hospital. The local school district is now banning all spectators from attending middle school basketball games for the remainder of the season. It's the latest example in what the National Association of Sports Officials tells us is an epidemic of harassment and violence at youth sporting events between parents and towards officials.
I've been seeing it for most of the 4 decades, but never to the extent that we're seeing it today. It's never been worse.
It's gotten so bad there's now a referee shortage nationwide.
Once in a while in life, you're going to get a bad call. You need to pick up the pieces and move forward. I think that's what we're losing right now.
According to the NASO, at least 22 states have laws specifically protecting sports officials from harassment or assault. New Jersey is now considering the Penalty Box Act, making assaulting officials or players punishable by up to 10 years in prison and a $15,000 fine.
Everyone who is just there trying to participate in a game should be protected from someone seeing bad behavior from the sidelines or being followed to the parking lot.
This Little League sign says it all. Please remember, these are kids, this is a game, coaches are volunteers, umpires are human, and you do not play for the Yankees. In East Rutherford, New Jersey, Brian Yennis, Fox News.
Thanks, Brian, for that update. Now, the American Academy of Pediatrics is revealing treatment guidelines for children who may be suffering from obesity. Fox News correspondent Ted Linder has more.
Early intervention could be key to combating childhood obesity. The American Academy of Pediatrics is urging doctors to follow its new obesity guidelines, which call for earlier use of behavioral therapy, surgery, and medication, depending on the child's needs.
This promotes an approach that considers the child's health status, the family system, the community context, and the resources for treatment.
Nearly 15 million children and teens in the U.S. are considered obese, meaning their body mass index is at or above the 95th percentile for kids of the same age and gender.
Obesity has been considered a personal choice and a shameful choice. And we know that it's not. It has to do with genetics, and it has to do with lifestyle, and it has to do with socioeconomic status.
Failure to treat obesity in kids could cause them to develop other serious health problems.
Comorbid illnesses like high blood pressure, kidney disease, liver disease.
The guidelines list intensive health behavior and lifestyle treatment as one of the most effective behavioral strategies to treat childhood obesity. But this can be hard to accomplish because it involves 26 hours or more of face-to-face counseling to address things like nutrition, physical activity, and more.
Be a role model for the kinds of life skills that you want your child to have, whether that be daily physical activity or eating vegetables every day.
Besides implementing healthier lifestyle choices, the guidelines advise doctors to offer weight loss medications for kids 12 years and older. Meanwhile, doctors are being asked to evaluate people 13 years and up who suffer severe obesity for weight loss surgery. Ted Linder, Fox News.
Some United States companies are working to figure out whether a 4-day work week would be beneficial. According to research, some people are thinking that it could be beneficial to both employees and employers. Here's the latest from Fox News multimedia reporter Austin Westfall.
Who wouldn't want to get to the weekend one day sooner? If you think your boss would never go for it, one bill proposed in Maryland hopes they'll think again.
Employees suffer from burnout, they suffer from stress, health problems, mental health problems from working too much.
Maryland Democratic Delegate Vaughn Stewart based his bill off research by 4-Day Week Global. The advocacy group found companies with shorter weeks had higher profits and productivity, better recruitment and retention.
And we're not talking about 4 10-hour days. We're talking about 32 hours in a week.
Bills to reduce employee hours without a reduction in pay have been introduced in the past, like the 32-Hour Workweek Act in the U.S. House, or a bill in California would have redefined a work week to 32 hours. Neither has been successful. Vaughn says what he's proposing offers incentives rather than penalties. His bill's pilot program would divide a $750,000 fund to businesses in the form of a tax credit for trying it out.
We don't want a one-size-fits-all policy here.
Other lawmakers agree the government should not mandate work week changes, but are interested if the studies prove to be true.
Quite frankly, I would love to see a 4-day work week. That's really up to the business, large and small, to determine the best productivity for their employees. It's not up to government to decide.
Vaughn's bill still has a long road ahead. The Maryland State House and Senate will hold hearings on it this month. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
All right, thank you, Lauren, for that update. Switching gears completely now, Beyonce has made Grammy history, breaking the record for most Grammy wins ever, adding 4, bringing her total to 32. Meantime, record of the year went to Lizzo And we do want to catch up with our Fox News correspondent, Ashley Dvorkin, who's going to bring us a recap of music's biggest night.
The red carpet has rolled out for music's biggest night. And on that note, we're here to bring you a look at the night's biggest moments.
Thank you so much.
Beyonce made history, breaking the record for most Grammy wins ever, adding 4, bringing her total to 32.
I've been so inspired by every artist in this category with me.
Harry Styles took the Album of the Year trophy home to Harry's house.
I promise you, you will find people, you will attract people in your life who believe in you and support you.
Record of the Year went to Lizzo for About Damn Time. Bonnie Raitt won Song of the Year for Just Like That. New Artist of the Year was awarded to Samara Joy. Among other milestones, Viola Davis is now an EGOT winner thanks to the audiobook of her memoir, Finding Me. Trevor Noah hosted for a 3rd time.
This is the 50th anniversary of hip-hop. Make some noise for hip-hop.
Legacies were celebrated. Dr. Dre received the Global Impact Award. LL Cool J introduced an epic superstar performance celebrating 50 years of hip-hop, produced and directed by Questlove.
Put your hands in the air!
Artists including Run DMC, Salt and Peppa, Busta Rhymes, Queen Latifah, Missy Elliott, and many more brought the audience to their feet. Others taking the stage in this music-filled show, to name just a few: Bad Bunny, Lizzo, Harry Styles, Sam Smith and Kim Petras. DJ Khaled, along with Jay-Z and more, wrapped the show with an 8-minute performance. Performances, surprises, a celebration of the past year of music, and brand new Grammy winners. That's a wrap on the 65th Grammy Awards. In Los Angeles, Ashley Dvorkin, Fox News.
8 a.m. on the East Coast, 6 a.m. Mountain Time. We're taking this live now look from Phoenix, Arizona, the State Farm Stadium. We have about 1 week to go before the Super Bowl, but there are plenty of football things to do in Glendale, Arizona, the city that's hosting the big game. Fox's Lauren Clark brings us more.
The energy is electric at the Phoenix Convention Center.
All the things are so fun here. I don't know what to pick.
With fans kicking off the football festivities at the first day of the NFL experience.
I win the sports.
Dubbed as a kind of NFL theme park, families are able to get a behind-the-scenes look at the game of football. With displays, merchandise, and tons of interactive games for the kids. Young fans can run, throw, catch, even suit up in gear. But don't think all the fun is just for the boys.
Girls can do anything, and it's not just a boys' sport.
The excitement of it all, overwhelming for kids like Dylan, who don't even know where to start.
Kick, and then like the other games down there, like more field goal kicks, and then the ping pong.
There's also historical pieces of football lore to see, including Super Bowl rings, helmets, and replicas of players' lockers.
Just having a really nice time here.
Not to mention the photo posing props and footballs for sale.
I love football.
A thrill for ASU Japanese exchange students who got to soak in the glory of the American sport firsthand.
Such thing like here in Japan, so it's kind of cool. Since America, it's pretty different than in Asia.
And a perfect way to prep for when the Philadelphia Eagles and Kansas City Chiefs head to the field. As for fan predictions, here's what Dylan had to say.
I think the Eagles are going to win 27-24.
Right, a lot of people looking forward to the big game. Thank you so much for streaming live now from Fox this morning. I'm your host, Rain Augustine, following several top stories, but let's take a live now look from Turkey. We're following massive earthquakes that have struck Turkey and Syria. If you are just now joining us, we're taking a live now look from southeast Turkey. It looks as though local media interviewing community area residents. But again, a 7.8 magnitude earthquake hit southeast Turkey and Syria, killing over 1,000 people at this point. So a desperate search and rescue operation is underway again after that 7.8 quake struck Turkey's southeastern portion of the country. Now, hundreds of buildings have collapsed and hundreds of people are unfortunately presumed to be underneath the rubble. We do have some video coming into our live now from Bob's desk, which shows just how massive the aftermath, the after effects of these earthquakes are. Hundreds of buildings collapsed, hundreds of people believed to be missing, and officials say that more than 1,400 people were killed and thousands others have been injured. The quake also hit northwest Syria, destroying numerous apartment buildings. And this is said to be the strongest earthquake to hit the region in more than 100 years. So we're staying on top of this story, following it closely. We also want to bring you all the latest on the trail derailment that hit East Palestine. Here's that update.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Michael Graham. I'm a board member with the National Transportation Safety Board. Joining me today is the investigator in charge, Ruben Payan. And joining me also is Sean Lynham, the Chief of Pipeline and Hazardous Materials with the NTSB. Today I'm here to give you an investigative update on the NTSB's investigation into the February 3rd Norfolk Southern freight train derailment in East Palestine, Ohio. Once again, I'd like to thank all the first responders for their work at this scene and all they're doing to making sure and verify safety for all of us. As a reminder, the NTSB is on scene to gather perishable evidence at this time. The analysis portion will start once all the perishable evidence is gathered, and we are here just to gather the perishable evidence at this time. Eventually, our team will methodically and systematically review all the evidence and consider all potential factors to determine the probable cause of this accident and make any necessary safety recommendations to prevent it from happening in the future. The information I'm providing you today is preliminary only. Once the scene is safe, the 10 hazardous material cars involved in the derailment will be moved to temporary staging areas for further damage assessment. For the safety and protection of our investigators today, the drone team did a full scene drone mapping of the derailment scene in lieu of having to do a walk-around assessment since the scene is still not safe. This information will allow the NTSB to create a diagram to verify the train consist, which is the document that identified the number of rail cars and the commodities those cars were carrying. The team secured the locomotive data recorder data today. They also were able to get a forward and inward-facing camera video and audio recordings today. We will conduct a preliminary review of this data on scene to start the development of a timeline. The data will then be sent to the NTSB's vehicle data recorder lab in Washington, D.C. for a complete evaluation and analysis. We have obtained 2 videos which show preliminary indications of mechanical issues on one of the rail car axles. We are working to identify which rail car experienced the potential mechanical issue for further examination. If any other members of the public have any photos or videos of the derailment, we ask you to send them to witness@ntsb.gov. That's witness@ntsb.gov. The team did crew interviews today. We can say the crew did receive an alarm from a wayside defect detector shortly before the derailment indicating a mechanical issue. Then an emergency brake application initiated. Additional investigative activities the team is doing today We have requested numerous records from Norfolk Southern. These include track inspection records, locomotive and rail car inspections and maintenance records, train crew records, and qualifications. And the track team today conducted a 1-mile walkthrough of the track outside the hot zone, the unsafe area, and they were able to identify the point of derailment. This will be the NTSB's last on-scene press briefing. The on-scene portion of the investigation will continue as long as necessary, so the investigative team will be here continuing to gather evidence as necessary. As a reminder, a preliminary report should be expected in about 4 to 6 weeks. A full investigative report or investigation takes about 18 to 24 months with a full investigative report at the end. You can continue to follow us at on Twitter at NTSB_newsroom. I will now take some questions from you on the investigative process the NTSB is doing. And when I call on you, I ask you to raise your hand. I'll call on you. Please state your name and your affiliation. Any questions?
Chris DeRose, CBS News Pittsburgh. You mentioned the crew. We know that there were no fatalities. Can you speak to the health of the crew? Where did they suffer any injuries?
Okay. The question is basically the crew's health and if there were any injuries or anything of the trained crew members. There were actually 3 crew members. There was an engineer, a conductor, and a conductor trainee. I am not aware of any injuries or anything like that. As a matter of fact, after they were able to bring the train to the stop, the conductor went back and decoupled the locomotives from the rail cars and moved it to a safe location afterwards, which would lead me to believe there were no injuries, but there were none reported at this time. Yes?
Mary Ann Greer with the Morning Journal. You mentioned that you determined the site of exactly where it went off the rails. Can you tell me where that is along the rail line?
Okay. The question is, we were able to determine the point of derailment and where that is along the point of the rail line. We will release that data with the preliminary report, the exact location, but the track specialists were able to annotate exactly where that happened at. Yes?
Abigail Cloutier, WKBN News. I'm seeing some video going around on social media from somebody's Ring doorbell, possibly showing the defect you guys mentioned maybe 4 miles out of town. Are you guys aware of, or you know, when this defect was detected, how far out it was detected versus when, you know, it derailed?
Yeah, so the question is basically there's been video out there of a potential defect and when and how far out I would say the crew or anybody was aware of the defect. That is part of what we're looking at right now, exactly where that was, how far out it was, the location of the defect detector, and in the crew's response. That'll be part of our analysis and the investigation. Any more?
Stephen Banfield, WPXI Pittsburgh. The rail cars that caught fire and the chemical that's burning, can you tell us, we know it was en route to Conway, but can you tell us where its final destination was to be?
Okay, the question is some of the chemicals that have caught fire and everything like that can I tell you the exact final location of those chemicals? I don't have that information at that time. That was something that Norfolk Southern would have, and so at the NTSB right now I couldn't tell you that.
Follow up on that. From your preliminary report to the fact that they were able to unhook the train, the engines, preliminarily, of course, does it look like these guys did what they were expected to do?
So the question is basically, after the witness interviews with the crew and everything, do we think that they did exactly what they were expected to do?
Trained, I guess.
They were trained to do. At this point, we're not going to do any analysis on our interviews. You know, we're verifying their statements along with the event data recorder data, and we'll be looking at the inboard facing videos and things like that, and audio recordings to basically analyze the crew's conduct and everything. And that's in the analysis section of our investigation. One more question.
Mary Ann Greer again from the Morning Journal. Do you have any idea how long it'll be before this is all cleaned up?
Okay. So the question is, do we have any idea how long it'll be before this is all cleaned up? At this point, I can't tell you because, one, we still have a hot zone in there that's actively being monitored, and when they say it's safe to go in, then crews will be allowed in there to clean up the site. It'll also, there will be cars that we'll need to look at that'll be staged for us to do further inspections once they are safe.
Will those cars be staged here or taken somewhere else?
So the question is, where will the cars be staged? I would assume those cars will be staged nearby, not far, but I can't tell you for sure. They will be staged in a safe location as not to, is to allow the cleanup of the site and allow our crews to get in there and assess the damage. Okay, with that, I want to thank you very much. Michael Graham. I'm a board member with the National Transportation Safety Board. Joining me today is the investigator in charge, Ruben Payan. And joining me also is Sean Lynham, the Chief of Pipeline and Hazardous Materials with the NTSB. Today I'm here to give you an investigative update on the NTSB's investigation into the February 3rd Norfolk Southern freight train derailment in East Palestine, Ohio. Once again, I'd like to thank all the first responders for their work at this scene and all they're doing to making sure and verify safety for all of us. As a reminder, the NTSB is on scene to gather perishable evidence at this time. The analysis portion will start once all the perishable evidence is gathered, and we are here just to gather the perishable evidence at this time.
Right, that was the latest update from the NTSB on a trail derailment that took place in East Palestine. But let's go ahead and switch gears, bringing you all the latest information that's taking place here at home. We do want to continue to bring you all updates when it comes to the Chinese surveillance balloon. Now, United States officials are still learning more about the Chinese balloon that was shot down by the military over the weekend. National security experts say that it was spying on the United States, but China says that it was a civilian experiment. Joining us now live is Fox News correspondent Charles Watson. Charles, you're joining us from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, near where the balloon came down in the Atlantic Ocean. Thank you so much for joining us. What more can you tell us this morning?
Well, hey, good morning, Rain. Over the weekend, Navy divers were out in the Atlantic Ocean, and we believe that they're back out this morning to continue the recovery efforts of debris from that suspected Chinese spy flight that was shot down off of the Carolina coast over the weekend. Now, we were out here for most of the day on Sunday, and we saw several vessels, large and small, out on the water, presumably for this operation that is expected to take days. We're told the recovery efforts began not too long after the suspected spy flight was shot down by an F-22 fighter jet and debris went crashing into the Atlantic Ocean. The suspected spy flight originated in China and floated for at least a week through the continental U.S. with a brief diversion into Canada before it eventually ended up on the East Coast. The suspected spy flight passed over at least 5 sensitive U.S. military sites, including Malmstrom Air Force Base in Montana, home to one of 3 of the nation's nuclear missile silos. And while the Biden administration is trying to fend off criticism for how long it took to take that suspected spy flight out, the administration is also pointing to the Trump administration, saying spy flights flew over the U.S. unchecked during President Trump's tenure, claims that a former director of national intelligence, John Ratcliffe, is flat out denying. U.S. officials say at least one flew over both Texas and Florida while President Trump was in office, followed by a suspected spy flight that crashed in the Pacific Ocean right off of the coast of Hawaii just 4 months ago, Rain.
The latest from our Fox News correspondent, really hitting every point, covering every vantage point when it comes to this story. The time is now at 8:17. Let's go ahead and take a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time here, 8:19 on the East Coast, 5:19 if you are joining us from the West Coast. We're continuing to bring you all the latest when it comes to the Chinese spy balloon, which was shot down by the United States government on Saturday. Let's check in with our national security experts who had a conversation with Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft about the strategic operations that this took.
On the other hand, they do look at the possible ramifications of this, which is some people might really be irritated if the FBI was asking to get a hold of their video. They might have a different interpretation of what that means. So I'm not saying they're not going to do it, because I would think they're going to do something to try and do this. I would also say that from an open source intelligence collection standpoint, that there's a lot of things they don't really need to go out and ask them for, because they can literally see what people posted. So if they have a video of the balloon in our day and age, people will post that on Twitter, Facebook, all sorts of social media platforms. And so there is a wealth of imagery, if you will, that they can pull from that's already been posted online. And so they'll probably exploit that first before they do anything more direct, like trying to contact those who actually have filmed it to begin with. And I think that's just, there's a little bit of common sense there, but also and I would mention too, flying over eastern Montana, and I have a lot of family from that area, that if the FBI just came up and started knocking on their doors, that would probably cause a little bit of concern as to what's going on. So they're probably sensitive to that.
Hell, I'm curious, what is your view, what is your opinion? Does this rise to the level or the occasion that necessitates President Biden coming out in front of the American people, explaining the decision-making process behind this, explaining what the response is going to be now? Is this that big of a moment, is what I'm kind of getting at here? Do you think we need to hear from the president?
I think he has to at this point. You can't have something this big and he just doesn't say anything about it. He hasn't said much, I mean, really, if you talk about the president and what he said, it was one very short phrase, which is, we're taking care of it, so to speak. And That's all we've had. Now that it's down, they're going to do the recovery effort. I would imagine just because this is so high profile, we may find out some details that wouldn't be shared normally. I've been involved with stuff overseas, privy to some recovery efforts when things go down in the water. And I can tell you that we don't normally share those with the public or share a lot of that with the public because, especially with intelligence systems, even if it's enemy or not enemy, but foreign intelligence systems, we just don't want to share what's going on with whatever they're doing. So, it's not always super secretive, but we do kind of try to keep it quiet as far as the details because we don't want to reveal a lot of our methods and certainly our sources for how we know what we know and how we did what we did. We don't want that being disseminated, so we keep that very close hold. And so we're very circumspect with what we release publicly, lest somebody try to start connecting the dots to figure out how we know things and how we do things so they can plan against us in the future. So, and there'll be some of that here. There's going to be a certain amount of operational security that goes on with this to make sure that we don't reveal too much to the public about how we do these things. Although some of the things that I've mentioned, we're not really saying too much since in many cases we put those capabilities on recruiting commercials for some of the armed forces to get people excited about joining, the various different services. So it's not a super secret thing that we have the ability to. There's nothing secret about the ability to jump out of airplanes with parachutes or jump in the water out of helicopters at low altitude or put boats in the water, stuff like that, because we put that out of there all the time as part of our regular public information campaign. But how they specifically do this one, there will be some details I'm sure they do not want to share with the public, especially if the underwater recovery portion, when they go in there and try to find the sensor system, stuff like that. Department of Defense has some amazing capabilities and not ones that they necessarily want everybody to know the details of.
Yeah. Hal, we are getting now some more reaction. I just want to put up, though, this tweet first by Pentagon correspondent at Fox, Jennifer Griffin. She says U.S. fighter jets shot down the Chinese spy balloon over the Atlantic Ocean. So we still don't know what type yet. You're kind of indicating you think F-22 possibly. We were seeing some reporting F-16s were in the area as well. And then, of course, Hal, now we're getting reaction from congressional leaders and lawmakers on Capitol Hill. I want to just put this up. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer tweeting this out. I strongly condemn President Xi's brazen incursion into American airspace, and I commend President Biden's leadership in taking down the Chinese balloon over water to ensure safety for all Americans. Now we can collect the equipment and analyze the technology used by the CCP. We also are getting more comments in as well. This from Republican Congressman of Texas, August Pfluger. He says the Chinese spy balloon was not a surprise to the Biden administration. They should have dealt with this the instant it crossed into our sovereign territory before it traveled across the entire United States. Unfortunately, the message sent abroad is that Biden will not protect America. Strong words there from that congressman. You have cautioned and you have told me time and time again over the last couple of days that that was not the right move to shoot this down over the continental United States. Obviously, some Republican congressmen disagree with that assessment. What do you make of that? Why was this the right move to shoot it down over water?
From a public safety perspective, this basically eliminates risk to people on the ground. And I'm not saying it's not the right move per se. It's a risk assessment they have to make. If you shoot it down over a populated area, something of that size with all the equipment on board, and then the balloon itself, you risk the chance.
Sorry, I got to interrupt, Hal. It looks like President Biden is stepping off the plane there on the tarmac. Let's listen.
When I was briefed on the balloon, I ordered the Pentagon to shoot it down on Wednesday as soon as possible. They decided, without doing damage to anyone on the ground, they decided that the best time to do that was as it got over water outside within the 12-mile limit. They successfully took it down, and I want to compliment our aviators who did it, and we'll have more to report on this a little later. Thank you.
Mr. President, what does it say about China? What's your message to China?
You were saying the recommendation was from your national security.
I told them to shoot it down.
On Wednesday.
On Wednesday.
But the recommendation
They
from
said to me, let's wait till the safest place to do it.
What does this mean for China, relations with China?
Okay, Hal, that was quite interesting there. President Biden, very candid about the decision-making process. That's what I was curious about. I wanted to know when this decision was made. He said it was made Wednesday when he first learned about it. So we went to black there. But they said, his advisors cautioned that they should, like you just literally said, wait until the risk assessment is so low.
That makes perfect sense to me.
Yeah.
And I'm sure they were tracking it. You know, these balloons and other ISR assets, they come over, occasionally stray over U.S. airspace and stuff. And it's not always something where the White House has to make a determined decision to do something. There is a lot of discussion going on right now, which I think is legitimate, which is when it was flying that arc up around the Aleutian Islands in Alaska, and even when it went into Canadian airspace, why didn't we take it out there? That's a very good question. I think that's something that U.S. Northern Command needs to take a hard look at the decision making on that, and as to whether there was a undue pause, because from what I can tell, and I may be wrong, but from what I can tell, it looked like it did stray into U.S. airspace when it made that arc. Now, if it never strayed into U.S. airspace, then I stand corrected. However, once it goes into Canadian airspace, that's still under NORAD. That's that big air defense command that we have under U.S. Northern Command, and the Canadian government and the U.S. government work side by side on that. We control that airspace as if it's one airspace. So it could have been brought down flying over, say, British Columbia or something like that, or the Yukon territories, depending on its exact arc. So it could have been taken down over there, and certainly that would have been a very, very low chance that it would have caused injury or damage on the ground because it's so sparsely populated in those areas. But it didn't. Once it got over populated areas in the continental United States, it's a completely different risk assessment. Even when it gets down south over populated areas of southern Canada, it's a very different risk assessment. And if they had shot it down, and it's not causing any harm to the U.S., it's collecting intelligence. But if they had shot it down hypothetically, and let's say the balloon and all that stuff falls on a freeway and was to hit a bunch of cars or a bus or something like that, and people were injured or killed, I think that would be the discussion we'd be having right now. So these are all things that they have to weigh when they do this. And there is a certain Murphy's Law aspect of this, is if you shoot it down and you don't want to land on anything where it's going to cause serious damage or hurt someone, Murphy's Law will kick in, and the worst possibility may be what actually does happen. So they had to weigh that in with this. The other thing they're also looking at is they had to make a weaponeering decision on what to take this down with. There have been many times in the past where they go up there and they react to a balloon and they fire on it, usually with guns, and it perforates a balloon, and the balloon keeps going. And there's been numerous times in the past where the balloon keeps going, and it does cause some serious problems as to where it lands. And in some cases, what they did may have made it worse than if they had done nothing at all. So I'm sure somebody went in there and gave a brief, said, by the way, Mr. President, the last 10 times we tried to do this is what happened.
Yeah.
And so he was weighing that in his mind as he's going through it. This made sense. And keep in mind, even though it flew over these, you're talking strategic bases like Maelstrom and others where we have, flew over bases where we have, say, about 400 ICBMs, intercontinental ballistic missiles are at. That's where we have strategic bomber bases. These they're potentially collecting some very valuable intelligence that the Chinese could use for whatever they plan to use it for. Even though it's doing this, we also lock things down. We know that balloon's up there, so on those bases, we go into a operational condition which shuts everything down to minimize the potential enemy or threat collection that could be going on with that. And keep in mind too, we have satellites flying, Chinese, Russian satellites flying over all the time. Other countries fly satellites over. So there's a certain amount of operational security that takes place with those to minimize our signature, to eliminate the ability of foreign countries to collect upon us on a regular basis. The thing with this, Will, is it's so low that it gets, certainly from an optical standpoint, but also from an electromagnetic spectrum, it can collect things that you can't easily collect as well from space. And so also it doesn't have to get directly over a base in order to collect. There's what's called it's basically a slant in terms of how far it looks out and how accurately it looks out in terms of what it gets. And if it gets within proximity of some of these bases, even if it's, several miles away or dozens of miles away or further, being at 60,000 feet, it can see what's going on in that base very clearly. It can collect a lot of intelligence on that. And in this case, we're also watching not only how they control the balloon in terms of turning it left, right, or whatever, but also how they're uploading that data and how that, and the uplink and downlink that they have with that. And of course, the working hypothesis is that this balloon has been continuously controlled by the Chinese the whole time, and that is most easily done or most likely done via satellites. So even though this is a lighter than air balloon collecting intelligence in U.S. airspace, it's not like satellites aren't being used in this overall collection effort.
Okay.
Because that's probably how they're controlling them and getting the information.
Hal, though, Biden was shouted a question he didn't answer about what he might think any escalatory posture on the part of the Chinese would be. Do you anticipate something to the effect of some counter-action, counter-measure escalation on the part of the Chinese over this, or are they going to move on from this? What happens now on the Chinese side from that perspective? Are you worried?
I have to tell you, if I was to lean one way or the other, I would probably say I think the Chinese won't really react to it at all.
Oh, okay.
I think what they're going to do is they may have some words about it. They may say they're going to probably double down on it was a weather balloon. You didn't need to do this. Blah blah blah. That's our story, and we're sticking to it. Sort of methodology there. But with that, this has turned into a very embarrassing episode for the Chinese. They have been called out very publicly on this. They've watched this balloon get shot down just now, and I'm sure that was a fairly dramatic scene. It was fairly dramatic for us to watch live, and I'm sure it was dramatic for the Chinese to watch live on television in Beijing as well. So they're looking at that. There's also recognition, and I think they should have known this going in, that whatever technology they had on that surveillance balloon would probably get captured by the U.S. and we'd be able to tear it apart. That's part of my concern, that they may have something that they had rigged up, and that may be something that we were thinking of too, that they may have rigged up something that if the balloon goes down, they are able to destroy that surveillance equipment. And of course, the way you would destroy it would probably be with explosives. And that could have been part of the risk assessment process is, do you think they may have explosives on this? That would be part of the thinking. And with that said, we have some pretty high-powered optical sensors that we can turn to that balloon, and we can look at that sensor array and basically analyzing it, for lack of a better term, we can kind of figure out what they have, and we can also figure out if we were to attach something that could destroy those sensors in quick order if the balloon went down, what would we do or what would they do to do that, and then pay particular attention on that array as to where those things might be placed. And if we saw something anomalous that could be potentially an explosive charge or something, that could have weighed into our thinking process. Now, we haven't seen, as we're looking at this, and we don't have a whole lot of video on where the actual sensor system fell. It did look like it fell faster than the regular balloon, which indicates it may have detached. That's very possible. And if it did detach, then it went down, and it could have exploded somewhere down there that we just haven't seen yet.
Yeah, I'm curious to get your thoughts on when this might exactly hit the water. We don't really have a LiveNOW look in the air anymore. This is from just last hour. So it very well could possibly have already hit the water. We just don't know. Obviously, we have this. This is in, I believe, on the beach in South Carolina. This is a live look. So you see some people just enjoying their Saturday, a beautiful day, gorgeous day, blue skies. And then maybe this will wash up. You don't think it's going to wash up, though, on the shore. They're going to collect this before it gets to that point, right?
Yeah, I don't see any of this. I mean, you might see parts of the balloon that's shredded come up on the shore, and that would be simply because we don't want to collect it. We don't need it. But I would imagine certainly any of the equipment that came down, I would find that very unlikely that it would get washed up on shore because, first off, most of it's fairly heavy. I don't think any of it would be particularly buoyant that it would come in. The balloon itself, if it's still connected to heavy equipment, it'll probably sink to the bottom and probably be in the same debris field that you'll find the equipment in. But what you can rest assured is that it's going to be that area where that debris field where it goes in is going to be thoroughly searched. Everything that we can recover is going to be recovered from it. That they will be using all the technology that we can bring to bear to find anything that we possibly can. And also that we have a pretty good idea of what we're looking for already. That we've been looking at this balloon very closely. We may have had intelligence on this particular configuration of surveillance balloons before that thing ever even flew into U.S. airspace. But we've been looking at it very carefully. And not only are we looking for things, but we have a very good idea of what to look for and an idea of what that might look like if it was along the ocean bottom.
Okay.
Now, the other thing is we want to get in there very quickly, too, because the longer that sits on the bottom, the tougher it is to find. So we want to get in there very quickly and find this stuff while it's still sitting on the bottom because, look, it's the ocean, and the longer it's out there, the more things get covered up.
Okay. Hal, we're approaching the bottom of the hour now, about 3:30 there. That is in Surfside Beach, South Carolina. So a few people out and about just walking their dogs, enjoying a nice, probably brisk February day there on the East Coast. But we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we're going to continue speaking with Hal Kempfer. We appreciate his valuable insight into this.
All right, a huge thank you to LiveNOW from Fox's Andrew Kraft, bringing us the latest when it comes to the Chinese spy balloon. Let's go ahead and switch gears and bring you all up to speed on international headlines that we are following this morning. This tweet coming in from President Biden.
And welcome back here to LiveNOW from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. It's about 3:30 on the East Coast.
Deeply saddened by the loss of life and devastation caused by the earthquake in Turkey and Syria. I have directed my team to continue to closely monitor the situation in coordination with Turkey and provide any and all needed assistance. Now, if you are just now joining us, we do have an update. A powerful 7.8 magnitude earthquake hit southeast Turkey and Syria earlier this morning, toppling buildings, as you can see, sending panicked residents pouring outside to assess the damage. Right now, we know that more than 1,000 people were killed and hundreds injured. As you can imagine, the death toll is expected to rise. Now, we are seeing rescue workers and residents continue to search for people who may be alive amidst the tangled metal and concrete rubble in Turkey. We're now getting this LiveNOW image into our desk. As you can see here, community members, rescue operations, people on the street also shouting into partially collapsed buildings, looking for people who may be alive amidst the rubble. So the quake was also felt as far away as Cairo, along with several other cities. The area is home to millions of Syrian refugees who fled their country's long-running civil war. And this is the largest earthquake to impact the area in more than 100 years. We'll continue to follow this story and several others here at LiveNOW from Fox. But now let's go ahead and take a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time here is 8:45 a.m. Let's dive into a bit of business news. Here's our Fox Means Business report.
$18,000 jobs last month. That was way more than analysts were expecting. The unemployment rate also coming in better than expected. It fell to 3.4%. That's the lowest level since 1969. The strong jobs report fueling a sell-off on Friday. Investors fearing it will give the Federal Reserve a reason to keep hiking interest rates. Disappointing earnings from some big tech companies released late Thursday. That didn't help either. And it was a mixed week for the markets. The Dow fell 0.2%, but the S&P 500 finished 1.6% higher, and the Nasdaq jumped 3.3%. It's now up 5 weeks in a row. And after rising a lot lately, gas prices appear to be idling as we head into the weekend. AAA says the national average for regular is now $3.49 a gallon. That's 2 cents less than last week, but still 26 cents more than a month ago. Have a great weekend. That's business. I'm David Asman.
All right, this time here, 8:45. Let's continue to bring you all the latest when it comes to that U.S. fighter jet shooting down a Chinese spy balloon. Let's revisit our conversation with the national security expert, Hal Kempfer.
And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. I want to thank you so much for choosing Live Now as we continue to cover the China spy balloon, which was earlier this afternoon shot out of the sky. We're going to be speaking yet again with Hal Kempfer, our friend of the program. We want to walk you, though, through this whole story. We've been speaking as well to those who saw it happen in real time. Also, President Biden today confirming he gave the order. I want to play some of that sound for you of the president making this announcement as he was on his way to Syracuse, New York today. Let's listen.
Shoot it down on Wednesday as soon as possible. They decided, without doing damage to anyone on the ground, they decided that the best time to do that was as it got over water outside within the 12-mile limit. They successfully took it down, and I want to compliment our aviators who did it, and we'll have more to report on this a little later. Thank you.
Mr. President, what did you say about China? What's your message to China?
You were saying the recommendation was from your national security.
I told them to shoot it down.
On Wednesday.
On Wednesday.
But the recommendation
They said to me, let's wait till the safest place to do it.
What does this mean for China, relations with China?
Okay, so that's a question I have as well. That reporter asked President Biden, what does this mean for relations with China? Let's talk about that and so much more about this story with Hal Kempfer, who has been giving his time today to us on your Saturday. Hal, thanks so much. I want to put up this tweet from another kind of friend of Live Now, former diplomat, Brett Bruin. We have him on periodically. And he is offering some consequences on the table that maybe the Biden administration, maybe the State Department should consider. He says now that spy balloon has been down, Biden has to send a strong message to Beijing. Recall the U.S. ambassador for consultations, throw out head of intelligence at their embassy in D.C., and sanction senior officials and threaten to declassify their sensitive secrets if it happens again. Hal, do you think those are appropriate measures?
I think those are measures. I don't know if they're appropriate measures. Each one of those has some very serious repercussions. I mean, it is, for every action, there's an opposite and equal reaction. Recalling the U.S. ambassador, that's a very strong signal. That might be done. That's possible. I don't know if we want to do that. There's a lot of other things going on right now where that maybe weighed in to say, it's not a good idea to recall our U.S. ambassador right now. Throwing out their head of intelligence, that risks them throwing out whoever our head of intelligence is at the U.S. Embassy in Beijing as well. And we might not want to get into a sort of a tit for tat, sort of back and forth sort of thing where we start, where we do something which may sound superficially gratifying, but in the final analysis is actually escalated to a point where we're degrading our own capabilities. And certainly within major powers, when you have someone who's your head of intelligence in an embassy, that's not something that's completely unknown to the host country. All right. In fact, many countries, it's very known. Allied countries, they always know who our head of intelligence is in the embassy. And even within hostile foreign countries, they have a pretty good idea of who our head of intelligence is in the embassy. So we may not want to get into that whole back and forth sort of thing. Now, as far as sanctioning senior officials, threatening to classify sensitive secrets, I got to tell you, that's not one I would pursue right away. Sanctioning senior officials, maybe, but who? There's a whole lot of work that needs to be done to figure out who's behind this. And frankly, it's a Chinese PRC government operation. So I'm not sure sanctioning senior officials could be targeted in such a way that it would be a sort of a linear connection to what led to that balloon flying over the United States. So there's a lot of things. I will say this though, within the West Pacific, certainly within the South China Sea, there's a lot of things we could do more directly that would clearly communicate our dissatisfaction with this situation and very much deal with their intelligence collection operations in that part of the world, which is very much ongoing. So I would not be surprised at, and some of it might be U.S., but I would guess that most of that would be things we do in a coalition environment, working either in a bilateral situation or a multilateral situation with other countries. As China does collect intelligence on a variety of things over there, we can work with these countries to assist them in basically stopping that collection effort in a more assertive manner with their assistance. And I will say that things have changed in the last couple of years. And that many of these countries where they may have been a little reticent to do that 2 or 3 years ago are less reticent to do that today. And they're all watching the news as well. They've watched this thing where the Chinese flew this balloon, this surveillance balloon across the middle of the United States over all these sensitive sites. And you can be assured that there's been some discussion with our ambassadors in those countries with their heads of state as to what this means and some ways that we might be able to deal with this in a more regional level nearer to China.
Hal, do you think at this point any U.S. official has been on the phone with their Chinese counterpart yet?
Yes.
Okay.
I would say yes. Okay. Yeah. In fact, I would not be surprised if Biden may have not have called Xi direct. I don't think they're talking about that, but if that happened, I would not be surprised. And I'm sure there's been beyond the more direct communications. There's a lot of ways to back channel information between countries, and I'm sure there's been a lot of discussions somewhere in the Far East. I have no doubt that 2 senior officials have sat down at a
Hal, I wanted to ask you as well, does this give us a sense of heightened leverage over the Chinese at the moment? Remember, we were in the early days of the war in Ukraine when Russia invaded almost a year ago. We were saying, essentially, China, don't assist Russia with anything doing with the war there in Ukraine. So I'm thinking of that. I'm thinking about all the scandal, concern, hubbub that comes when you talk about Taiwan and what China's actions are about Taiwan. Is our, I guess, leverage bargaining position even greater? I know that we are the United States of America, but is it even greater, Hal? All right, it does look like we have lost Hal Kempfer. Let's take a quick commercial break. It's about 2:45 here, Mountain Time, 4:45 there on the East Coast. We're going to work on getting Hal Kempfer back. Actually, it does look like, Hal, do we have you?
Yeah, you do. It froze there for a second.
Okay,
I
great.
have no doubt that was the Chinese intelligence service realizing that what we were saying was so pointed that they said, "You got to do something about LiveNOW." I have no doubt about that. But no, what I was going to say is I think this will impact. In fact, China's probably doing a damage assessment right now.
Okay.
Where they're going through what else might they do, and there's some things we have alluded to tied to their support of Russia and the war in Ukraine that we have not implemented yet. And right now, and the Chinese kind of understand this, I think, within our system. They see our democratic system, this with our Congress and everything else. They see that as a sign of weakness. All right. I would say if there's anything over the last year that that China and other countries have realized is that democracies also have a truly powerful center, in that unlike an autocratic government, when we move in a unified manner, we move in ways that they can't quite emulate. And that's one of those things. I think if you go to Congress right now, everybody on both sides of the aisle is righteously furious with the PRC. All right, they're angry over this. Obviously, some will be taking shots at the White House. They should have done this or should have done that, and we've talked about that already. But they're furious with the People's Republic of China for having done something like this. And if there was ever a time to start imposing more direct sanctions or other measures on China, politically speaking, this might be that time. They have done something which is politically stupid on the international stage. They have exposed themselves to the righteous indignation of the most powerful, not only the most powerful country in the world, but the most powerful democracy in the world. And they have done so in a way that has unified both sides of the aisle as to wanting to do something more about China.
Yeah.
And I think that may play out in the coming week and weeks as far as what that does. And some of that may have very little to do with the balloon and have much more to do with things that we had on the shelf that we want to do about restricting their ability to support Russia in its war in Ukraine.
Yeah, Hal, that's what I was going to ask. Is China going to essentially, come to the United States with their tail between their legs, saying, we're sorry, what do you need from us? Any conciliatory gestures to try to get past this major international row, this incident? And you're kind of alluding to maybe that might happen in some degree in other aspects on the global stage, possibly.
They might. I don't anticipate a high-level delegation. I certainly don't anticipate Xi running to Washington saying, "Hey, I'm really sorry about that. I don't know what happened or what we were thinking." What I do see is you might see some conciliatory statements coming out. You might see some softening of language. China also has to, essentially, avoid embarrassing itself further on the global stage, and so they might start doing some things. They might start trying to more overtly deal with our diplomatic presence overseas, things like that. There might be some consultation with our ambassador where they express some things and maybe try to put this meeting with Secretary Blinken back on track in some way, shape, or form. You might see some of that, but unless their analysts have missed their bet on this one, they have irritated the U.S. Congress in a way that has unified Congress into wanting to take strong action against China, and that should have them very concerned. And matter of fact, that's with countries around the world, that's tough to do with the amount of partisanship within our Congress, is to get them unified like this. And it really has unified them in a way that should make China very nervous.
Okay.
That they have crossed a line, and that worse could come. Much worse can come than just shooting down a balloon. I'll say that much.
Okay, I want to put up this tweet from Pentagon producer with Fox News, Liz Frieden, just with some more facts and get you to respond to them, Hal. We want to continue to update the viewer in real time about the information we're getting in about the nature of this whole operation this morning. So she says Chinese spy balloon takedown facts, taken down by just one air-to-air missile from an F-22 at 58,000 feet. The balloon was at about 60 to 65,000 feet and 6 nautical miles off the coast. No indication any people, including military personnel, civilian aircraft, or maritime vessels were harmed. This kind of goes to how you and I have been speaking about for the last, 3 hours now. And so if you could, the part of this tweet that strikes out to me is air-to-air missile from an F-22.
Yes.
Can you help us explain that?
What I have seen, and we actually got that a little bit afterwards. We had a lot of great close-up pictures of the balloon itself, basically shredding, and we had discussed the fact that it was probably some sort of proximity warhead that could have been probably from a missile that had fired, gone off right next to the balloon itself, and then just shredded it so it came straight down. What has come out since then, it was a Sidewinder missile, what's called an AIM-9 or an AIM-9 missile. It's a Sidewinder missile. The old Sidewinders, way back when, were heat-seeking missiles. They still have that capability, but the new Sidewinders are much more robust in what they can do. And they can target in ways that the old Sidewinders could never dream of targeting. And it was a Sidewinder missile, which is a standard complement missile on an F-22 aircraft, and it was fired at the balloon. So we do know that happened, and we see that clearly here. You can see the contrail, a distinct separating contrail from the aircraft. That is the indication that a missile was fired. So that's very clear that it was a missile that was fired, and what we do know is it was a Sidewinder missile, which is a standard missile complement on an F-22. Now, how they had adjusted that warhead to go off and everything like that gets into weaponeering things within the Air Force in terms of how to take out a target. And that's a very exact science that they're very good at. Let's just say that.
Okay.
Right? And figuring out exactly how to adjust the warhead to take out the particular target you want to take out. I don't know if they had a balloon setting, but they went back and had 2 days to figure out what that balloon setting would be. And they did a good job. They took it out.
Yeah.
So,
Hal, we just got an interesting development from some local law enforcement on the ground in South Carolina. I want to put up this tweet and kind of get you to respond. This is something I really didn't even anticipate. This is from Horry County Police Department. They say, report debris to dispatch. Earlier today, federal authorities conducted operations off the coast of Horry County that could result in debris in area waters. Members of the U.S. military are coordinating to collect debris. However, fragments may make it to the coastline. So, cautioning residents there in this particular county in South Carolina, don't touch the debris. Don't really get close to the debris. Professionals will be handling it from the U.S. military.
And that's right. That's what they should put out. That would be the advisory I would expect. Along with the ground stop of aircraft in the area, I would have also expected that something like this and probably a notice to mariners had been put out earlier to say to avoid this area. And I have no doubt that where they brought down the balloon was done specifically to avoid, to minimize any chance that this thing could hit any marine vessel afloat, civilian or any other vessel that would have been out there. And so there was a lot of very detailed planning that went into when to take this out and how to take this out. And the fact that it was 6 nautical miles off the coast tells me that they looked at this very closely, and they were probably looking at where maritime traffic in that area might be and where they could easily clear out maritime traffic. And so they took it, they took the shot, and they planned the debris field where it had the highest likelihood of missing any vessel or potentially causing harm to anyone in any way, shape, or form. So there was a lot of very good planning that went into taking this out. I know it sounds like they just went up and just shot a missile into a balloon, but it's not. There's a lot of thinking that goes into this. And I can say from a planning perspective, but also from an intelligence perspective, that when we go into this type of planning, we look at various different courses of action in terms of this. And even within the decision to hit it with a missile, we decide which missile is best. We decide where we want to hit it, how, and the folks doing the recovery effort are sitting in the room, and they're adding their inputs in terms of how to best enable a fast, effective recovery of all the materials there, and that is all put into a comprehensive plan. And we've had time. The presidential decision to do this was while it was still flying over Montana. And so they have had a couple of days to do this planning, get everything in place. I would also like to mention one thing: is it was interesting they use the F-22. It's a fine platform. It's a baseline air superior aircraft that the Air Force has. I think an earlier guest, a retired Air Force Lieutenant Colonel, mentioned that they have F-16s, but I think they wanted to use the F-22 for this particular mission for a lot of reasons. I think it was the right aircraft to use. I also think it had it also had the weaponeering capability for doing something like this, specifically because Langley Air Force Base does provide combat air patrols around the National Capital Region and around other high sensitive bases and installations within Virginia and the larger Virginia, Maryland area and things like that. So they are in a very good situation to launch and conduct a mission like this because it's something they literally practice for all the time.
Okay, Hal, we're approaching the top of the next hour. We're going to continue with this. We want to take a quick commercial break, and we'll kind of reset as so many viewers are coming in to get up to speed on this major breaking story on the Saturday. We'll see everyone in 2 minutes.
All right, let's take a live now look from Duluth, Minnesota. The sun just now beginning to peek over the horizon there. A very icy lake, so a cold start to the morning for people in Minnesota. The time is now 9:06. We'll have more top stories right after this. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Thank you all so much for joining us for top stories and breaking news taking place across the country and across the globe. We're getting these Live Now images into our desk from Turkey. Viewer discretion is advised because we are witnessing live, raw, and unfiltered rescue operations following a 7.8 magnitude earthquake hitting southeast Turkey and Syria. This powerful quake struck central Turkey and Syria, and we now know that thousands of people are dead. So again, we are taking a live now look at a desperate search and rescue effort currently underway following this 7.8 quake. All right, it looks as though we may have lost that live now look, but we do have some video that we can show for you all coming into our desk. I'm just going to pull it up for you all. And okay, this again really showing the destruction of buildings that were heavily damaged following that earthquake. Again, hundreds of buildings collapsed, hundreds of people believed to be trapped under the rubble. And officials are reporting that 1,400 people, at least 1,400, that death toll number expected to rise, and thousands others have been injured. The quake also hit northwest Syria, destroying numerous apartment buildings. And this is said to be the strongest earthquake to hit the region in more than 100 years. We're also getting word into our desk of a 3.2, I believe, earthquake hitting Buffalo, New York. We'll work on getting some more information. But if you are just now joining us, the breaking news that we are following internationally this morning is a 7.8 magnitude earthquake striking southeast Turkey and Syria. All right, we're also following several other top stories. President Biden and other Democratic leaders defending the United States shooting down these Chinese spy balloon. Florida is also set to begin a special session to strip Disney of its special tax provision. You may remember the corporation's Reedy Creek district, one of several items that legislators are expected to discuss at the special session. In about 4 minutes, we will have a live update from Fox 13 Tampa's Kelly Cowan joining us to preview that special session. And again, we're keeping a close eye on the numbers coming into our desk from Turkey and Syria. Right now, we are reporting that more than 1,500 people are dead following that 7.5 magnitude earthquake. But at this time, let's go ahead and bring you all the latest news coming from right here in the United States. Here's the most recent report on the Chinese surveillance balloon.
The shootdown was dramatic, carried out by an F-22 fighter jet just before the Chinese balloon was about to exit U.S. airspace off the coast of South Carolina. President Biden said he gave the order back on Wednesday.
I want to compliment our aviators who did it, and we'll have more to report on this a little later. Thank you.
Well, they'll have more to report to Congress this week, where there are concerns over what was seen as a clear provocation by China, especially after the balloon was allowed to traverse most of the country on a path that included sensitive military sites before it was shot down.
What began as a spy balloon has become a trial balloon, testing President Biden's strength and resolve, and unfortunately, the president failed that test.
I'm grateful that the military took decisive action when they did and how they did, but we obviously have issues here.
The Pentagon says it didn't want to risk having debris rain down on populated areas. But China says the shoot-down was a provocation, and it derailed a visit there this week by U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken. And while the Navy and Coast Guard work to recover parts of the balloon, U.S. military officials say that Chinese balloons have entered U.S. airspace before, even during the Trump administration, something the former president and some of his top officials denied.
Well, it's not true. I can refute it. Former Secretary of Defense Mark Esper refuted it yesterday. Former Secretary of State and CIA Director Mike Pompeo has refuted it.
Moving right along with other top stories this morning, Florida lawmakers to hold a special session to consider the state-run board for Disney. The district, Reedy Creek, is one of several items that legislators are expected to discuss during its special session. Let's head out to Tampa, Florida. Fox 13's Kelly Cowan joining us with more details. Good morning, Kelly.
Good morning to you, Rain. So you'll remember that the legislature voted to dissolve Reedy Creek last year, and that really put a lot of things in limbo, a lot of big question marks over who would assume power over Disney's special district, which is simply massive. It's 25,000 acres. It spans 2 different counties. So you're talking about a major undertaking, not only governance-wise, but also just the maintenance of it and who would end up paying for that. And, you know, through the entire thing, Governor DeSantis insisted that the bill bill would not fall on local taxpayers. And so what we're kind of looking at here, what it's appearing that this is going to shape out to, and of course we'll find out more this week from lawmakers as they sit down to try to tackle this issue, is that it's maybe going to be more of a restructuring rather than a complete overhaul of Disney Special District. It's a district, by the way, that's existed for some 50 years. It's allowed Disney to build and maintain its own facilities and infrastructure without asking local taxpayers to pick up the tab. But, well, after a very public dust-up over to Governor DeSantis's parental rights bill, which some critics call the Don't Say Gay bill, the governor said Disney should no longer be given special status and that the state's largest employer needs to start paying its fair share of taxes. Dissolving Reedy Creek, though, it's complicated. The state is going to have to figure out who is going to cover the district's billion-dollar debts and also how to handle the high costs of maintaining the property, which again is massive. So what's expected is a compromise of sorts that gives the state more oversight without completely taking the reins away from Disney and putting taxpayers on the hook. And that's why we're likely to see lawmakers establish this board that's appointed by the governor to oversee the Disney properties.
All right, Kelly, and let's talk more about this special session because Florida lawmakers are considering several other items, right?
That's right. A few other items on the book. We're talking about more money, more relief money for Hurricane Ian and Nicole victims. We're also talking about a slight tweak to a law that's already been passed regarding student athletes and their ability to profit off of their name, image, likeness. Well, Florida was one of the first to pass a law allowing that, but there's something in there. There's a clause in there that's actually made us less competitive with other states. So lawmakers are looking to remove that clause. You'll also see new legislation regarding election laws and trying to buckle things down a little bit. Of course, the governor last year creating that special bureau that investigates elections. Well, they've run into some issues when they've tried to prosecute some of those cases. And so the lawmakers are going to be looking to iron out those issues. And then they're also going to be talking about undocumented immigrants and the ability to, what they're saying is voluntarily remove them from the state as well.
All right, that was the latest. All right, that was the latest from Fox 13 Tampa's Kelly Cowan. Kelly, thank you so much for joining us with that update. We're taking a live now look from Washington, D.C. The time there, 9:16. Live now from Fox will return right after this. Okay. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time here at 9:19 on the East Coast, 8:19 Central Standard Time. We're taking a Live Now look From Chicago, Illinois, you can see here crews battling an extra alarm fire at a scrap yard. This is taking place now, obviously, but fire first broke out earlier this morning in South suburban Chicago Heights. So again, the fire breaking out around 6 a.m. at Big Daddy Scrap Yard, which is on Washington Avenue, if you're familiar with the area. And the fire actually did spread to a nearby factory. So it has been upgraded to a 2-alarm fire as of 7:30 a.m. The cause of this blaze not immediately clear, and we do not yet have any word on injuries, but we are reporting that no one was in this factory at the time that the fire broke out. So this is, of course, happening live, raw and unfiltered. We'll stay in touch with our Fox 32 Chicago team members and to make sure that we update you all if any further developments occur. At this time, let's get you all up to speed on other top stories that we're following. We'll take a live now look from Washington, D.C. President Biden touting the United States economy, but experts are still weary of a possible recession. Here's more.
We've created 12 million jobs. 12 million jobs since we took office.
The White House is doing a victory lap Friday as the latest jobs report shows 517,000 jobs were added last month, far more than were expected.
What is done mostly is provide dignity for those families. Dignity to be able to do that, because there's nothing worse than not being able to provide for your family as a mother or a father.
Unemployment dropped to 3.4%, a level not seen in decades.
This is one of the most amazing employment months I've ever seen.
Despite recent news of big tech company layoffs, the jobs report showed restaurants and bars added almost 100,000 workers, professional services 82,000, and government added more than 70,000. Wages rose 4.4% compared to a year ago, though slower than the month before. While the numbers are good, it's not great for those hoping it will persuade the Federal Reserve to stop hiking interest rates as they try to cool off the economy. Instead, analysts say this latest data will prompt the Fed to keep raising rates as they try to lower still high inflation.
They don't have to make up their mind right now on what this means, but I think it could be unsettling if you were expecting to see more of a slowdown and you're not getting one.
The next inflation report is due out in less than 2 weeks, and in March, the Fed will meet again to decide whether or not to hike interest rates. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Created 12
Breaking news
million
coming to our desk from Buffalo, New York. We're learning more about a powerful for the area, I should say, 3.8 magnitude earthquake which struck western New York this morning. We're taking a look at video of a local resident. You can see the dog crate shaking, her entire living room really being impacted by this earthquake. Now, the National Weather Service reported that at 6:15 a.m., an earthquake was felt strongly by many people in the Buffalo area. So again, this image uploaded to Storyful by Paula Fierro, and you can see the moment that the quake shook her dog crate on the floor. This video captured by her security camera. Pretty unusual news to report coming from Buffalo, New York. Switching gears here, let's take another look from Washington, D.C. We're learning more about the House GOP and its investigation into Hunter Biden's business dealings. Here's more.
The hearing centers on the most famous or infamous laptop in the world. Republicans contend the contents of the computer could be the linchpin to demonstrate possible influence peddling by the president at a hearing one day after State of the Union.
They will prove that Joe Biden was not truthful with the American people when he said he had no idea about his family's involvement in these shady business dealings.
The hearing will focus on what Republicans allege is social media bias and how they say Twitter suppressed the New York Post's initial story about the laptop. 3 former Twitter executives testify.
Be interested to see what the purpose of that is. It's a private media entity. If they want to run nothing but stories about Hunter Biden, they have the right to do it. If they don't want to run anything about Hunter Biden, they have the right to do that.
Biden World raised questions about the authenticity of the laptop and the news story for more than 2 years.
The media spent
We can join hands and get things done.
While President Biden isn't saying if he's running in 2024, his outgoing chief of staff suggests it's not a matter of if, but when.
I look forward to being on your side when you run for president in 2024.
The field of Republicans looking to take him on is slowly taking shape. Former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley is hinting she'll throw her hat in the ring with plans to make a big announcement on February 15th. A 2024 run would pit her against her former boss, former President Donald Trump.
I've never lost a race. I said that then. I still say that now.
I think she'll be a very credible candidate.
Haley may not be the only former Trump official in the list of possible Republican primary contenders. Former Vice President Mike Pence and former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo are among those rumored to be thinking of running.
This could split the anti-Trump vote, such as it is, or it could offer Republican voters a sense that there is a strong alternative to Trump.
And there may be an opening as former President Trump's campaign struggles with a slow start. He hauled in roughly $9.5 million after announcing his candidacy in November, a drop-off from the nearly $12 million raised in the weeks prior. And other former Trump allies are now distancing themselves from him.
While I campaigned for Trump in 2016, I think that he is not the best for the future of our party or our country.
A Fox News poll shows 44% of voters have confidence in former President Trump, while 45% have confidence in President Biden. That number could spell trouble for the president if he runs in 2024. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
Thanks, Madeline, for that update. The time is now 9:25. We're taking a live now look from our XRAD weather forecast. Let's check in with our colleagues at Fox Weather. They're covering a weekend of pretty cold weather that snapped across southern United States.
Those living across the South chopped through layers of ice left behind by a deadly winter storm. For several days, this system dropped sleet, freezing rain, and snow from Texas to Tennessee. That precipitation forced some trees to buckle onto power lines. Thursday morning, more than 400,000 homes and businesses were without electricity. The outages are just another obstacle for communities as they try to remove debris.
It hit about 3 a.m. and you could hear the trees starting to collapse, and it started off as kind of a solid rain. But you can see it's turned to ice quickly.
Forecasters say while some areas could see below freezing temperatures through Friday, most of the South is warming up. Local officials hoping these conditions can help clear out this frozen mess.
The temperature going to be in favor if nothing changes, of course, and we will see more meltdown and also some rain is supposed to happen.
As the South cleans up, this Arctic blast now threatening the Northeast with bitter cold temperatures. Through the weekend, parts of New York and New England could see wind chills 50 degrees below zero. In Michigan, more than a dozen warming centers are now open for people needing a place to stay.
It's convenient. They come in at any time and they feel welcome. We reach capacity. We bring cots and we make sure that people are staying warm.
The good news is forecasters do expect much of the country to warm up by next week. In Memphis, I'm Nicole Valdez, Fox Weather.
I'm trying to find, I'm assuming 9:30 or 10, but the agenda is not working.
Let's switch gears and bring you all the latest when it comes to the Chinese spy balloon, which was shot down by the United States government on Saturday. We have here Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer pushing back on GOP criticism.
All senators in both parties, under this full brief, all senators in both parties will be briefed by the Department of Defense on their Office of Net Assessment, ONA, U.S.-China overmatch study. This is called an overmatch study. And the briefing involves where we stand with respect to China on everything from surveillance capabilities to research and development to advanced weapon systems and other critical platforms. That's what the DoD ONA briefing is. And it would allow for either side, and it will determine which side, China or the United States, has the upper hand in toe-to-toe conflicts both economic and geo-military. It'll be a very useful and bipartisan brief. But to that point, I want to come out and say right now, we are hearing GOP criticism of the balloon mission, that they are saying we should have shot down the balloon the minute we saw it. I would use two words in answering these GOP criticisms. They are premature and they are political. Our friends are playing politics with U.S. intelligence. We sent a clear message to China that this is not acceptable. We protected civilians. We gained more intelligence while protecting our own sensitive information. And the bottom line here is that shooting down the surveillance balloon over water wasn't just the safest option, but it was the one that maximized our intelligence payload. Okay? As I said yesterday, I strongly condemn President Xi's brazen incursion into American airspace. And I commend President Biden's leadership in taking down the Chinese balloon over water to ensure safety for all Americans and maximize the intelligence we gain. So let me give you some background. Now we can collect the equipment and analyze the technology used by the Chinese Communist Party because it was shot down over water. While we have not recovered the balloon and the parts yet, because it fell in relatively shallow water, there's a very good chance we can cover most of it, and even a chance to recover it intact. And then we can learn a great deal about China's capabilities and what they were up to. This is relatively new technology, and we will gain a good intelligence payload from the way this has been handled. We also know that there's a second balloon traveling over Latin America. It has not crossed into any U.S. territory, and that other countries are not engaging on it. And the decision to shoot it down here, once it was offshore, made eminent sense for three reasons. One, no civilian casualties. Two, since we knew where it was, we had no exposure and collected intel on it as it went across the United States, very valuable intel. And third, a water recovery allows us to recover much more information because it's much easier to get the pieces together. It's more likely that it lands intact or in large pieces. And so shooting it down over water will greatly increase our intelligence surveillance. Let's face it, our knowledge of how these balloons operated has grown in the past year, and once we get this device, we're going to learn a lot more. Now, the United States, of course, we have a capability to build and deploy these balloons, but we don't need to. Our space-based capabilities are better than the Chinese military. Our satellites do better than their surveillance balloons in terms of intelligence. And I want to also say that at least 3 of these balloons that we know of went over portions of the U.S. mainland during the Trump presidency, over parts of Texas, Hawaii, and Florida. And I will say this, the Biden administration is considering other action against China for their brazen activities. And we can work with them on this process in the Senate, should the need arise. I also want to reveal that once
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered as Governor Wes Moore is scheduled to speak at a deployment ceremony for Maryland members of the Army. Soldiers are headed to the Middle East. Again, we're listening in to Governor Wes Moore.
I invite you to pray with me as your faith allows. Almighty and everlasting God, we give you thanks for this day and the opportunity to gather with family and friends as Bravo Company prepares to deploy. We ask that you be with each of them, guide and strengthen them, comfort and protect them. O God, as they prepare to embark on this mission, we ask your presence to be made known to them. Give them wisdom in their decisions, common sense in their actions, and openness in their attitude as they work together on the mission. May your protective arm rest upon the shoulder of each soldier and return them safely home. Watch over their spouses, children, and loved ones during their time apart. Take away the fear and anxiety they may have and give them peace and comfort in the days ahead. We lift up all of these prayers, trusting in your mercy, goodness, and strength. In your holy name we pray. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, the official party today consists of Wes Moore, Governor of Maryland, Major General Timothy E. Gowan, Adjutant General, Maryland National Guard. Our distinguished guests today consist of Mary Jane Jernigan, Civilian Assistant to the Secretary of the Army, Brigadier General Janine Burkhead, Commander, Maryland Army National Guard, Brigadier General Adam Flash, Director, Joint Staff, Maryland National Guard, Brigadier General Whedon Gallagher, Commander, Virginia Army National Guard, Aberdeen Proving Ground Deputy Commander, Ms. Liz Miranda, Harold Bud Frank, Governor's Deputy Chief of Staff for Homeland Security and Public Safety, Matthew Verghese, Federal Relations Director, Jessica Cook, Senior Professional Staffer, Senator Cardin, Alyssa Hastings, Senator Van Hollen's office, Steve Johnson, Maryland State Delegate, Robert Casserly, Harford County Executive, Dion Guthrie, my apologies, Harford County Councilman, Mr. James Hawk Jr., current Chief of Staff for Maryland State Police, Major Ton Gregory, Acting Chief Support Service Bureau, Mr. Donald Hawkins, Director of Flights Operations, Maryland State Police, Captain James DeCourcy, Maryland State Police, Captain Jeffrey Thomas, Maryland State Police. And finally, a special and heartfelt welcome to all the soldiers and the families of Bravo Company, 3rd Battalion, 1 of the 26th Aviation Regiment. In 2005, Troop B, 1st of the 158th Cav, was reorganized into Bravo Company, 3rd of the 126th General Support Aviation Battalion. When the 158th Cav was deactivated, the unit transferred its allegiance to the 42nd Infantry Division. The following year, Bravo Company received its first CH-47 Deltas, and in 2007, it was deployed to Afghanistan in support of Operation Enduring Freedom. During Operation Enduring Freedom from 2007 to 2008, Bravo Company was attached to the 82nd Combat Aviation Brigade and subsequently the 101st Combat Aviation Brigade while conducting deliberate air assault operations and cargo operations from Bagram Air Force Base and forwarding Operation Base Salerno. As the result of the unit's performance, it was awarded the Quad A Unit of the Year. In 2011 and 2017, Bravo Company again deployed to Afghanistan in support of Operation Enduring Freedom, operating under the 25th Combat Aviation Brigade and the 16th Combat Aviation Brigade, respectively. In 2014, the CH-47 Foxtrots were fielded to the Maryland Army National Guard, providing a modernized digital cockpit. During its highly kinetic 2017 deployment, Bravo Company developed a reputation with its customers as a unit that could accomplish highly complex, deliberate operations with minimal pre-mission planning time at the highest level of proficiency. Its mission, Bravo Company, 3rd of the 126th Aviation, conducts air assault, air movement, and expeditionary deployment operations in support of OCONUS deployment requirements and Homeland Security and defense missions in both permissive and non-permissive environments. Today, Bravo Company will mobilize to Kuwait in support of Operation Inherent Resolve and will continue its great legacy of heavy lift aviation operations. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the reading of the mobilization order. Attention to orders. Permanent order number 1 Alpha-22-198-024, dated 17 July 2022. Bravo Company, 3rd of the 126th General Support Aviation Battalion, and its members are ordered to active duty in support of Operation Inherent Resolve until released by proper authority, effective date 7 February 2023. Authority, Title 10, United States Code, Section 12302. For the Commander, signed Michael Sheffield, Chief, Mobilization Branch, 1st Army, G3. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. General Gowan, you may approach the podium.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. And we have to welcome, first of all, Governor Moore. More on you in a second, sir. General officers, families, and of course, Bravo Company, you look great. Especially, I'd like to welcome our members from the New York National Guard. It's great to see that we're able to bring together the unit and come together and do great things. Once again, Bravo Company's got a great reputation, and I'm sure they're going to do well over there. I'll talk more about that in a few minutes. Most importantly, what I'd like to do right now is welcome our keynote speaker. Governor Moore, He's an investment banker. He's an author, a television producer, a nonprofit executive, a Rhodes Scholar. That's all pretty cool. But really, he's a captain in the United States Army Reserves who deployed in 2004 and 2005 to Afghanistan with the 82nd Airborne. Hooah! It's awesome to have Commander-in-Chief with that kind of pedigree, with that kind of background, that knows and understands what it's like to deploy, what it's like to leave your families and go away for a year and do some great things for your state and nation. Governor Moore is the 63rd governor of the great state of Maryland. I'd like to welcome our Commander-in-Chief, Governor Wesley Wantande Amari.
Thank you so much, and good morning. It is an honor to be here. First, General Gowns, bless you, and thank you so much, not just for the introduction, but for your leadership and just for your steadfast support of this state. It means the world to us. And to all of our general officers, General Flash, General Burkhead, all of our distinguished guests, bless you. And also, County Executive Silly, it's great to be here with you. I know you have your State of the County come up later this week. So it means a lot with a very big speech coming up for you to be here. And I have to tell you what an honor it is to be here with you all, Bravo Company. I remember I was thinking back about it, as I was getting ready to deploy for Operation Enduring Freedom, and heading over to Afghanistan, actually heading over to where we spent a year in Salerno, a place that I know this unit knows very, very well. And I remember thinking back about what the keynote speaker said during our deployment ceremony. And the only thing I remember is that he spoke way too long. So I'm not going to repeat that mistake. But I'd be remiss if I didn't come here to say thank you. Thank you for stepping up when the state and when this country asks. Thank you for raising your hand when it's not the easy thing to do. Thank you for when our country says that we needed you now, that you didn't ask the country to wait, that you stepped up, that you served. And I want you to let you know that this state appreciates you with everything in us. I want to also say that for the family members, this state appreciates you with everything in us as well. I don't think I had a full appreciation for the toll and the stress this puts on a family until I deployed myself, where I went into it thinking that it was the soldiers and the sailors and the airmen and the Marines who had it toughest. And I realized when I deployed that actually wasn't true. Because while we were overseas, we had good days and we had bad days, but the reality is that we always had each other. And I know for so many families that's not always the case. I want to let you know that as a state, as a leadership, we've got you. You should be so incredibly proud of the family members who are standing here and doing our nation's work. And we want to let you know that while this time period might not be simple, while this time period might not be easy, your support of them means the world, and in turn, our support of you will be undying. And so we're grateful for you today, and we're grateful for the service that you continue to provide to our state and to our country. Bless you, and thank you so much for all you do as well. And I'm really proud because this is an important day. I'm proud. I'm proud as a fellow vet. I'm proud as the Commander-in-Chief. I'm proud as a Marylander for how you all are stepping up and serving, and frankly, how this unit has continued to do that throughout its history. Whether it is CONUS missions like Hurricane Isabella in 2003 or Hurricane Irene in 2011, Hurricane Florence in 2018, that you all have stepped up to serve when asked. And whether it's also OCONUS missions, and whether that's the work that's been done in Operation Enduring Freedom, whether that's the work that you all have done assisting special forces and SEALs overseas, you all are the ones who have continued consistently to not just make us proud, but to make us safe. And I also want to be clear, it is not lost on me at all that you all are just not just highly efficient and highly trained, but you're doing some pretty cool stuff. You know, I think about the work that you all do as the aviation brigade, and the truth is that this is all stuff that I couldn't do. I think about the machinery that you all are in charge of and how you all have to lead in very difficult circumstances. The reality is I never had the skill set to be able to do that. As a member of the 82nd, the only thing they told me I could do was jump out of a plane, so never to be anywhere near flying them. That you all have taken a very true and real skill set and used it to the benefit of us all. And we're grateful. And so the thing that I ask as you're heading overseas, the thing that I ask that you do is this, is while you're overseas, remember to take care of each other. Remember to look out for each other. Remember the importance of buddy checks. Remember the importance of ensuring that as you have care packages that are coming over, that if you have something extra, share it with the person to your left and to your right. That the folks who you are deploying with, these will be your brothers and sisters forever. That these will be the folks who you will forge a forever bond with. That no one will be able to break apart. No situation, no occurrence, no moment of time. Take care of each other. Because their mission is going to be the same, to take care of you. Many people, and when you think about the very few people who are going to have this experience that you are going to have, will fully understand what this moment is going to be like and what these next months are going to be like for you. Many people will not understand what it's like to have that conversation with family, what it's like as you're putting together your last bit of gear. Cherish it. Take care of each other. And never forget how important you are, not just to our present, but how important you are to our future. As you all get back, I'm excited to be there to welcome you. As you all get back, I'm excited to be there to represent a state that's going to be excited to welcome you back home and make sure that your service is not only never going to be forgotten and always going to be appreciated, but that we are going to make sure that we have policies in place to be able to make thank you for your service mean more than just words. That's our pledge to you. You're keeping your word. We're going to keep ours. I'm praying for you every single day. To your commander, to your first sergeant, to all of Bravo's leadership. Take care of our folks. And we look forward to seeing you when you all get back home. God bless you all, and thank you so much for all you do. Oh.
You're streaming live now from Fox. Those were a few remarks from the governor of Maryland, Wes Moore, who is speaking at a deployment ceremony ahead of a local Army National Guard unit that's being deployed to the Middle East. The time is now 9:55. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break, and when we return, we'll bring you a few images inside of the courtroom happening right now. The Alex Murdaugh murder trial is resuming. So we'll dive into this in just 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now. Quickly approaching the 10 a.m. hour here on the East Coast. We are watching live as witness testimony continues in the double murder trial of former South Carolina attorney Alex Murdaugh.
Generational wealth as well.
Did you, was $1 million going to be enough money from your client's perspective to settle this case?
It wasn't enough from my perspective.
Okay.
I can explain that if you want.
Yes, please.
Yeah. So one of the things that I didn't appreciate, that I came to appreciate by this point in time is that, and it may not make a whole lot of sense, but if I told a lawyer who does what I do that I'd settled the case, there's a lot of speculation because I've had cases with the firm and members of the firm are my friends, that somehow there's a fix on. I think for a long time Alec thought there was a fix on, that he was just a placeholder, a venue defendant. Right. And so if I told you I've settled the case, and then the next question would be, what did you settle it for? I said, well, I took the insurance company. If you knew what I know and what plaintiff's lawyers know, you'd think, well, there was a fix. The only reason I would take it is because it was a fix. I didn't see a substantial difference between that number and $1 million. And so I thought that if you told 10 lawyers who were knowledgeable about these kinds of matters, I took $1 million from Alec, who from everyone's perspective has lots of money, is making piles of money, they would think that it was a fix. So before we even get to what's a fair amount, what should you take, the analogy I use with my clients is it's kind of like that show Deal or No Deal. You may have the $1 million suitcase or you may have a zero suitcase, but it's not until there's a significant enough offer that you could do worse that you should settle a case, any case. And so at $1 million, it just there wasn't any risk to them that would prompt me to recommend them to take it.
Did you make any sort of formal or informal offer to them that involved the real property as well as any sort of payment plan?
When I was told that Alec was broke, I offered him a payment plan. Sometimes when you settle cases, medical malpractice cases, for instance, with the JUA, they will make payments. I offered for him to sign over Moselle and the beach house, open his books to see that he was broke, and then work out a payment plan on the balance.
So when you say, okay, you say he's broke, I don't believe that, show me the books to prove that, what was your response from Alec's defense?
Well, it was sort of stonewalling to begin with. I mean, ultimately, I got a formal response, which was an objection that prompted the motion to compel in October of 2020.
Let me get this marked real quick. I'll show you what's been marked as States 402. See if you recognize this document.
Yeah. So this is my motion to compel, which attaches Alec's responses to the interrogatories and requests for production.
All right. And when was this filed?
October 16th, 2020.
All right. All right, I'm going to put Exhibit B to this motion, your motion to compel, up on the screen and zoom it in a little bit. And in part, was this the objection to one of your supplemental interrogatories about what you're talking about opening the books?
Correct.
All right. And if you would, tell me what your interrogatory was asking for in number one, please.
Well, in as broad a terms as
well, let's just read it real quick if we could, please.
All right. List all checking and or savings accounts, including credit union accounts, certificates of deposit, 401k accounts, SEP accounts, IRAs maintained by you individually and or jointly with any others, or any other accounts over which you had signature authority in any capacity, regardless of whether or not the account or accounts have been closed from February 2019 to present.
Right. And ultimately, what was the Alex defense's response to that, generally? You don't have to read that, but just tell me.
It was overly broad, unduly burdensome, and irrelevant.
Okay. And so ultimately, you filed a motion to compel. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the idea was, if you say you're broke, show me the books, and they had refused to with the response to this interrogatory, as well as others. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. To your knowledge, when information was being gathered by the defendant in this particular case, let me ask you this, who were his attorneys in the boat case, Alex attorneys?
So his personal attorney, as I've said, was Danny Henderson, who is also a partner or shareholder with PMPED. Progressive had hired John Tiller, and John Tiller was a lawyer out of Charleston. He was mainly involved. At one point there was Amy Bauer, who was an associate working with John Tiller, and then Elliot Condon ultimately. I think Amy left in February of 21, and by then I think Elliot Condon had been hired and was assisting John Tiller.
Okay. And Mr. Henderson is a partner in PMPED. It was also actively helping Alec or representing Alec in this case. Is that correct?
He was.
And he's the one that initially had brought you the insurance coverages for Alec to get you a chance to look at them and see what might be available, correct?
That's right.
As this motion to compel gets filed, what, if anything, happened with the sort of the communications between your side and the defense side as we moved into the months following the filing of that motion to compel? We already saw the one text. What else is going on as well?
Well, there's a lot of grumbling and sort of shock that I'm actually going to hold Alec personally responsible. Not so much with me, but like I mentioned, about a week after this, Danny Henderson contacts my partner. There were a number of times when Tabor Vox was contacted, and so nobody says anything directly to me in terms of that regard. But that's what's going on. It was said to them because they knew it would then be told to me.
When we look at the particular interrogatory right here that you have filed a motion to compel on, and what are you trying to get? What information are you trying to get with that interrogatory?
Well, you know, the way to, again, like in my example of the deal or no deal, I mean, what I'm trying to do is put pressure. He doesn't want me to have access to his accounts. At the time, I think it's because I'll see how much money he actually is making and how much he has. And so, you know, that's what I'm trying to do, is put pressure on him to force him into a settlement. You don't want it disclosed? Here are the keys to the jail. You enter into an agreement and let's go settle the case.
In the event, though, he doesn't settle in response to this, what information are you trying to get?
Well, it's certainly not a number. It's certainly not Alec's estimation of what his net value is. I wanted the accounts because I knew that the only way that he could be broke is that money had been hidden. And so I was going to look for and trace or begin that process of doing that.
All right, and explain that to the court. When you say that you knew that if he was, quote, broke, in your estimation, money had been hidden, and so therefore you were going to look for and trace that information. What do you mean by that? Why did you think money had been hidden?
Well, there wasn't any way he could be broke. I mean, I know he's actively settling cases. Some cases, big cases, some cases, small cases, but they stack up lots of cases. He's handling a lot of cases. So there's just no possibility that he could be broke by anyone's definition.
If ultimately, and we'll talk more about this in a minute, if ultimately you'd been successful in getting a list of the defendant's accounts, what would have been your next step once received?
Subpoenas.
Of those accounts?
To those institutions, yes.
Were you already aware that defendant had an account at the Bank of America?
I knew that he had a personal account with Bank of America. I knew he had an account with Palmetto State Bank. So I'm looking for the balance of accounts in terms of institutions and where else he had.
But you didn't know how many accounts or what those balances were or anything like that?
No, I had no idea. I knew he had multiple business entities. He had different LLCs. So I imagine there could be any combination of accounts out there, and some which would not have even been in his name.
After the motion to compel is filed, I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 403 and see if you recognize that document.
Yes.
Tell me what that is.
Again, it's a screenshot of text messages between Tabor Vox and myself.
All right. Let me put this up on the screen. All right, if you would, got this up on the screen. So can you tell me what's going on? And again, this is in April of 2021, is that correct?
It is.
And tell me what's going on with this conversation right here and how it relates to these issues.
Yeah, so in August of 20, I found out I had cancer. And by November, I knew how bad it was. And so in January, I went to I had stage 4 cancer, and I went to Florida from the end of January till April the 15th on my first round of treatment. So I'd just come back. Shortly before I was diagnosed with cancer, John Tiller was also diagnosed with pancreatic cancer. And there's some degree of urgency between John Tiller and myself to finish this case. While I was in Florida, I think I failed to mention that Greg Parker's convenience store was also a defendant in the first case, but Greg Parker had done a number of things. And so before I leave, the issue is Greg Parker's moved to transfer venue to Beaufort County, which is where I had done the mock jury. The focus group was in Beaufort County. And while I'm in Florida, things have changed in terms of what he's done that have changed my perspective, because when I left, I intended to go to Beaufort. By the time I get back, I think I'm staying in Hampton. And so this conversation is, for the first time I've said that I'm going to leave the case in Hampton, but if I think that Alec has fixed a jury, that he's done anything to affect the outcome of the trial, that I'm going to sue Paul and Maggie the next day in Beaufort.
And was that communicated to the defense?
Absolutely.
In the course of your investigation of this case, had you taken depositions of some of the officers who were involved in the investigation?
We did.
And at some point, was that some issues arose that were communicated to the state grand jury?
You're the one that tells me everything happens there is secret, so you tell me. But
I'm asking you today.
But yes.
ultimately, and while you were in Florida in March and April of 2021, to your understanding, had the state grand jury reached out to you for information that you had uncovered in your investigation of the investigation into the boat crash?
Correct. And specifically the handling of the criminal investigation by law enforcement.
The investigation into the investigation.
Correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 404, 405, and 406 to your for this hearing, and see if you recognize those, please. Generally.
I do.
All right. And tell me what's going on here, please.
There were a number of motions pending in the boat crash case. They had been pending for some time. I mentioned one a moment ago, a motion to transfer venue. There were some motions to amend, and so Judge Hall had set those motions to be heard. My recollection is May the 10th, 2021. So I'm back now. I got a couple weeks to sort of get my wits about what's going on, and the motions are scheduled to be heard.
And that's May 11th, 2021?
It's either the 10th or my recollection is the 10th. I know the emails say something different, but and in the week before, I don't know that John Tiller always knew how many chemotherapy treatments he was going to get or how long they were going to last until almost immediately before. So on or about May the 7th, John knew that the day of our hearing, his chemotherapy was going to run long and he wouldn't be done, and he had asked the judge to continue the motions, including the motion to compel.
All right. And looking at, again, we're now looking at states 405. What was the judge's initial response to Mr. Tiller's request to have that hearing continued based on his chemotherapy?
That we were going forward as scheduled, and that it says Mr. Condon, but it meant Ms. Condon would be able to handle it.
All right, looking at states 406, what happened after that?
Ultimately what happened is, my recollection is I sent another email to the judge expressing that I really didn't have, they were mainly my motions. Parker's had some motions, but that I didn't have a problem with continuing to accommodate Mr. Tiller. And the judge finally set a status conference for, maybe it was May the 11th.
All right. Said that initially Judge Hall did not want to continue the May 2021 hearing, saying that there was another lawyer for Alex's side that can handle it, correct?
Correct.
And then you kind of interceded and said that this would work, and so it was rescheduled. Is that correct?
After a status conference.
After the status conference, it was rescheduled at that status conference?
It was rescheduled to June 10th.
June 10th? All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 407 and states 408. And just quickly tell me if you generally recognize those documents.
I do. One is an email from John Tiller saying that the judge's law clerk said that the judge would be sending a message telling us that the hearing was going to be rescheduled to June 10th. The other is the email from the law clerk.
All right, so the hearing that was initially in May that Judge Hall did not want to reschedule was rescheduled for June 10th, 2021. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And ultimately, that would be to hear a number of things, but one of the most significant things would be your request for a list of all checking accounts from ALEC, all identification of all accounts. Is that correct?
It is correct that that motion was going to be heard.
And ultimately, when the murders happened, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 408. What happened to that particular hearing that was scheduled that week?
It was continued.
All right. And is that what's reflected in this email right here?
It is.
And then Exhibit 407?
It is.
After the murders happened, let me ask you this. You've known Alec and have worked with him for a number of cases, is that correct?
I had not worked with Alec in a number of cases, but I'd known him for a long time.
Okay, but you were generally familiar with him as a lawyer, is that right?
I was.
And what was your assessment of his skills as a plaintiff lawyer? What was he particularly good at?
He was particularly good at reading people, making people feel like they were the most important person in the room, and capitalizing on surprise with the defense. You have a case with Alec, he hasn't done anything, it's Monday morning of the roster, maybe you expect it to be continued, and he says, I'm ready for trial. And so he leveraged a lot of settlements that way.
All right. Was he good at understanding the emotional and sympathetic aspects of plaintiff's work and tort work that can be so crucial in defining what recoveries can be in these types of cases?
Yeah, I think he was particularly good at reading people and knowing what made people tick.
You've testified that you had made it very clear to the defense throughout this time period that you were seeking a substantial personal recovery from Alec and had been told, well, he's broke, which you then responded, I don't believe that. Show me the books, correct?
Correct.
And that was what was on the table for June 10th, 2021, correct?
Among other things, but
Among
yes.
other things. But that's on the table, correct?
Correct.
After the murders happened, did that have any effect on your assessment of the case against Alec, and particularly as it relates to the sympathies and the emotion of the case, which can be so important to recovery?
Yes.
Explain that to the court then.
Well, initially, probably say the first week, there was the shock and horror of what had happened, and nobody really thought about anything other than that. But pretty quickly, I recognized that the case against Alec, if he were a victim of some vigilante, would in fact be over.
It would be over.
It would be over.
And explain just quickly to the court why that's the case.
Well, you know, when you're asking for a money judgment, people have to be motivated to give you that money judgment. If you represent Attila the Hun versus some sweet old grandmother, nobody's going to give Attila the Hun.
You're streaming live now from Fox. We're listening into witness testimony as the trial continues, the double murder trial of former South Carolina attorney Alex Murdaugh. Murdaugh is charged with fatally shooting his wife and youngest son in June of 2021. The time, again, 10:22. Let's go ahead and take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Let's continue to listen in live, raw, and unfiltered. Witness testimony continuing in the double murder trial of former South Carolina attorney Alex Murdaugh.
Nothing further this time, Your Honor.
By the defense.
Good morning, Mr. Simpson.
How are you?
You testified at length to the state grand jury, basically this similar testimony you're giving here today. Is that correct?
The testimony I gave today is included in what I said to the state grand jury, yes.
And it seems like the gist of this is that you were suing Alex Murdaugh, who you believed was underinsured for this incident, and you're going to go after his personal assets, and that was going to put some financial pressure on him. Is that correct?
Probably not exactly. I mean, I don't mean to quibble with you over the words you used, but I don't think it was financial pressure because I was holding him personally accountable. I was insistent that he pay. I didn't see how a payment plan on a settlement would put any pressure on Alec. It was sort of a deal that he couldn't turn down from where I sat.
But you were asking for money from him.
Sure.
Yeah. And the inquiry here today is about money, his finances, correct?
I don't think so, but it certainly concerns his money.
And you're anticipating you're going to go to trial, is that correct?
Yes.
You're going to go to trial and get a verdict against Alex Murdaugh, correct? That was what you thought. That's where this was going.
No, I mean, I didn't see how any reasonable person wouldn't settle the case, especially Alec. So I expected the case to settle. 90% of cases settle, maybe 99. But if we had to try it, yes, we were going to try it.
And if he were unable to offer more money, then your expectation on, say, on June 7th, before these murders, your expectation was if he doesn't offer more money, we're going to trial.
Any money.
Right.
It was no money. No money had been offered.
So your expectation then was we're going to trial.
If you offer me no money in a case that I'm pursuing against you, then the response is we are going to trial.
And you were pretty far from trial on June 7th, 2021, were you not?
No.
You believe you were close to taking it to trial?
There was an urgency because John Tiller knew that he had about a year to live. And we were going to try that case. My expectation was early fall, late summer.
You expected to try the boat case in the summer of 2020, late summer of 2021?
August, September, October, sometime in that time.
You felt like you were only 2 or 3 months away from trial?
Sure.
Even though we had all these pending motions that hadn't even been heard, including what venue to have?
I had tried the case 2 times with a Beaufort jury during COVID. I was ready to go to trial.
On that day, on June 7th, you hadn't even yet asserted a negligent entrustment claim against Alex, had you?
Well, I had with John Tiller. John Tiller knew and had agreed to the amendment.
Right.
There were a number of things that Alex counsel had agreed to, including knowing that there was substantial punitive evidence in the case.
But you, at that time, you hadn't even asserted that claim to the court. That wasn't before the court, was it? That was just a conversation with John Tiller.
That's the conversation that mattered, because John Tiller would be the one who would object to the late presentation of the evidence, the late presentation of an expert, and he had agreed to all those things.
But he had objected to the financial discovery you asked for.
Well, there was an objection posed, correct?
But he did object to that.
When that answer was given in October or September of 20, it was an objection.
And the hearing that motion to compel the financial detail, the testimonies, that's just one of many motions that needed to be heard. Is that correct?
Correct.
There were many motions that had piled up and needed to be heard.
There were several.
There were several. Do you remember what they all were?
There was a motion to change venue. There was a motion to compel against Parker's. There was, Parker's had one or two motions. Some of the motions got resolved, one of which was this motion to assert admiralty in the case, and with the agreement that I would amend to assert your negligent entrustment claim, to get in all of the evidence that they knew I had. That was resolved that way.
And you've had a lot of motions practiced in this case with Parker's, haven't you?
More so since the murder.
But has that motions practice with Parker's been about the murders of Maggie and Paul?
Well, I mean, it's about it in the sense that that it certainly created a lot of additional issues to deal with, but not specifically.
There was a lot of motion practice about allegations of leaking of video from mediation, for example, correct?
I don't know about a lot, but I had filed a motion that I ultimately withdrew.
And you believe that you were going to drag Parker's to a trial within 2 or 3 months, late summer of June 7th, even though we have all these fairly preliminary motions that haven't been heard: change of venue, asking to amend pleadings, motions to compel discovery.
Yeah, maybe you've never tried a civil case. So when COVID happened and everything was shut down for 2 months, I got my case together. My case is not dependent on, if I'm forced to try it, the bank institutions where he has accounts. My case is not dependent on the leaked video. That's a separate matter, and it ended up being a separate lawsuit. So the answer is yes. I was ready to try my case.
And you didn't need, for example, an answer on the motion to compel that was pending against Parker's. You didn't actually need any of that stuff to go to trial against Parker's. Is that what you're saying?
You're talking about the percentage of financials, percentage of sales that alcohol made up in his profits? No, I didn't need that.
Well, let's get that up.
I wanted it, but I didn't need it.
Show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 82. You recognize that?
It appears to be my motion to compel against Greg Parker's company.
We pull up 82, please. And this is the document on the screen that I've handed to you. So we have, it's not just buried in here is some request for financial information, but you're requesting answers to request for production 3, request for production 11, request for production 16, request for production 17, which is financial information, request for production 18, request for production 19, request for production 20, request for production 22, request interrogatory number 5, interrogatory number 8, interrogatory number 9, interrogatory number 10, interrogatory number 12, interrogatory number 13, interrogatory number 15, interrogatory number 18. It seems like it's quite a bit of discovery you're demanding from Parker's in this motion.
Which I would have had the answer to on June 10th.
So
either I was getting it or I wasn't getting it, but my case wasn't dependent on these things. They may have helped my case. They may have put pressure on Parker's camp like I was trying to put pressure on Alec, but The trial wasn't dependent on these things.
And turning to the motion to compel, Alex, first, do you believe that the Judge Hall's initial request in May to go forward with pending motion hearings was telegraphing a ruling on that specific motion, or do you believe that that was him looking at these motions piling up and wanting to get some movement?
Yeah, I think so. There's nobody in the courtroom, maybe even including me, who wants the case resolved more than Judge Hall.
And when the late Mr. Tiller asked for a continuance, you don't believe that was any kind of stalling tactic, do you?
No.
That was a legitimate health-based concern.
And if you read my emails, you would see that I immediately agreed to it. John Tiller was my friend.
With regards to what you're asking for from Alex, let's maybe pull that up. I believe the state has already marked this as an exhibit, but this is the motion to compel. Can we pull up 80, please? It's already been shown to you, but I'll show you when it's been marked as 80 for your reference. So this is asking for an order compelling production on interrogatories 9 and 10, and then a set of supplemental interrogatories and supplemental request for production. Is that correct?
It is.
And if we turn to
and 9 and 10 are important as well. We didn't cover that, but I'm happy to speak to 9 and 10 because, 9 and 10 asked Alec about.
Sir, no one's asked you about 9 and 10. And we'll get to it, but first let's turn to answers to first supplemental interrogatories. This is the first page of Exhibit B. So we can see what it is that is being asked for.
There's no D in mine, I'm sorry.
B.
Oh,
Exhibit B. It's the first page of what's Exhibit B in here. It's right there, that's it. It's the first page after the motion, so it'd be page 9 of the PDF.
They're not
so
numbered, but
Mr. Waters asked you about this list of all checking savings accounts, retirement accounts, and then you don't have to highlight or expand this stuff. And then number 2, all stock certificates, and we go to the next page. All property and interest of property of every kind whatsoever from February 24, 2019 forward. All life insurance policies, 4 or 5, all personal financial statements submitted to any bank, etc. Profit sharing plans, pension plans, etc. Doesn't this look like supplemental discovery after you get a judgment? Supplemental proceedings?
I never had been involved in supplemental proceedings, so no, I don't think so. This is what my people needed answers to before they would agree to take anything that Alec would have offered.
In tort cases against individuals, in this case, a negligence in entrusting a boat and in an alcohol-related incident, before there's even motions for summary judgment, before there's any consideration of whether a case has been made for punitive damages, do you typically get this level of financial discovery of defendants?
I think so. I think the judge ultimately agreed to give it to me.
He agreed to give it to you?
Sure.
But I thought the hearing didn't happen.
Well, you thought wrong. There's a lot of papers, so maybe you got confused.
He granted this motion?
I think so. You want to see the order?
Yeah.
It's the record, October 7th, 2021.
And correct me if I'm wrong, what you've highlighted here is that Mr. Tiller, because of circumstances beyond his control, unable to gather, provide necessary information, answer requested interrogatories. Once the information is made available to Attorney Tiller, the court will schedule a hearing.
If necessary. You forgot the last part.
If necessary. The court will schedule a hearing if necessary.
Which means...
If Mr. Tiller, the attorney on the case, can, from his own client, get the information. This is no way says that the court granted this motion, does it, sir?
Only to you, I think. I mean, it's clear that John said that Alec was unavailable because he was in rehab at the time. He couldn't get the material. He's going to get the material, and the judge ordered, you get the material, and if we need to schedule a hearing because you don't have the answers that you want, Mr. Tinsley, then we'll reschedule the hearing.
I mean, this is an order that says the court will schedule a hearing on this motion to compel if necessary. It's not granting the motion to compel, sir, is it?
Oh, I think so. I think if he was just going to deny it as you suggest, then it would have just said denied. Or it's
granted,
premature.
Would you say granted?
Well, I think that's what it says. It's a practical matter when parties have discovery motions, oftentimes, like Alec has, in his own statement said he was working on getting the answers. The reason is you give the answers because you don't want to face what could happen in the argument with the judge. So my point is that if the judge were going to say it's premature, you're not going to get it, it's denied, any of the things you suggested in your motion, he would have said that. That's not what he did. That's not what happened.
Which is October 6, 2021. You asked for financial information in the motion that was pending against Parker's that was also going to be heard on June 10th.
It was different and for different reasons.
You asked for alcohol sales, correct?
What I explained to Judge Hall is that they say he's broke. And before
No, sir. I'm asking what you asked for from Parker's. I'm pretty sure that wasn't they say he's broke. What were you asking for from Parker's?
I asked for, among other things, the percent of alcohol sales that made up his net profit, I believe.
And this was like a dram shop action against Parker's, correct? They sold the alcohol.
Like a dram shop action, yes.
Okay. And did you get a ruling on that? That request for that financial information from Parker's that was going to be heard on that June 10th day, just along with all these other motions that had piled up in a case that apparently wasn't moving very quickly.
I understand you don't want to acknowledge what I've handed you, but...
Sir, I asked you what the ruling was on the motion from Parker's.
It was very limited, and as it related to the percent of sales of alcohol that made up his profit, it was premature. The judge ruled, unlike he did in that order I handed you, that it was premature at the time.
Why was it premature?
Well, the difference between Parker's and Alec is that Alec had, and his lawyers had, 25 videos of alcohol. They had the punitive damages evidence. You didn't see that with Parker's. It was just a straight-up transaction and sale. So to the extent you're suggesting that there wasn't this evidence, there were these mere allegations of negligent parenting, that wasn't the case. That wasn't the argument.
You presented that evidence to the court?
I didn't have to present it to the court. That's what you don't understand. John Tiller knew about it. John Tiller is the one who's responding because John Tiller knows ultimately he's going to be in front of the judge.
So you're saying the court was granting your motion, though obviously it was saying there might be a hearing on the motion, and maybe at that hearing you would present some evidence in support. But
I don't think that's what it says.
I mean, you asked for financial information from Parker's. It was deemed premature because it related to punitive damages, correct?
It was different than the motion that related to Alec.
Because the law is how much money you have is a factor for punitive damages, correct?
Well, you're making statements of law. I'm telling you what was happening, and what was happening is that Alec's lawyers knew what the evidence was. They knew what the amendment was going to be and the allegations, And he knew ultimately he was going to be back in front of Judge Hall making some ridiculous argument that appears you're suggesting now.
And again, the gist of this is that there was perhaps going to be this judgment day, I think is a term the state has used, but that was going to be trial, right? That was going to be the verdict. That was going to be judgment day, not this motion hearing where there's a pile of motions that have piled up, and we saw the one that asked for financial information was deemed premature.
Not at all. You know what was going on is, as I've said a number of times, Danny Henderson was very involved. Danny Henderson was a shareholder. Before I would have gotten the bank account information, before I would have seen the records, Danny Henderson would have seen those records. And I've seen the records. I've seen all the bank statements now. It would have been apparent to Danny Henderson, and I believe it would have been apparent to me what Alec had been doing. So that's the judgment day, is the discovery. And there were a lot of threads that were being pulled, and it was subject to unraveling at any moment. And if those records were disclosed, if Danny Henderson reviewed those records, he would have known there's no way Alec's getting these checks, there's no way these checks are going to Forge, there's no way that this money should be transferred.
And even if, hypothetically, had this hearing on the 10th, and you got a different ruling regarding Alex Murdaugh than you got against Parker's, that for some reason it's not premature to him, isn't it true all you would have been all you could have gotten would have been a net worth statement, financial statement?
Not even remotely close.
Isn't that you don't, in your opinion, there's no case law out there saying that's what you get, that's the measure for punitive damages, net worth. There's no such case in your opinion as an attorney.
I had 7 circuit court orders where the circuit court had ruled that you don't bifurcate discovery, that it wouldn't be proper to have denied the motion, and then what are we going to do? We're going to try the case, and suddenly we're going to stop the trial and go and do the discovery? No. And so I had 7 circuit court orders that I handed up to Judge Hall that supported our position. I think that that's what Judge Hall did in his order. And again, the issue is not that complicated. It's, does he have the ability to pay? Is he broke such that these people should accept this pitiful offer if he could cobble it together?
But sir, that's not what you get on a motion to compel, is it? Right? You just said ability to pay. So
you're streaming live now from Fox. The time here 10:46 a.m. and you are watching the double murder trial of Alex Murdaugh taking place in South Carolina. You can stream live coverage right here on Live Now from Fox. At this time, let's take a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back.
I didn't need those things. The fact that he didn't want me to have them is the reason that I'm pushing it. I just didn't know why he didn't want me to have them at the time. I do now.
So the motion to compel.
All right, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We are continuing to watch witness testimony in the murder trial of former South Carolina attorney Alex Murdaugh. Now, Murdaugh is charged with fatally shooting his wife, Maggie Murdaugh, and youngest son, Paul Murdaugh, near the dog kennels of the family's hunting estate. This took place in June of 2021. Now, this trial is expected to last several weeks, and Alex Murdaugh has pleaded not guilty to the double murder charges against him. Let's continue to listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
But it was well after June 7th.
It was after June 7th.
Beg your court's indulgence. If the hearing had gone forward on June 10th, this was a Thursday, what outcome did you expect?
The same one that we got when it went forward. The judge hadn't seen...
Well, I mean, the outcome wouldn't have been the court will schedule a hearing. I mean, if the hearing had gone forward, what outcome do you would you have expected?
Well, you know, now I know that Alec was working on Monday to get the information together. If the objection was sufficient, there's no reason he would be getting the information together on Monday. So I could have gotten the information, but since that didn't happen, if we had argued it, I think I would have had the same outcome. Because he didn't.
Let me just make it a little simpler. Would the court have issued an order, right? Some order would have issued on the motion.
I would expect an order to issue.
Break it down. An order would have issued at some point later, and what, if it were granting your motion, what would that order say?
I think it would say the same thing as...
Well, sir, that says a motion hearing will be scheduled if necessary. It obviously wouldn't say that. So what would the order granting the motion say?
Look, again, what it says is that once Mr. Tiller gets the information from Alec, gives it to me, if necessary, if I deem it insufficient, then we'll have another hearing and we'll argue about it. So that's what I expect.
It's a voluntary disclosure, and then if you deem that insufficient, we go have a motion to compel hearing?
That's the way motions to compel go every single day.
So if you deemed it insufficient, if the court actually had to issue an order on your motion, what you would have gotten you've gotten his, would the law firm books have been open to you?
I don't know that I'm asking for the law firm books. I'm asking for Alec's.
Right. Would you have gotten, what, a financial statement?
No.
The court would have ordered every account detailed listed to you, all his personal accounts, just because you asked for it to inform a settlement decision?
I was asking for the names of the institutions where he had accounts. I've told you that a couple
right,
times.
to subpoena.
Sure.
And,
but that's different
and
than
that would have been resisted,
me.
and there would have been further litigation. This process would have taken some time, wouldn't it, if it was resisted, right?
I'm not sure if what was resisted.
If you got the names of the banks and issued subpoenas, there would be motions to quash the subpoenas.
Well, you know, you're
right?
speculating the same as you're asking me to speculate. I'm trying to talk to you about what the judge actually did and what was actually in front of the judge. I get you don't want to talk about that, but, you know, we can speculate any number of things could have happened.
That at some point in the future, you would maybe get a voluntary disclosure, and if you didn't like it, then the motion would be heard, the motion to compel. That's what you say it says, right?
Well, if we had shown up and they had made the argument that you're advancing here, then maybe in this imaginary world, there's things that didn't happen, the judge would have actually ruled on it. We would have a ruling on whether or not it was relevant, whether or not I was entitled to it.
And you'd have been relevant for Alex, but not for Parker's.
Look, there are different things that are being asked here. And to your point, if it were the same, why didn't the judge sign the same order that you say he would have done? That's not what he did. At the same time we argued the Parker's motion, we argued the motion for Ellick. And so he came to two different conclusions on those issues. One is he said it's premature. The other is that Mr. Tiller's going to get the information, give it to the plaintiffs, and if it's not sufficient, we'll have another hearing. I don't know how you can be any clearer than that.
Judge, I've been thinking about you.
So just, and maybe we can agree on this. The hearing had gone forward June 10th. That day would not have been some sort of judgment day when everything unravels, correct? There would have been further activity, maybe a voluntary disclosure, an analysis by you whether it's adequate, another hearing if you thought it wasn't, maybe some subpoenas would go out. There was going to be some time after that hearing if you thought it was. Is that fair?
I think it's fair to say that there wouldn't have been an explosion on June the 10th, but the fuse was lit. I think it's fair to say that there wouldn't have been an explosion on June the 10th, but the fuse was lit the moment that information became available in the case. Not as much to me, but certainly to Danny Henderson, who would have, like the phone records, like some of the other materials, reviewed it before I got it. And Ellick would have known that.
I mean, in that analogy, isn't.
All right, everybody, you are watching Live Now from Fox, coming up on a new hour here soon, and we will continue to check in on the Alex Murdaugh trial. It is in day 11 already, and we'll continue to pop in there and give you some coverage right here on Live Now from Fox, everyone, as we continue to roll on. Top stories, headlines, all in the mix right here. We appreciate everyone continuing to join us. I'm your host, Mike Page, as we gear up for another busy day here of bringing in live feeds directly to you. We will have a White House briefing a little bit later this afternoon. We'll have a State Department briefing. So we all are shaping up and gearing up for President Biden's State of the Union address that is happening tomorrow here. Here's what we have coming up this hour. We're going to go out to Philadelphia soon, get an update from the district attorney there on the latest crime related arrests that have been made. And then also, if you remember this story from a couple of days ago, we're going to go out to Ohio. The governor is going to give an update on the train derailment that happened in Ohio. So we'll be bringing that to you, of course, right here on Live Now from Fox. So we have a lot of coverage to get to you in the next couple of hours here. So sit back and relax here with us. And of course, when breaking news happens, we got you covered here as well. The Dow starting trading week down about 100 points there in the red, so we'll keep an eye on all of that for you right here. Do want to go out to Washington, D.C. The mayor coming together today to do a news conference there on updating some of the criminal codes for potential jail and prison time for related offenses. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
We are here to talk about that.
We have heard from a lot of residents and stakeholders about the code, and one thing that we all can agree to, that people across all 8 wards want us to do more to focus on guns and getting guns out of our community, and to address the root causes of violence and expand opportunities for residents who are seeking a better path forward. But they also want to make sure that we're holding people accountable who hurt our city. The updates to the legislation that I'm sending to the council acknowledge that we must do all the work to send a strong message that we do not tolerate the use of guns or violence to harm or intimidate people in DC. So I wanted to give you a high-level summary of what the legislation will do. It will create opportunities for the public to provide input on major policy changes around jury trials and the expansion of the Second Look Act. It restores penalties on crimes that the public has expressed significant concerns about in recent months, including carjacking. And it also allows sufficient time for training and data system changes across the criminal justice system. So as I said, this legislation addresses not only my concerns, but some of the concerns that have been shared with us from our partners, including partners in the judicial branch. In the fall, for example, the district's chief judges raised significant concerns about the impact of the RCCA of 2022 on our courts, already strained by backlogs, vacancies, and low juror response rates. So the revised Criminal Code Amendment Act of 2023 deletes the expansion of jury-eligible offenses so that it too can receive a standalone hearing. And jury trials aren't the only policy change we believe deserves its own hearing. The public and specifically victims of crime deserve opportunities to weigh in on expanding eligibility for the Second Look Act from youthful convicted violent offenders to all violent offenders of all ages. The revised Criminal Code Amendment Act of 2023 would delete the expansion of the Second Look Act so that it can receive a standalone hearing. A lot of the feedback and concerns that I've heard from DC residents are around changes to penalties in the updated code. And while no one believes that penalties alone will solve crime and violence, right now we must be very intentional about the messages that we are sending to our community, including prosecutors and judges. We are united around this message. If you bring harm to our city, you must be held accountable. People we know are tired of violence, and right now our focus must be on victims and preventing more people from becoming victims. So I just want to share a couple of examples. First, a felon in possession example. Today, if someone who previously committed an armed robbery is found to be carrying an illegal gun in DC, they face a minimum sentence of 3 years under the RCCA of 2022. Under the RCCA of 2022, people convicted of an armed robbery today would not face the same accountability if they are caught carrying a gun in our community again. The amended act will close this gap. Carjacking. Today, if someone commits an armed carjacking where fortunately the victim is not injured, the minimum sentence is 15 years. Under the RCCA, the maximum would be 8 years. The amended act would bring the penalty closer to the status quo. Restoring, another example, MPD authority to make people leave private property. Today, if people are blocking the exit blocking an exit or entrance to a private property, a resident can call MPD for help. Under the RCCA of 2022, MPD would lose that authority. The amendment will restore the prohibition of blocking private homes and businesses. Another example on burglary. Today, the minimum sentence for burglary is 5 to 30 years under the RCCA of 2022. If a victim sleeps through a home burglary, the penalty is less than if the victim woke up, and that maximum is only 4 years. The amended act will not differentiate penalties based on if you woke up during the burglary. And finally, the legislation updates the effective date to January 1st, 2027 to allow sufficient time for training and data system changes across the criminal justice system. So before we take questions, I just want to reiterate our mindset and values in creating this legislation. This is not just about adding penalties. It's actually about looking at our status quo and making sure that whatever we do in updates, it makes the district safer. This is about sending a clear and unified message to anyone who is willing to use guns or commit acts of violence in our city, that our system will hold you accountable. We will, of course, stay focused on creating opportunities for those who want a better path forward, but will not excuse violent behavior. Opportunity matters in all that we do. Prevention matters, and so does accountability. So once again, we will be submitting these amendments to the council. We also are undergoing more reviews of our legislation, and will continue to work with the committee chair on any other ideas that she or that we have around legislation needed to make the district safer. So I'll take any questions. Yes, Sam.
Yes, Mayor. When you talk to the council members, they say they made these changes because they're more in line with what actually happens, what the judges actually sentence people to. What's your reaction?
Sam, I know that there are certain philosophical views on the RCCA, and that's how it's ended up the way that it has. But we also know that we are experiencing more robberies and carjackings and people using guns. And I think the message about accountability for those crimes has to be abundantly clear. Yes.
Every week, MPD comes up with a firearms recovered news release, and then when you cross-check it with what the USAO actually prosecutes, many times there are guns that are recovered, but the USAO does not prosecute. What message did you have for USAO that they've got to prosecute these cases that MPD brings to them?
Well, I think you call attention to something that's very important, and I'll ask the deputy mayor or the chief to respond. But MPD is recovering more and more guns. Part of our presentation to ANC commissioners a couple of weeks ago was how many more guns that they are collecting, and that the system, the whole ecosystem that makes up public safety has to be ready to work on those arrests. So that includes our prosecutors, that includes our judges, in making sure that everybody is working together to make those arrests. And MPD, for its part, it also needs the resources to investigate crime, to make arrests, close cases, and make sure that we have strong cases when our prosecutors or the USAO goes to trial. So let me ask the chief just to talk about weapons recovery.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So in addition to what the mayor mentioned, last year we recovered over 3,000 illegal firearms. That's over 900 what we recovered in the previous year. And one of the things that we've noticed as we just kind of move through the criminal justice system, every year, the bar is being set higher and higher in terms of the bar for prosecution. As an example, in some of those cases that you mentioned, while the case may initially be no papered, it's waiting for DNA to come back on a firearm or something like that, and then the case is later brought before the court. Obviously, the U.S. Attorney's Office, they want to put forth cases that they feel comfortable with being able to secure prosecution. We want to get bad guys off the street, and we want them off the street right now. And sometimes those things don't marry up right away. But to the mayor's point, we want to stay focused on continuing to recover firearms off the streets of the District of Columbia and ensuring that the process is in place to hold those individuals accountable who would violate what I believe is our community trust by possessing these illegal firearms.
If I may follow up on that.
Sure.
My understanding is that detectives sometimes have to, with the DNA testing, that can be somewhat of a block and slow things down. I've understood that on the streets it's known that if you toss a firearm, that is a really difficult case to prosecute because then they have to do DNA testing and whatnot. That slows everything down.
So those are decisions that are made by the prosecutor. I mean, obviously, if our officers see someone in possession of a firearm and they toss it, the prosecutors have a decision to make. They can prosecute that case as is, but what will happen with the jury? What will happen, as they go through discovery? That is yet to be determined for each individual case. But I think it's very common. It's what our officers see day in and day out. It's, two people in the car and somebody removes the gun and they put it, between the two parties who possess the firearm. So we want to get the bad guys off the street. We want to get the illegal firearms off the street. And we want to make sure that our partners in the U.S. Attorney's Office and the rest of the ecosystem are also doing their part to keep the citizens of the District of Columbia safe.
So you guys obviously know, this was the revised criminal code was a very long process. It was an advisory board that looked over every provision of the code that was being changed. You guys weren't voting members, but you had representation on that advisory board. All the paperwork is there about every single penalty. Why not? Why wasn't there more weigh-in during that process? And that's the first question. The second question, given existing penalties, we're seeing a spike with existing penalties. Does that give you a sense that existing penalties aren't sending the message that you say that they should be sending to people out there committing crimes?
No, I think that we certainly don't look at penalties in isolation of a lot of other changes that have happened in our ecosystem, including having about 500 fewer officers than we should have or need or that we had a couple of years ago, including taking police officers out of schools when kids are showing up at schools with even higher needs and principals are needing more help, and including some just kind of, policy changes about holding juveniles accountable. So I don't think that when we look at spikes that we ever look at one thing. We're looking at the whole system of accountability, opportunity, and enforcement of the laws in the district. But what I do think, and I've heard it said that, we don't have to worry about this because it doesn't take effect for 3 years. But I do think what we have to worry about is what we say is kind of the posture of the district and the balance of justice for victims and accountability for breaking the law, especially the laws related to gun use. Yes?
You're mentioning a lot of things that you all are trying to do to, get violent crime down here in the city. We're coming off of a violent weekend, Saturday night, 3 people killed, and some neighbors in those areas telling me and my colleagues that, they're so scared they're about to pack up and move. What do you say to those people? What can be done right now?
Well, I'm saying what we're doing is everything possible with our police force in making sure that we have more presence in neighborhoods, especially that have experienced gunshots and gun violence. We're also working with institutions in our communities. I think that we have a real focus on our school communities and making sure that conflicts that happen at school don't spill over or vice versa. Conflicts in the neighborhood don't spill over to our schools. We're also pretty focused on our violence interruption efforts to make sure we have the right people working for us and that they are delivering for us. And we continue to focus on the people that we think are most likely to use guns because they've used guns before. And they are really highlighted for additional services. Yeah.
Mayor, following up on Martin's first question, like you said, you guys weren't voting members of the advisory board, but you were participants. So what was the level of concern earlier in this process about these things that were potentially being enacted or that would go into the final version?
Oh, we've been very concerned about it throughout the process. And to say, oh, you participated, but you didn't have a vote is, that's the whole game in that process of bringing things to that commission and being able to vote on whether they advance. And additionally, what we move here are parts of the RCCA that advance through the council that have nothing to do with updating the code. They're, in my view, should be considered alone, gotten a hearing alone, and then advanced on their own merits. And that's what we amend in this bill.
How does this coincide with the current version of the code that Congress is going to be considering this week via disapproval resolutions?
Well, I just outlined how it goes. So we address, and we will share the draft with you. We address some of the penalties in the areas that I described, using guns, robbery, carjacking, and some of the other things that I described. And we would delete in hopes that they could be considered separately, the Second Look Act and the jury demandability.
I guess I'm just trying to understand procedurally if Congress moves forward with the disapprovals. Well, I guess my question then would be, when do you expect the council to take up your amendment?
I hope that they would take it up urgently.
As urgently as tomorrow, or like what?
Well, we would introduce, the way the council operates, and of course you can put this to the council members, is it would be referred to the committee. And then the committee would determine how it moves.
All right, I'll follow up on that.
Okay.
Do you have a sense of the council at this point? I know you worked with, did you work with Councilmember Pinto on all these changes? Were you in lockstep with those? And then what about the rest of the
we shared with Councilmember Pinto what we were over the course of several days, what we considered urgent to be removed. And you would have to talk to her about her disposition on them.
Have you talked to any other council members?
I've talked to the chairman of the council.
Okay.
Yep.
Ambassador, how realistic is it for you to get what you would like, considering the way the majority of this council has been voting on this?
I think it's pretty realistic if everybody sits down and looks at the context of how we're, of the ecosystem and how it's operating, and listens to the community. I think it's quite realistic. That's how I approach this. Look, this is my job. I tell people in the district what I think we need, whether it's for public safety, schools, DPW, and I work every day to make sure I have the resources, that I have the legal authority to be able to deliver what I need for the District of Columbia. So that's where we are right now. There's a legislative process, and I tried to be as forceful as I could about why I thought this was the wrong direction, but we're going to step back and try to fix it, and we'll fix it locally. Yep.
Chief, a slightly off-topic question.
Sure.
Chief, there have been a number of...
Jesus Christ. Trying to trip me up here, Bob. Go ahead, man. I'm sorry.
I did not mean to do that.
Yeah.
There have been a number of valets at restaurants in the city targeted in recent weeks, going back to late last year, whether they're taking car keys. This weekend they took the whole valet stand, and some people saying, I'm going to park my car, not valet at these nice restaurants. Is there a message to those who are trying to frequent our businesses and are now concerned about handing over their keys?
Yeah, so we had an incident, I believe it was on Saturday at one of the local establishments. And what I would say to that is we need to make sure that when we turn our keys over, that people are also being good stewards over the property that we give to them, that, people are, if the valet box is outside and the people who are responsible for it are inside, I mean, that creates a problem. So I just think that we need to make sure that we're all doing our part to secure our property. Again, the mayor talked about, just kind of the posture that we're in. And the reason why this time is so critical, when we're sending a message, if we're sending a message as a city to people, even right now, who are out there committing crimes that, some things the district really doesn't take that seriously. I mean, that's a terrible message to send. And this is not something that, where we got to just, at this point, just kind of overnight. I want to make sure that people, business owners, people who have responsibility in different spaces, that we're all working together to do everything that we possibly can to really to make our community safer. And it's going to take everybody, Bob. It really is.
And a follow-up, the mayor's statistic about 500 fewer officers, how does that play into your ability to do what you're trying to do and the increase in crime that we are seeing?
So it makes it difficult, to be honest with you. And let's put that in context. As the mayor mentioned, we had a meeting with the ANCs last week, and when we talk about, we have to be careful about how we talk about it. A lot of this has to do with how people feel in the fear of crime. Actually last year we ended last.
All right, everybody, I do want to go to some breaking news here that we are following. We just got the feed in from Minneapolis right now of a house explosion. This is what we know here at this time, that officials confirmed that EMS crews are on the scene as rescuers attempting to pull multiple victims from this home. He added that an ambulance has been called to the scene as well. So Sky Fox up in the air here in Minneapolis for a house explosion. You can see in the center of your screen right there, and it looks like sometimes the feed might go a little bit in and out, but we'll try to keep it for you right here as long as we can right here. Still limited details right now, but of course this is what we do here on Live Now from Fox. As soon as we get feeds in, especially if they are breaking, we try to bring it to you as fast as we can. And now Sky Fox is able to zoom in just a little bit more to show the situation right now with this home. So it doesn't look like an active search right now from rescuers, but this was what we are seeing right now all happen. This played out at about 8:30 local time there. So we will continue to follow it. So about 2 hours now into this house explosion there. And as soon as we get more updates, we'll bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. Everyone, we are moments away going out to Ohio for an update on the train derailment that happened a couple of days ago. This was from the governor's office, Governor Mike DeWine, saying that residents living within a mile of the train derailment site who have not yet left their homes are asked to immediately evacuate due to the potential of a major explosion. That was coming from the initial moments there of that train derailment. We'll get the latest there from the governor coming up at any moment right here on Live Now from Fox. But what we'll do is slide away for a quick 2-minute break. incident itself be guided. Welcome back, everyone, here live now from Fox. Going out to Philadelphia, District Attorney giving an update on the latest there with crime numbers and crime arrests there from the past week.
Of Eugene Watson, which was successfully achieved by ADA Kristen Patchell, who will be speaking a little bit later. And the key to that case was an 11-year-old testifying about what he had seen. We will come back to that. I want to start out by introducing some of the great people who are here. We have with us Carolyn Temin, First Assistant, Robert Listenby, First Assistant. We have ADA Joanne Pescator, who is the Chief of the DAO's Homicide and Non-Fatal Shooting Unit. ADA Kristen Patchell is here from the DAO's Homicide Non-Fatal Shooting Unit. We have ADA Deborah Watson-Stokes, Senior Advisor for Professional Development and Special Projects, many of them around gun violence. We have Reverend Myra Maxwell, who is the Executive Director of the DAO's Victim Support Services Division, a division that includes the DAO's CARES Unit, which is the Crisis Assistance Response and Engagement for Survivors Unit, to deal with families of homicide victims in the first 45 days after their loved one is killed. And Melanie Nelson is here as the Executive Director of that unit. Both of them will be speaking a little bit later on part of what it means to assist at the preliminary hearing phase, assist witnesses and assist victims of gun violence. Let's go straight to the data. Homicides as of 11:59 p.m. on the 5th of February were at 41. On the same date last year, they were at 47. That represents, as of the moment, a decrease of about 13%. Last week, and this is a different time period, but last week from January the 27th through February the 2nd, there were 6 homicides and 19 non-fatal shootings. This weekend was rougher than that. It was worse than that. But 6 homicides over the course of a week is a lower rate than we have experienced during the pandemic, when it was usually about 10.5 homicides per week. There were 123 gun or gun violence incidents, and 80 arrests were made by law enforcement, of which 79 resulted in open charged cases. Bail continues to fail us, by which I mean cash bail in amounts that are, in my view, way too low, given the danger of the individuals involved, continues to fail us. The median bail set for illegal possession of guns was $100 grand. Median bail set for violent offenses committed with guns was $250 grand. You've heard me on that before, so I won't repeat it. I do want to point to a couple of shootings that occurred over the last week. The first was a non-fatal shooting that occurred on Saturday, February the 4th at about 11:45 p.m. on the 2900 block of McKinley in the 15th Police District. An approximately 31-year-old Hispanic male was shot once in the left forearm. The male was transported by private vehicle to Nazareth Hospital, placed in stable condition. Anyone with information, please contact the Shooting Investigation Group of the Philadelphia Police Department, 215-686-8270. The second and final incident I want to point to was a homicide shooting incident that occurred on Sunday at about 11:24 a.m. on the 2100 block of North 21st Street. This is inside the 22nd Police District. A 30-year-old black male was shot once in the right shoulder, twice in the back. He was transported to Temple Hospital by police and later was pronounced. An arrest has been made by police. However, the investigation is ongoing, and anyone with information is encouraged to contact the Philadelphia Police Department. All right, at this moment, I would like to ask Melanie Nelson and Myra Maxwell to come forward and provide some information on services that were provided to victims and survivors over the course of the last week, but also, very importantly, to talk about what is involved in court accompaniment. A lot of people may not realize this, but when a witness or a victim or survivor of gun violence goes to court to testify, they often have to do it twice. They have to do it at a preliminary hearing phase, and then they have to do it at trial. And especially if you are dealing with a young witness, a traumatized witness, or a fearful witness, especially in those situations, but really in all situations, court accompaniment is appropriate, by which I mean people with special expertise and background in addressing the needs of these witnesses, going with them to court. Obviously, it's a pretty awful thing for an 11-year-old to even know about someone with whom they're familiar being harmed, but what happened in this case went well beyond that. So first I would ask Melanie and Myra to come forward and speak a little bit on these topics, and after that I will introduce Kristen Patchell to speak more specifically about the experience of a particular brave 11-year-old witness who came forward and whose testimony was not merely necessary, it was essential to the successful prosecution of Eugene Watson that we're here to discuss. Melanie, Myra?
Good morning. The CARES unit provided 11 services to 33, provided 11, I'm so sorry. The CARES unit met with 11 families and provided 33 services to those families. The CARES unit will now be in courtroom 306, the preliminary hearing room for homicides, on Mondays and Tuesdays. If you need services for a preliminary hearing, understand that the victim witness coordinator will contact you if an arrest has been made.
Also, our victim witness coordinator staff 306 for preliminary hearings on Thursdays and Fridays. We have victim witness coordinators throughout our office. However, we have those that are attached to our homicide and non-fatal shootings unit. So they are there in case you need support and services. Court accompaniment is very important throughout this process because many people will not understand the supports and services or understand the legal terms that they're hearing. So our staff, they're highly trained and experienced in working specifically with families who stand in need of support and needs to be accompanied to any hearing or trial. So thank you, and we are very appreciative of the hard work of our team. Thank you.
So part of the reality of being a prosecutor in the Philadelphia DA's office or any other busy office of prosecutor or public defender is that there are times when you got to pick up the ball for somebody else. What happened with this case, and by this case, I mean the case of Eugene Watson, is that it was assigned to a very, very capable prosecutor by the name of Katie Wood, who was on another trial when this case came up for trial. That's reality. That doesn't mean you shut it down, continue it, delay it. That means you have to turn to another very capable prosecutor to pinch hit, and that's what happened here. This case fell into the hands of Kristen Patchell at the last minute, but not for lack of preparation and not for lack of organization, but because this is such a busy trial office that it is not uncommon that an attorney will have two trials that need to go at the same time. And those are the circumstances under which Kristen Patchell had to try this case, and it is a very interesting case in many ways. It is my pleasure to call forward ADA Kristen Patchell.
Good morning. Defendant Eugene Watson was recently convicted of F1 aggravated assault and F1 VUFA, or violations of the Firearms Act, felon with a prohibited firearm, recently about a month ago in a waiver trial in the Criminal Justice Center. This case centered on a shooting that happened after a family dispute on Marlin Road in Southwest Philadelphia. Earlier this day in April of 2021, an 11-year-old who was a key part of this case, his mother and his father got into a dispute earlier that day. Later in the afternoon, when he was at his home on Marlin Road, his mother came to pick him up. When his mother came to pick him up, she came into the house supposedly to use the bathroom. Two other masked individuals followed into the home. The 11-year-old who came to court in this matter testified that he heard one of the individuals make a comment to him along the lines of, "What's up?" He recognized immediately that it was his uncle on his mother's side, Eugene Watson. He recognized both his voice and he recognized his eyes in the mask because he had seen him masked previously. He testified that as these two walked into the home, he left with his mom and waited in a car outside. The complainant in this matter, who couldn't identify anyone, stated that he was in his home when these individuals came in. Eugene Watson, who we now know is Eugene Watson, struck him in the face with a gun and then threw an incendiary device that left debris all over the home that detectives later took pictures of to document when they came to investigate the crime scene. The complainant in this matter backed up, and as he was backing up, he was shot once in the chest, close to the heart. He was rushed to the hospital. The 11-year-old in this case came to court and testified to these identifying factors of Eugene Watson, and he also testified that while he was sitting in the car outside of this home, he then saw his uncle in the driveway with a firearm pointing it in the alleyway. Without this 11-year-old's testimony, we would not be able to prosecute this case. He testified credibly and convincingly despite his young age. Cases like these can't be prosecuted unless members of the community come forward and cooperate with the prosecution and also are willing to come in and be members of this case. This 11-year-old had to miss school. His father brought him in along with his uncle, who was the shooting victim in this matter. The district attorney's office thanks these individuals for coming forward, for their cooperation, for being brave and being able to tell the judge in this matter what happened and how this man was shot. Furthermore, we thank the victim witness coordinators in our office who help us develop these types of relationships with families who have to come forward and later participate in these prosecutions. As always, we would also thank the detectives from the Philadelphia Police Department Shooting Investigation Group who assist us in these matters and collect all of our evidence.
Thank you, ADA Patchell. A couple details for you. The shot was actually a bullet very close to the heart that caught the victim. The defendant, Mr. Watson, has a 2014 burglary conviction, F2 burglary. He will be facing sentencing on the 31st of March before Judge Anhalt, and he will be the main charges he'll be facing, of course, will be ag assault, first-degree felony, and also Section 6105, which is being a felon in possession of a weapon. At this time, we're going to turn to questions. I will call on everyone who is here, and I'll call on Mr. Palmer first. Mr. Palmer, do you have anything?
There was a stabbing reported at the jail over the weekend. I was wondering if anyone had any information on what may have happened or why.
Mr. Palmer, if you give me a second, let me consult. We do not have any updates at this time. If you want to check back in a few hours, we can try to find out. Is that it? Okay. Channel 29, Fox 29.
I'm guessing the defendant in this case, he was trying to rob his family. Am I understanding the case correctly?
I'm going to let Ms. Patchell, ADA Patchell, answer that. I don't think it was a robbery. I think this was more familial rage having to, in some way, to do with child custody or differences between the parents of the child. I think that's correct. But let me call forward ADA Patchell.
So the complainant in this matter, who is the 11-year-old's uncle, testified that there had been a dispute between the 11-year-old's father and the 11-year-old's mother. As a result, later when the mother came to pick up the 11-year-old, her brother came to the house and then shot the complainant's uncle on his dad's side. So essentially this was just some sort of a family dispute between a mother's side of the family and a father's side of the family.
And just to make it even weirder, neither the mother nor the father actually is involved directly in the shooting. These are other people in the family who are involved in either being the doer or being the victim of this crime. Is there anything else? Mr. Cipriano. Good morning.
I have two questions.
Depends on what they are, Mr. Cipriano.
From what I understand, this is regarding the impeachment. From what I understand, 4 law firms have been retained by the State House of Representatives to do work on this. And just one of those firms, K&L Gates LLP, earned a grand total last year of $1,007,324 for clerical professional services reinvestigation of the House Select Committee on Restoring Law. Do you have any comment?
I think it's good when taxpayers' resources are used to benefit taxpayers. That is my comment. Is there a second question, Mr. Cipriano?
There is. Okay. This week, a Big Trial blog ran a series by a former homicide detective named Jake Jacobs about the Ryan Powell case, alleging witness tampering, false testimony, and he claims he was retaliated against by both the DA's office and the police department for blowing the whistle. Do you have any comment?
I have not read it, and I have no comment. Thank you.
That was this week's Philadelphia crime update there from the district attorney. We are going to take another quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox as we continue to wait for the train derailment update from Ohio. We'll be bringing that to you as soon as it happens right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We check back into the Alex Murdaugh trial, continuing day 11 right now, as this is Alex Murdaugh accused there of killing his wife and son. We will continue to listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
On the day of the murders, according to the testimony, the defendant was preparing for the motion to compel, which was set to convene in 3 days. We've heard testimony from Jan Milanowski, the president and CEO of Palmetto State Bank, who provided testimony and documentation to millions of dollars owed by the defendant to Palmetto State Bank, all while the defendant was frequently carrying a substantial negative account balances. Michael Gunn, a consultant with Forge Consulting, testified that the defendant created a fake bank account using the firm name of Forge. And according to the testimony of Ms. Seckinger, this fake account was used as the main depository for a substantial, if not most, of the misappropriated funds We heard testimony from Attorney Chris Wilson about confronting the defendant about the missing $792 and personal sum to him owed of $192,000 was later discovered. And that testimony or that confrontation took place on June 7th. Mr. Murdaugh later confessed to having stolen those funds along with committing a multitude of other crimes, and also claimed to be suffering from drug addiction. We heard from Michael Satterfield, who Mr. Murdaugh, according to him, represented in a lawsuit against himself involving the death of Gloria Satterfield, Michael Satterfield's mother, who was the housekeeper of Mr. Murdaugh. He testified that he'd heard of through the reports that money had been recovered in the case, and when he discussed it with Mr. Murdaugh told him that no money had been recovered and it would take a year or so. It was later revealed that money had been recovered and that a confession of judgment was later issued in the sum of $4,304,000. Also received testimony from Mr. Carson Burney from the State Attorney General's office, who traced funds in and out of the bank account. I find that the jury is entitled to consider whether the apparent desperation of Mr. Murdaugh, because of his dire financial situation, the threat of being exposed for committing the crimes which he was later charged with, resulted in the commission of the alleged crimes. While motive is not a necessary element, the state must prove malice, and evidence of motive may be used to prove it. And in this case, since the identity of the perpetrator is a critical element that must be proven beyond a reasonable doubt, evidence of motive may be used in an attempt to meet that burden. This evidence of other crimes is admissible and it's non-propensatory, as it does not suggest to the jury that the defendant has a tendency to commit murder. I specifically find that these other crimes will not lure the jury into declaring guilt on a different ground or than the specific charge. Thus, it is non-propensatory evidence and is supported by state law. Therefore, this non-propensatory evidence of other crimes is admissible under Rule 404B and Rule 403, and that the evidence, which may be prejudicial, but is more probative than prejudicial. As to res geste, the state alleges that Mr. Murdaugh was under immense pressure after being confronted about the missing fees, the upcoming hearing on the motion to compel his financial information, his dire financial straits, and looming exposure of this criminal activity. And the state contends that that situation led to the murder of Maggie and Paul Murdaugh. Our courts have held that where evidence of other crimes is an integral part of the crime for which a defendant is charged, or it is needed to aid the jury in understanding the context with which the crime occurred, then that evidence is admissible under the theory of res gestae or res gestae, as some might pronounce it. I find that the activities and conduct as of the defendant on June 7th, 2021, as testified to, is admissible under res gestae, and that this evidence furnishes a part of the context of the alleged crime. It's necessary to the full presentation of the case, which the state is entitled, particularly since the state is relying heavily on circumstantial evidence. I find that it is so intimately connected with and explanatory of the crime charged under the theory that the state is seeking to prove, that proof of it is essential to complete the story. And our courts have further declared that where the full presentation of the evidence is admissible, that there is no reason to fragmentize the events under inquiry by suppressing parts of the res gestae. Further, in State v. McGee, the court held that where res gestae, evidence of res gestae or part of res gestae is properly admitted, then no 404B or Lyle analysis is reached. However, as to the finding of admissibility of evidence, which I have done, and the finding of it within the res gestae, I've nevertheless conducted a Rule 404B analysis or Lyle analysis, though not needed. In conclusion, the state's motion to admit the other evidence or evidence of other crimes is admitted. I will file a more formal order granting the state's motion later today. Are we ready for the jury?
I believe we are.
Your Honor, one point on Your Honor's ruling. I don't know that they're getting into the financial stuff immediately, but we do have a proposed limiting instruction that we would request the court to give at the time they offer the evidence.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. And certainly upon request of the defense, the court is required to give a limiting instruction.
Schedule will probably be late afternoon or tomorrow when we started to cross into some of those financial witnesses.
Have you reviewed the defendant's proposed limiting instruction?
I'm looking at it right now, Your Honor.
As we wait for the jury to come back into the courtroom, we are going to take our final break here of this hour. Stay right here with us on Live Now from Fox.
Of course, the you have the other question of res gestae and whether or not a limiting instruction is required for res gestae testimony.
No, I understand, Your Honor, and I guess I understood the scope of the court's ruling to go beyond res gestae or gestae and to include prior events he wasn't confronted about on June 7th. Now, if the court's ruling is limited to the confrontation on June 7th and about that transaction, then it would be res gestae.
It's not limited to June 7th. June 7th also includes res gestae, but the ruling includes all evidence of financial crimes that may likely have led to a motive, lend itself to motive for the crime committed, and that may be before or after.
Yes, I understand the court's ruling. I will, for the record, when it's offered, just make a formal objection to protect the record.
Yes, sir. I understand.
Showing no disrespect to the court.
No, I understand. Okay, we're ready for the jury?
State's ready to proceed, Your Honor.
Bring them on. Thank you. Good morning. It's right at noon. Well, 11:58. It's still morning. We embark on day number 11. The call your next witness.
May it please the court. Yes, sir. From the state of South Carolina, we now call Miss Michelle Smith to the stand.
Raise your right hand, left hand on the Bible. Do you affirm the testimony about to give the court in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God? Yes. Thank you. Take a seat on the witness stand. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
Michelle Shelley Smith.
Take a deep breath.
Yes.
What is your first name?
Michelle.
Spell that, please.
M-U-S-H-E-L-L.
Where did you get that name from?
My auntie named me.
And where did she get that name from?
I don't know.
Is it Michelle with a U?
U, yes, correct.
During the course of this, if you don't mind, is it okay if I call you Miss Smith or Miss Shelley or Shelley? I really don't know what's going to come out of my mouth sometimes. Is that okay?
That's okay.
But do you go by Shelley?
Yes.
Please tell these folks, Ms. Smith, about Michelle Smith, where you were born, where you were raised, please.
Hampton, South Carolina.
And ma'am, if you don't mind just pulling this up a little bit and speaking into it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I was born in Hampton County. Have 4 grown kids.
Louder, Ms. Smith.
I was born in Hampton County, 4 grown kids, 8 grands, and I worked for the Hampton County District for the last 28 years. Food service is my professional.
Pull that chair up. I just want you to be comfortable. You said you had 4 adult kids.
Yes.
And then you said 6 to 8 grands.
It's 8 grands.
8 grands. Okay. And raised where?
Hampton, South Carolina.
Okay. Where'd you go to high school?
Wade Hampton High School.
And what did you do after high school, Ms. Smith?
Got married, raised my kids, and that's what my profession. That's it. Mm-hmm.
And that is the hardest profession, raising children.
Yes.
You had 4 kids.
4 kids.
And when you were raising them, you were raising them, taking care of
Yes.
the family.
Mm-hmm.
And are any of your family here today?
Yes, my brother and my daughter.
What's your brother's name?
Michael Smith.
Michael Smith, will you stand up? Is that your brother?
Yes, that's my brother.
And who else is here?
My daughter, Rochelle.
Miss Rochelle, will you stand up? Thank you. They here supporting you today?
Yes.
Don't take this the wrong way, but other than raising a family, which is the hardest job, were you doing anything else during that time period?
No, till 1995, I started working at the school district.
Okay. Did you work in your church while you were raising your family?
Yes, I worked at church.
Okay, and that's what I'm asking. What did you do with your church while you were raising your family?
Usher, kitchen ministry.
Kitchen ministry?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And how long did you do that?
All my life, church.
Are you still doing that?
Yes.
Okay. And you don't have to name your church, but where is your church located?
Fairfax, South Carolina.
So at some point after your children moved up in years or got older, did you start another profession?
Yes.
Okay. And tell the ladies and gentlemen what that was, please, ma'am.
Private home care.
I'm sorry?
Private home care, caregiver.
How did you get into that?
My aunt. Mm-hmm.
And was she in that business?
Yes, she's an LPN. Yes.
An LPN?
Yes.
Licensed practical nurse?
Yes.
Okay. And when did you get into the home care business?
Probably about 10 or 12 years ago.
Now, prior to that, had you already started with the school?
Yes, I'm still at the school also.
Okay. Tell them when you started with the school.
The school in 1995. That's correct, 1995.
And what school did you start with?
At North District Middle School in Warrenville, South Carolina.
North Central Middle, Varnville?
North District Middle School, yes.
What did you do for them?
Food service.
Okay. Mm-hmm. And how long did you do that at that school?
I've been there for 19 years at North Central Middle School.
After that, did you change locations?
6 years later, I went to Wade Hampton High School.
And for those of us that don't know, where is that?
Vaughnville, South Carolina.
And you've been there 6 years?
Oh, no, 6 years at Wade Hampton High School.
Okay. So total years in the school system is what?
28 years.
And you're still there?
Still there.
So you started home health care while you were still teaching school, or
No,
still going to school?
Going to school, working in service.
And will you please tell them, you said your aunt got you a business. Were you working with one family at a time, or did you have?
Different families at a time.
Okay.
Different families.
And how long would you stay with the family once you became their caregiver?
It all depends on how long, if they're deceased, I will move on to another family.
So is it fair to say you'd stay with the family until the person passed on?
Passed on, yes, correct.
And then how did you get other jobs as far in that caregiving profession?
My aunt always called me and said they had a job, and she let me put me on that job.
Okay. So give the jury an idea before we get to this case. Your schedule would be what when you were still working at school?
Yes, at school.
Caregiving.
Yes.
Okay. So what was your typical day like?
My typical day was I leave home at 7:20, have to be to school at 8 o'clock that morning. And I will stay there until 1:45, make my deposit for the school, then leave and go to my next job.
Can you tell this jury, Ms. Smith, how it came about that you started working for the Murdaugh?
It was a job opening. I think one of the caregivers mentioned it to me, and I said, yes, I'd be interested in going. And now that's how it started.
Okay. And one of the caregivers mentioned your name. Do you know who that was?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It's Barbara Mixon.
It's Barbara Mixon?
Yes, sir.
So there's an opening and your name got brought up?
Yes.
And can you tell these folks when that was? When did you start working for the Murdaugh family?
It was October of 2019.
Welcome, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We'll continue to check in on the double murder trial there for Alex Murdaugh, but we want to keep it going here with more live feeds that are coming in to our newsroom right here. I have one Mike Page here. Thanks so much for joining us here today. We are still awaiting for the Ohio governor to give an update on the latest there with the train derailment that has really plagued the town of East Palestine there in Ohio for the last couple of days, and they still worry about substances on the train there. And this is a live look right now of Sky Fox there in that area. So we will continue to look at it for you right here on Live Now from Fox. But I want to go out to King County, Washington State there, the undersheriff giving an update on kind of what they are seeing in their communities right now with drug bust as well as taking guns off the streets. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Dow Constantine. So I'm interested, I'm learning along with you. I'm interested in the volumes of narcotics that have been taken this year and how that's changed from the past.
So, you know, as years gone on, I've been around for over 30 years now, and I've seen the different types of narcotics that's being distributed out there. What is the most popular, right? What's in demand? And now it's fentanyl. So what we're seeing is just a continual increase in fentanyl pills themselves. To give you an example, last year in 2022, we see these units that we're talking about here. So there's 4 plainclothes teams that are out there working specifically on this type of crime. And what they seized this last year in pills, fentanyl pills, equates to about 8 5-gallon buckets of pills, just from that
over
team.
750,000 pills.
Yeah, over 755,000 pills, yes.
Okay.
And then, of course, the powder that's associated with that, the methamphetamine, I didn't talk about that earlier, but there's methamphetamine that involves, that's associated with these busts. And we're talking enough meth that basically is the size of a love seat, and also the fentanyl powder, which equates to about 15 laptops. I can't remember the pounds right off the top of my head. I think it's 30 pounds, actually.
30 pounds.
Yes.
So the interesting thing, the tragic thing here is that fentanyl is much more potent than heroin, 50 times as potent as heroin, and cheap. And we've seen this terrible upsurge in overdose deaths in our community because of it. The teams that you're talking about are called special emphasis teams, right?
Correct.
They consist of detectives along with the sergeant, and they have led the way in apprehending all of this, including the guns. But we have a much broader approach. So last year we went to Precinct 4 and announced a comprehensive public safety initiative, and it includes this work, this more traditional work, but being done with, I would say, even more serious stakes here to get these toxic drugs off the street, but also investing in mental health professionals to be involved with our negotiating teams so that we can avoid a crisis in that moment and try to apprehend someone. More work upstream to prevent young people from coming into gangs and drug dealing, and also to try to get to young people who are becoming involved as users of drugs and get them into counseling. And overall, a more comprehensive approach to trying to prevent harm. This is a challenge that is not going to go away immediately, and we need the help of the federal and state governments. But this work was the King County Sheriff's Office. And as you're probably aware, it was just last year that I took over responsibility for the Sheriff's Office and appointed a new sheriff. And I want to commend Sheriff Cole Tyndall, as well as you, for really excellent work, working with community to begin to reduce a danger that is taking lives at an alarming rate in King County. And I just wondered, do you have any additional insights into how communities can help us be able to remove this danger from the streets?
Communication, letting us know what's going on. The way we're successful in taking care of the crime problems in our communities is that engagement with community members. We know what's going on because of the help by our neighborhoods, the community groups and different organizations within the communities, letting us know where they're seeing some of these problems so we can start focusing our resources in those areas and to go after the dealers, right? We certainly need resources to help those who have an addiction problem, but it's these kind of folks here that are creating that problem. They are the menace to our communities out there, and we need to continue those efforts to stop that, and we need to work together with community to make that happen to be successful.
Thank you.
All right, so we can either break off for one-on-ones, we can do questions all together if that's easy.
Let's maybe start that way and then we can break off. Does that make sense, guys?
Is this one bus, just one bus?
No, there's multiple here. I'm not sure exactly which ones fit, but we're seeing the work here of our Burien special emphasis team, as well as our shoreline emphasis team, and Maple Valley has a small team out there, as well as our Metro division.
And these were taken off drug dealers, so these never actually hit the street.
Correct, that is correct.
If they had, how bad would it have been if we saw these kinds of drugs out on the streets?
Well, you've heard the numbers, right? We've seen our youth out there dying as a result of fentanyl pills. So we don't know, because of the consistency of how these pills are made, it's not regulated. So there could be, pills in that bunch there, in that bag, that could lead to a deadly situation. Just takes a one.
These two, the picture with the dog and down here, those are the same bust. That's one bust. And then that one is also one bust.
And what's happened to these guys that got busted?
Actually, I don't know the results, probably pending trial.
So yeah, they arrest them, they hand them over to the prosecutor for charging,
yes,
and then it's off to the court system.
I think most of those arrests were, I think the prosecutor put out stuff on their arrests
Okay.
and charges at the end
Now,
of
would
the
you
year.
say you need help from the federal and the state level? Can you elaborate on that?
Well, of course, these kind of problems are not limited to the borders of King County. This is a crisis nationwide. It's my understanding that in North America, a lot of the fentanyl manufacturing is happening in Mexico, although globally a lot of it happens in China. And the problem here is that it's just what you said. Fentanyl is so potent and being manufactured in an unregulated way and then cut into other drugs potentially in an unregulated way, the users have no idea what they're getting. And so that is why we're seeing so many overdoses out there. This is part of an evolution, over years of drugs becoming more dangerous, more compact, easier to smuggle, easier to distribute. And this particular challenge is one that we're going to have to take on at the national level as well as state and local. We can't keep simply chasing after drug dealers and expecting that to solve the problem. The problems involve national and international cartels.
Under Sheriff Anderson, do you need more undercover officers? I mean, if you had, say, 2, 3, 4 times as many of these units to go after these guys while others go after it from a different angle, would that help you?
We would love to, but when it comes down to it, we have staffing issues that we have to work through, and so there's a lot of needs out there in the communities from the sheriff's office as well as our contract partners out there. So we have to provide patrol resources, right? We have to have uniformed deputies as well. And so we've had to make some pretty difficult decisions in the last couple of years to balance that out, and balance those needs. And so we made an intentional effort to keep especially the Burien team intact because of that work that you're seeing right here. The results are just tremendous. But yes, we'd love to.
And I point out, and I think this is an important point to make, this is not a budget issue. This is not a funding issue.
Correct.
This is an issue of the difficulty in hiring people. And we see it across many workplaces in our economy today, but particularly in policing, the scrutiny and criticism that police officers have experienced. It's been hard to recruit folks. If anyone is passionate about this work, wants to come help us in this work, we are very much available to talk with you and take your application.
For context, can you just compare last year to the year before, 2021? So we got the numbers for 2022. Is this bigger results than what you saw in 2021?
I actually don't have those numbers. So for 2021, to be honest with you, to give you an answer. We're seeing that growth. We're seeing the increase in these numbers. It's not getting smaller. So presumably, this is a bigger, bust over this last year. Or scratch that one part, but these are multiple operations. We're continuing to see these become more of a problem, and so the numbers are continuing to grow, as well as the violent crime that's associated with that, the gun violence.
Stuff, the marketing to kids, right? We've got the Snapchat and others that hopefully are going to be held to account, but. Right. Have we seen some of the colored things that might look like Skittles? Or, are we seeing that in King County?
We're seeing a little bit of that coming through, and certainly, yes, that is quite the marketing scheme that they've come up with because it looks like candy, right? It looks desirable. It's multicolored and all that, and that's the scary thing. They don't care about youth, right? They don't care about people dying as a result. They only care about making money, and that's what sickens me to actually just think about that type of marketing scheme that they're coming up with, right? It's like, how can we sell more? How can we attract younger and younger people to try this product out and then become addicted? Or maybe not even get to that point of addiction. Maybe they die as a result of one pill, their first pill that they've taken. Scary.
So when I took on this job, one of the things I did in the first few years was travel to every school district in the county. We have, I believe, 19. And there were very few places I went where I didn't hear stories, tragic stories of students, parents, teachers who had become addicted to opioids because of prescription, the overprescription of opioids, and then shifting when those are no longer available to heroin, deaths in the community. as horrific as that was, this is even more dangerous. This is even more dangerous because someone can get very, very easily overdose, unknowingly be dosed with this, and I'm tremendously concerned for us. I am proud of the work that our detectives and our SET teams, the special emphasis teams, are doing, but this is going to have to be an all-community effort to get this stuff off our streets.
Could you give some details about the Burien operation, please?
Well, there's been a number of those operations. I will tell you that the information I have in a couple of these, we're following these drugs from down south, right, from other states, Arizona. So we're following that pipeline coming up here, and when they come into King County, that's when we're interdicting on some of these cases. So it could be a traffic stop, it could be a search warrant at a residence to come across all of this contraband and the drugs. So yes, these are not just, this isn't just happening in this state, right? As the executive pointed out, likely coming up from Mexico.
The supply of fentanyl is still going to be there. It's not going to go anywhere. What's the county's next step right now in the short term to try and mitigate the overdose crisis?
You can talk about the law enforcement part.
So talking about what we're doing here is you're seeing the results, right? We will continue those efforts to get this off the street, get these products off the street. But we're looking at it at a bigger lens, right? Not just law enforcement, not just the prosecution, but also the public health approach. And
so, of course, this is, at its heart, also a public health crisis. And our public health department is very focused on this, even as they have many demands for many challenges. For those adult users who are perhaps addicted to heroin and are trying to figure out whether their heroin has been cut with fentanyl, there are tests available. You have to be a pretty well-functioning adult user to remember to go and do that, to test it and make sure that your supply is not tainted. That's not going to work for those you see out on the streets using this stuff. It's not going to work for kids who foolishly or innocently come in contact with this. But the Public Health Department is very focused on this as one of our central challenges in the moment.
And Executive Constantine, in your leadership conversations, how does fentanyl factor into the homelessness crisis here in Seattle?
Well, as with many other challenges, those who are homeless and vulnerable are being victimized, preyed upon by people who are selling fentanyl. It's a way to self-medicate, but it's also a very deadly thing on the streets of Seattle. And we are seeing in our medical examiner's office, for example, many more deaths, many more bodies come in, and they often are not identified or claimed by a loved one. And it is the case that this is, as is always the case, hitting the homeless population particularly hard. We have teams out on the streets, of course, both nonprofits and county employees trying to intervene and help people. But we have to have places for them to go. And without going too far into promoting our ballot measure, I proposed a measure that creates crisis care centers around the county for people in addiction crisis or mental health crisis. And last week, the county council unanimously voted to place that in.
All right, officials there in King County, Washington, talking about the damaging effects there of fentanyl in the community. They're talking about overdoses, as well as talking about the busts that continue to happen there in that county with very large amounts of fentanyl. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for joining us here today. We are going to, for our next story here, go out to a very disturbing story out of Texas, where a 6-year-old was allegedly raped on a school bus by a middle school boy here. So what we are going to do is hear from officials there on this, a very, very disturbing story. And let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
This is that how is it that a 6-year-old is on the bus with a 13-year-old? How is it that you are on the bus without a bus attendant? Because I have children. I have children that ride the bus. There are bus attendants that are on that bus to prevent fights and to prevent any type of action that is inappropriate in the school system. And that's not what has happened here in Alden Independent School District. And we are very upset about this. And then to add insult to injury, whenever that you have an actual incident that happens on that specific campus, it is your job, according to the Texas Education Agency's law, that you're supposed to notify the parents of the horrific incident of what has happened. This is the actual Texas education law that I am going to read out, that Alden Independent School District clearly violated. The Texas Education Code 37.108 states that school districts must include in their EOP the communication measures they have in place and ensure that they are adequate both in technology and infrastructure. This technology and infrastructure must include the ability to provide immediate notification to parents and guardians involving a significant threat to health or safety of their child. So that information was supposed to have been given to those parents about what has happened here in this school district instead of trying to cover it up and sweep it under the rug. We're not going to give you that opportunity to cover nothing up, to sweep anything under the rug, because we are standing in the gap for our children. We are standing in the gap for all children. And this is what you're not going to do on our watch. Brother Cornell?
Come in, Mother. So I want to be very careful and take my time in talking about this case involving this mother's son. I've had people confess murders to me. I've had horrific things confessed to me by criminals. The details of what the school has admitted, the details of when I reached out to the police chief to talk about this investigation is so horrific. I want to be very careful how I talk about this. This mother's child was raped over and over and over again for months on the back of one of these school buses. According to the investigator, the bus driver stopped the bus because she thought they were fighting on the back of the bus, but this mother's child was fighting because he was being raped. When they began to investigate that sexual assault, the young man confessed even greater details of what they had did to him and how many times it had been done. And so they came to this bus-borne investigators and retrieved additional video that goes back for months that shows this mother's son being sodomized and molested by older boys on the bus. We demand the immediate resignation of the supervisors of this bus van. We demand the resignation of the principal. How could a principal allow 6- and 5-year-olds to be on a bus with teenage boys? Why would you put 6- and 5-year-olds on a bus with 12- and 13-year-olds? Why would you put a 5- and 6-year-old on a bus with kids in middle school? And that's what they have been doing. We demand an immediate cease of mixing those young babies with older children like that on school buses. Immediately bring that to an end. The principal, when she learned the horrific details, had a duty to inform the parents adequately and thoroughly of what was going on and had a duty to tell the parents, if your child has been riding bus such and such, please reach out to us if your child has made an outcry or if you believe your child may be a victim. We believe there's possibly other young children who rode that bus that were assaulted on that bus. This is painful. When we listen to the details, I had to ask this mother to stop 3 times. I'm like, stop, just stop. Then when I began to make additional phone calls and find out that seasoned investigators, their stomachs were turned by what happened to this mother's son, we demand an immediate end to the young children riding on the school bus with older children. We demand an end to that today. And we demand that the superintendent remove that principal who did not do a better job of notifying families and seeking to make sure other kids have not been victimized by the perpetrators on this bus. State when you got the phone call and what happened.
Well, give your first and last name and spell it through.
My name is Latoya.
You gotta speak loud.
My name is Latoya, Latoya, Stormy, Stormie, Monroe, Monroe. Everyone calls me Stormy. I found out about this incident because my son, I drove him to school Tuesday with a backpack. He came home without the backpack Tuesday evening. I called this transportation department and asked if they could radio in the bus driver to see if his items were on the bus. Wednesday morning, I'm sorry, my days, I'm sorry. The day that I requested early that morning, it was like 6 o'clock in the morning, I called here and asked. I was told in a nonchalant manner, another student tossed it out the window. So I asked to speak to a supervisor. I spoke to a supervisor. They're very familiar with me. I've come here before inquiring why was my son on a bus with older children. They've seen me before. I've sat here for 2 hours one day while they were in a meeting waiting to speak to someone about this particular bus route, the lack of having a regular bus driver, the fact that the route always changed, that he was there 4, 5, 6 years old for 2 hours at a time. They let me know another student had thrown it out. I asked them, could they review it, identify the student, get with the principals so that we could possibly have a parent-teacher conversation with the other family to rectify the situation between my child and the other child. I received a call about 5 hours later asking me if I could come to the school and pick up my son. There was an Aldine ISD officer that needed to speak to me. I thought that perhaps my child had did something wrong. I get to the school and I find out that my son was sexually assaulted. Days of questioning, days of talking to my child, the details became more and more graphic each and every time. From what I thought was just an oral incident was really a physical incident. No one is being held accountable. I'm angry as hell. I asked what happened to the bus driver, what is going on with this other student. I'm being told they can't tell me any of this. I want her arrested. If my child was being molested in my presence at my home, they would lock me up for an endangerment to a child. I'd be sitting behind bars right now if what was happening to my child on that bus, the bus driver neglected. She did not do a job. Whoever is in charge that they're paying to look at videos, it should not, because a fight happens, it should not be videos get reviewed because altercations on a school bus. You get paid to review it daily, review it weekly. This could have come to a head months ago, weeks ago.
Once again, we want to be crystal clear that the bus driver assumed there was some kind of fight on the back of the bus. But it was a child back there fighting and screaming. the child did go to the hospital, there is scientific evidence of a physical, absolute rape. There's physical evidence. There's DNA that they admit they took from this child. This little boy being raped. And still, the school has done nothing to offer counseling to this mother. They've done nothing to offer counseling to this child. Even after the medical evidence came back from the hospital to where the child has some internal damage. I don't want to get too graphic because it's that graphic. But there's internal damage. And still to this very moment as we stand here, they have not offered even counseling to this child. Not even counseling or therapy. We'll take your questions now.
Where is the school that you know that? I'm sorry. What school?
Let's take the school system.
My child is a student at Lola Mae Carter Academy. The other student actually goes to a different school.
The middle school on the bus route.
That's next door.
So what grades are the other student and your son in?
We're told that, so what grade your son is in?
My son is in the first grade.
The other boys are middle school students.
So like 6th grade?
That's 7th and 8th.
You said other boys
6th, 7th, and 8th.
more than one?
Right now, we don't want to get too deep into that. But it's videos. This was an ongoing thing. When you have seasoned investigators literally quivering when they're talking to you about it, it was that bad.
What happened to those boys?
We don't know.
We don't know.
Because of their age, they're saying that they cannot disclose that to us. But they've offered this mother no safety plan for her child on the bus, no safety plan. They've offered this mom no therapy, no counseling for her child. The school district and the school has failed this student, failed this mother, and failed the community. How could you not be in a rush to get therapy and counseling for this child when all of it has come out, what this child is saying is true, and you got multiple videos showing it actually taking place? How could you not have offered counseling and therapy to this mother for her child?
I know we're not going to get too into the details, but can you talk to us a little bit about how they got him to the back of the bus or what they said to little boy to convince him?
Well,
It was about a game.
It was a game.
It was an actual game that the 12-year-old wanted to play with the 6-year-old.
To lure him to the back of the bus.
To the back of the bus.
And told them not to say anything.
All that,
Yeah, because
yes.
if you say something, then you're the loser of the game.
Yeah, all that.
So you only found out about this last week?
I found out about this Tuesday. I'm sorry.
Last Tuesday.
I found out about this last Tuesday, all because I asked about the video about the backpack.
And how long do you think it's been going on?
I noticed a change in my child about 4 months ago.
Well, we know for a fact that they have videos going back 3 months.
Have you looked? Any of you seen any of the videos?
I have not.
No. They won't.
Let us see it.
Well, there's a couple of reasons why. One, it's evidence. We do know that they have said it goes back 3 months, that they have so far 3 months. It's evidence, and it's sexual nature involving children. So I don't want to see it.
Mom, can we ask you to step forward? Can you say a few more words about, tell me how your son's doing, how your family's doing as you're going through this?
I'm angry. I have no words. I have to stay one way in order to get justice, but inside, I'm dying. When I have the conversations with my child about good touch, bad touch, you think if this happens, if you go to another child's home and stay the night, you think if a stranger approaches you, I never imagine in my mind that the good touch, bad touch thing was happening on the bus. I never really just said about peers. I feel like as a parent, I failed my child. It hurts. I didn't protect him. I don't know what to do. He's not really at his age understanding the magnitude. He actually really stated that why couldn't this kid be given a second chance? If God gives second chances, why couldn't the perpetrator? get a second chance.
Is he going back to school, or are you keeping?
He has gone back to school. I have not allowed him to ride the bus. I feel like the major failure was with transportation.
Mom, you said you had noticed a change in your son a few months ago. What were those signs?
The changes were some homosexual behaviors. The changes were the school making accusations about different things. And here I am taking away television privileges, cell phone privileges, things of that nature, not knowing my child was just reliving and crying out for help.
The issue that rushed him to the hospital, let's just be clear, we're going to leave this part alone. There was some rectal bleeding because when he came home from school. And he took off his backpack, and he was complaining of pains in his stomach, and she thought he had like an upset stomach. And he kept complaining about pains to his stomach, and she let him use the restroom. He didn't want to wipe himself because he was claiming of pain, and she wiped her son, and when she wiped her son, she realized that she needed to take him to the hospital. He goes to the hospital. Hospital immediately recognizes what has happened. They immediately recognize the damage. They begin to question the mom thoroughly. And the kid begins to speak about it at the hospital. They asked the mom to leave. They brought in the people who work at the hospital who deals with these kind of issues. They removed the mom to question the child, and they did. And the hospital said, get on the phone with the school immediately. Immediately. So that's enough on those issues, please.
Was that the same day that you found out that he had been molested on the
No, no, ma'am. There was extensive questionings for about 2 days. So Tuesday we were there for about 4 hours. Wednesday another 2 or 3 hours. Thursday is when I took him to have the same kit performed.
Have the kids been charged yet, or do you not know?
I have no idea about what's happening with this young man.
Who's investigating this? Is actual police?
Aldine ISD.
The school district police department, Aldine ISD police department are the lead investigators because it involves an Aldine ISD bus transportation company. So they have jurisdiction in this case.
Mom, just to be clear, you said because of route changes, you've been here before. Is your son's ride typically 2 hours to get to and from home?
Yes, ma'am. My son goes to what they consider the choice school program here. It's like a lottery program. Academics have a part to play with it, behavior, things of that sort. They would always tell me he's been riding the bus since he was 4 years old. So they would always tell me that because it's the choice program, there's not a designated route. There's not a, I asked about bus monitors, and the excuse was always because it's not a designated route.
Any more questions?
What do you like to see happen to those other students?
I mean, I pray to God that it hasn't happened to anyone else's child. I want this bus driver charged. Like, my child was trusted in your care. I want everybody that partook or didn't let families know the day of, because they didn't send out a letter until Friday at 6 o'clock after my very first interview.
We also want every child that was on that bus and their families questioned and notified thoroughly about what took place on that particular bus, on that bus route. We want immediate therapy and counseling offered to this mother's child and to this mother and to any other child that may be the victim in this case. We also want the principal to be removed and be retrained in properly notifying parents of what took place with one of these students on that bus. And we believe that her child may very well not be the only victim of this on that bus. We want to see an immediate sense of urgency with this investigation in getting the children the therapy and counseling that they need, but speaking to those kids to make sure if there are any other additional victims, let's get them the help that they need. The perpetrators in this case, we want them to be dealt with, but we also want their homes to be thoroughly investigated. Thoroughly investigated, because the behavior of 12-year-old kids and 13-year-old kids like this is learned behavior. And when you hear the details, the language that was used by the older boy in particular, he had too much information in his mind of sexual inappropriate acts.
Yep.
So you knew this kid had access to this type of information somewhere. This needs to be handled correctly.
And then I also would like to add is that Child Protective Services, I have already notified state office about this specific incident, because by me also owning a foster adoption agency, we deal with a lot of children that has been sexually abused. And normally what happens, you will have an older child that will perp on a younger kid, and that's exactly what's happening here. So therefore we want an actual CPS investigation on the child's home who's the actual perpetrator, because like he said, this is a learned behavior. So somebody had to do it to this child in order to bestow that behavior on this kid. So CPS has been notified, state office, not Harris County, state office has been notified.
Dr. Matthews, I know, just to be clear, at this point you don't know if there was one student, two students that were perpetrators, and 12 or 13. Do you know the age specifically, or is it?
What I was told is that they were between 12 and 13-year-olds, and that it was more than one perpetrator on the bus that was involved with this. How many kids, they didn't get into that point. They didn't get to that point.
Well, so therefore it's multiple agencies that are involved, and we made sure to make that call in order for them to know that it is that in order to get these investigations going as well, because it kind of rubbed us the wrong way that the parents didn't know about what was going on, because you're violating this Texas Penal Code. So we wanted to help them out and, you know, put other agencies involved with this investigation as well. So are there any other questions? Yes, sir. What I think is that, one, they need to have the proper precaution and safety on these buses. You need to have monitors on these buses. You need to review your cameras every day, every week, so just in case you could get ahead of something if something is to happen. Because we send our children to the school districts for them to protect, educate, and provide safety for our children. We don't send them to school to get raped or be part of a brothel. We don't send them for that.
There's two things for a fact that we want done immediately. We want an immediate end to the older kids being allowed to ride with the younger kids from elementary schools. Immediate end to that. Two, we want a chaperone to be on the back of the bus. A bus driver should not be held with the responsibility of monitoring an entire busload of kids behind them. There should be an adult chaperone on the back of the bus. That's two. Those are the two immediate things we want to see happen immediately. Do we want transportation to stop? No, mothers and parents need these buses. But they need to be chaperoned correctly.
And safe.
And you do not put little bitty kids, 5 and 6 year old on the bus with 13-year-old. Don't work like that. That's a recipe for a problem.
All right, everyone, that is the update there out of Houston. Very disturbing allegations there that we were playing out for you right here on Live Now from Fox. Everyone, we are going to take another quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now. We'll be taking you out to Ohio, get the latest update on the train derailment. You see the governor there, Mike DeWine. We will play it for you from the beginning so you don't miss anything right here on Live Now. We're back here for you on Live Now from Fox, everyone, as officials in northeastern Ohio are urging people who have not already evacuated the area to do so after a train derailed in the state, leading to fears of a potential explosion. Everyone within a 1 mile radius of the scene was advised to leave immediately. Many had already left the area, but local officials said more than 500 residents had opted to stay put as of a Sunday night. And now we are getting an update from Ohio officials there, including Governor Mike DeWine, as this all happening near the Ohio-Pennsylvania border. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Are in a position where we had to weigh different risks with no great choices. There's a concern, the railroad has a serious concern, which they can express to you, about an explosion with one or more of these cars. They describe an explosion as potentially catastrophic. We are weighing that and have been weighing that potential versus a controlled release. And they will explain to you in a moment what a controlled release is. We have decided that that controlled release will occur today at 3:30. We are urging everyone in this area, actually ordering them to leave. We are again sending out the Ohio State Highway Patrol, sheriffs, and other law enforcement to this area. And they've already gone through there at least once. They were through this area last night, urging people to leave. Going back for a moment, the work that was done last night resulted in the bigger area of about close to 100 people actually deciding to leave after they were contacted last night. Let me read the statement that I think summarizes what is going on. Following new modeling information conducted this morning by the Ohio National Guard. And let me just add that we have been in consultation with the Defense Department. We've also been in consultation with the manufacturer of the product. So following new modeling information conducted this morning by the Ohio National Guard, Ohio Governor Mike DeWine and Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro are ordering an immediate evacuation in a 1 mile by 2 mile area surrounding East Palestine, which includes both Ohio and Pennsylvania. If you'll look over here, I'll get back to the mic, but the red area and the yellow area, vinyl chloride contents of 5 rail cars are currently unstable and could potentially explode, causing deadly disbursement of shrapnel and toxic fumes. To alleviate the risk of this shrapnel, Norfolk Southern Railroad is planning a controlled release of the vinyl chloride at approximately 3:30 p.m. The controlled release of the toxic chemicals also has the potential to be deadly if inhaled. Those in the red area are facing grave danger of death if they are still in that area. Those living in the orange area are at risk of severe injury, including skin burns and serious lung damage. So this is you can see the map. I'm going to ask, I think at this point, I'm going to start with the modeler, Master Sergeant Hurst of the Ohio State Highway Patrol. He's going to briefly give you the principles in regard to the modeling that occurred as far as this area. Master Sergeant Hurst.
Hello, I'm Master Sergeant Hurst. I'm the primary modeler on scene. I can tell you we've extensively worked with the Defense Threat Reduction Agency, Combat Support Agency of the Department of Defense, our National Guard here, the railway crew themselves, and EPA in determining what went into this model. This model is an ongoing process. As things change, we revise these models. This is based on very conservative sort of metrics to best evaluate public safety and ensure that those in this affected area are best taken care of. And we've decided amongst ourselves that as of right now, based on the current weather patterns, that this model that you see here best represents the reality of the situation. Again, as weather conditions change, as new information becomes available, these also update, and they have quite frequently throughout the day. But at this time, just as Governor DeWine has already said, those in the red affected area, and we believe most of those people have been evacuated, are most at risk. Those in the orange stand very high proclivity for serious injury, especially to their lungs, and they should absolutely evacuate if not already done so.
So we have people out now, as I said, who are knocking on these doors again to make sure that there is no one there. Let me ask the Fire Chief Drabeck to come up here, who has done an absolutely phenomenal job during this crisis. I'm going to ask him to describe exactly where this area is. And Chief, the mics are here, the map is there, so they can only hear you if you stay by the mics.
Yes, sir. All right. As you can see, the area affected is at the easternmost part of our village. The streets in question that we're concerned about that they are out canvassing once again include, but not exactly limited to, Parker, South Pleasant, the BFI Access Road, Taggart Street, North Pleasant Drive, Failer Road, and East Martin east of Pleasant. Again, we are canvassing these streets once again to try and ensure that everybody gets out of here, as we've been stressing the evacuations since the inception of this incident. The Pennsylvania side, we're working close with Pennsylvania as well. They're deploying their units to go back and do another sweep of that area again to cover their residents within this zone. We've been in contact with them. We're working very closely with them, making sure they have what they need to facilitate that as well.
Chief, can you give any kind of description of the Pennsylvania side?
From my understanding, the Pennsylvania side, there are limited residents there. It is mostly a wooded area, a lot of some game lands within that portion. Very few homes, limited residents. We feel pretty confident they're able to get in there and get those. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Let me now ask Scott Deutsch to come up from Norfolk Southern Railroad. He's going to talk a little bit about what this controlled release actually consists of.
Thank you, Governor. The process that we're going to do today, we're going to place a small shape charge. It's going to create a hole about 2.5 to 3 inches in the tank car. This will allow the material to come out of the tank car. It'll go into a pit and trench that we have dug and set up for this operation. Inside that trench will be flares lining that trench that then will light off the material. We're doing this so that we control this tank car that we have concerns with, these tank cars. This allows us to control that operation and not have the car react and do it itself. So that's what we're going to be doing later on today.
The length of the release, how long does that take?
Based on the amount of material in there, it could burn anywhere from 1 hour to 3 hours. It all depends how much is left from the initial fires. So that's what we're looking at.
Can you also talk about the imperative of doing this during the day?
Yes, sir.
Because that was part of the rationale of the decision.
Yeah. Part of the decision-making process that we followed was if the car started to react again, the cars, I keep saying car, if they started to react on their own again, we can't control that time of day when that would occur. That would in turn, we'd have to worry about an inversion and other things weather-related, okay? So we want to do it in the daylight, close to, prior to sunset as possible. That's our plan right now.
We want to talk for a moment also about the danger if the release is not done and what your concern is.
So if you had an inversion occur, it will hold down the products of combustion that would normally go up into the atmosphere, and that would start to make a layer and hold that in longer. If we do it during the daytime, that'll allow the products to just keep moving up into the atmosphere. It's better for everyone for us to do it then.
Talk for a moment in regard to the collision explosion. If the release is not done and it actually turns out to be an explosion, what that would consist of.
Okay. So our controlled explosion, as I was telling you, we'll put a 2.5 to 3 inch hole in the car. If we don't do that, the car could continue to polymerize and the entire car will break apart. We can't control where that goes. So that's the reason for doing this, get moving on this, so we don't have to run into that, letting the car do it itself. We want to be able to control that situation. That's the safest way, is to control the situation, and that's with this operation we're going to take this afternoon. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Okay, more than happy to take questions. We have our experts up here, and we'll start right there.
Where this train originated, and if it went through Akron, Canton, Cleveland, any of the major cities nearby?
I've got a question for the railroad if anybody knows.
I don't know. I'm not sure right now.
He doesn't have that information, but that information is clearly available.
I guess this will also be for the Norfolk Southern gentleman. Twofold. This is in effect a controlled burn, essentially, that when you let the material out and then burn it so it doesn't do it itself, correct?
Correct.
Come back.
Correct, sir.
The other question we have, we've seen doorbell camera video prior to the explosion Friday night that showed one of the axles, at least on one of the trucks of those tankers, seemingly on fire. Did the train pass over any warning mechanisms that would have allowed the engineers to know we have a problem further behind us?
I personally cannot comment on that because the NTSB has that investigation. They're controlling all that information.
What are the long-term effects of this explosion and just the derailment in general? There's residents that are concerned about their seeing dead fish and worried about their water wells and aquifers now and in the future. So what do you have to tell concerned residents and what precautions can be taken?
Yeah, let me ask James Justice to come up with the U.S. EPA. He'll talk for a moment about the air issue, air quality issue. And I believe we also have someone here who can, from EPA. You want to come on up and talk about the water? James?
I'll speak briefly about the air monitoring, and then my partner, colleague from Ohio EPA will speak more to your question about water quality. We've been working in conjunction with each other throughout the incident to support the incident commander of the fire department, and also in conjunction with consultants from Norfolk Southern. And Governor DeWine was fortunate to bring in activate the National Guard and the civil support team to assist in the continuing air monitoring efforts. So far, the air monitoring has been, we haven't detected any sustained readings that would be a health effect. I know that's a little bit surprising given the smoke and the plume, but as the atmosphere, the smoke has been burning and going up, and we have been targeting a lot of the main contaminants of concern, and we have real-time monitoring that can detect most of the chemicals of concern. We're backing that up with analytical results that we will get back from the laboratory, and we're going to continue to do that throughout this process, this controlled burn, if you will, based on the model as Sergeant Major indicated. things can change, and so we'll monitor throughout this to make sure if there are any changes based on air monitoring, we can make other decisions and react quickly to those changes. And I'll defer.
Let me ask you a
question.
As people look at this model, maybe somebody else can answer this as well, but if weather does change, let's say weather changes during the process of this release, is there another zone out there that people should be concerned about? I don't know who can take it. I'll take it.
Right, as I said earlier, as any kind of conditions change, especially weather, wind direction, precipitation, we will constantly reassess and revise what you see here on this model. Again, this is already an extremely conservative model, and we have a fairly significant, like a high degree of confidence in it. But to answer your question, Governor, any new information that we get, and we're working closely with the Defense Threat Reduction Agency and the EPA, we will continue to revise.
I noticed that on this, we have another line out here. You want to talk about that?
Roger. The black line that you see is what we call the area of concern, which is typically no more than a shelter in place or an absolute worst case estimate of potential. That is, in effect, your buffer zone, your wiggle room of what this model dictates, given the many variables that go into it.
Yes, even with this, you say it's a conservative estimate, but even with this controlled burn and this controlled release, can you explain a little bit more about exactly what toxins will be released in the air, and also how soon after you've started will you know that this operation has been successful?
So specifically, the tanks we're concerned with right now are filled with vinyl chloride. The burning of those is going to create two byproducts that we're primarily concerned with. One is phosgene, and the other would be hydrogen chloride. There should be an extremely small amount of phosgene actually produced, and again, we've been working closely with the toxicologists and EPA to confirm that our math is right. Anytime something changes, we reassess and revise. But those are the two primary chemicals of concern right now.
And again, how soon after you started the operation do you think you'll know if it's worked or not?
That's a different question. I'll let you get that.
That'll all be determined by the fire, the amount of material flowing through the trenches to the fire. Once the material ceases to come out of the car, then we would know that we've completed the operation.
So it's not, let me add something. So and you can correct me on this, but according to Norfolk Southern, they believe that potentially you have two cars that are completely full. You have three other cars that are half or less, I think is how your team, is that correct?
Yes.
So that went into the calculation as well. I do want to get the water in here, though, because we had a question about air and water.
Thank you, Governor.
Thanks.
Kurt Kohler with the Ohio EPA's Office of Emergency Response. Kind of following up with the information from yesterday. We knew at the onset of this incident there was impact to Sulphur Creek and waters of the state of Ohio. Since that point in time, we have been able to successfully control that runoff and contain the water and either treat it in place along with a robust sampling program for the water quality, and we continue to expand that, and that will continue throughout this operation. As those results are coming in, we are having experts in the field look at that and evaluate that and give us feedback. The impact of the fish, yes, there was a impact to those. However, the levels as we have seen it are protective to groundwater. We are aware there are some wells along that for residential wells. We are awaiting those results and looking at those well logs and help those citizens evaluate issues on that. As far as the city's well field, to date, that is still protected. There is nothing to indicate a threat to the well field. Long-term plans, as the cleanup and recovery of the rail goes, we'll work coincide with the company, Norfolk Southern, and their consultants to do a proper and thorough evaluation of the nature and extent of contamination that remains. That could then be evaluated for the long-term options for cleanup to ensure that we don't have a leaching effect in the groundwater that would pose a long-term threat.
Let me ask a question. If I live or I have my own well, at this point, would you recommend people drink the water? Or what do we know? Those have not been tested.
Groundwater wells are designed to not take in, we don't have surface water intakes, nor are your wells at your home. So by design, they're protected away from the surface water or any material that would be deposited in the train rail accident. The groundwater, yes, they have a capture zone, either in the large well fields for the city or your small one. There is a delay. These are years in times of travel. Again, this is something we will look at. How deep is the contamination? There will be not just horizontal, but depth, so that we can make sound decisions based on the information gathered during the investigation. I will add, there was an options for the smoke of knockdown with water. And that was ruled against because then we would be delivering additional contamination into an area that could have greater risk. In this case, the dilution airborne is a better choice.
Governor Murdaugh, Morning Journal. Can you go over again where the area is that people are supposed to evacuate and where they are supposed to shelter in place? Because that was a little bigger than what they've been saying before.
Yeah, again, I mean, the new information, of course, is what we've given you. I think what should get everyone's attention is the description of if you're in the red area or if you're in the yellow area, what the threat is. And so that is it's a very, very serious thing. So I'm going to ask the chief to come back up then and try to answer your question.
So sorry, Governor. The majority of this in the red and the back side of the yellow is still well within that 1 mile radius that we established at the beginning of this. Where this changed was when we looked at those plume model, or the models that they generated based on this controlled release. At that point, that's where we had that extension because of the wind and the weather going into Beaver County, Pennsylvania, and we've been working in conjunction with them from the onset of this incident. They have been well aware throughout the entire thing, and the minute that we had these models, they were here, we already had things in place and started that process moving.
Okay.
Do you know how many people approximately are left in this yellow area versus the red?
Yeah. 20 households in Pennssolvania. And with the numbers that are given to me as we did this was a total, basically a total of potentially 30 people.
When can people return back to their homes?
I don't think we know that yet.
Governor, can you just to clarify, you said that there are 2 vinyl chlorides of concern, and there are 2 cars filled with it, and another 3 that are half filled with it. How much material are we talking about in terms of gallons or pounds?
Right. Let me see if you do the capacity. Somebody here's got the capacity. Anybody from the just give me your names.
My name's Lieutenant Farmer with the 52nd CFC. So a full tank car had approximately 177,000 pounds.
Got that?
After the explosion, will people be able to go back to their homes?
Nobody knows. If anybody wants to give any information, but we don't know that. So it's not going to be immediate. It's not going to be quickly.
How are you going to get them out of their houses by 3:30, especially if they say they don't want to leave?
We have no knowledge that anybody's left. But we did not want to take any chances. And as I said, these doors and many other doors were knocked on again last night. And people were told, if you have children, you're subject to arrest if you do not leave with these children. If they did not have children, they would have been told, you need to leave. We're urging you to leave. We've sent them back to again knock on doors and to be as forceful as they can. And let me just, the way it was described to me last night as far as the knocking on the doors, at least in Ohio, was that it was very loud. Knocking on windows, knocking on doors, doing everything we could to get these people's attention if they were still inside. What we don't know is how many of them just left. And we don't know what we don't know. But again, we're back out there right now knocking on doors. We're doing this. We assume some people have TV on, radio on. And again, I would just suggest that anybody in this area or where the black line is needs to leave. I would leave if I was in that area. Well, let's get somebody who got anyway. Yeah.
Governor, you talk about the imminent danger for the folks in the red and the yellow areas, but you haven't touched on the danger for the folks that are going to be conducting this controlled release.
I'll leave that to the railroad.
Yeah, so the individuals we have on scene have done this before, and they're taking those precautions. We use thermal imaging cameras for heat detection. We use air monitoring, and then they make entry in a safe pathway into the cars. Then they'll do their work their way back out. They have other safeties built in if anything happens, so that there's a team that can go get them. All that's in place. They're watching the cars, and as long as they're maintaining the temperature we want them to right now, they can make that entry to complete this task.
Thank you, Governor. A question also for the gentleman from Southern, but for the Ohio EPA. We've heard a lot of stories of fish kill in the area that are being blamed, correctly or incorrectly, on this. What will be the effect of a controlled release on wildlife in this surrounding area that might be affected? And to the Norfolk Southern gentleman, will you do a controlled release on all 5 of the cars that you're talking about, or is there one that's more than other?
Again, the missions of the EPAs are to protect public health and the environment. We are aware that wildlife may be in the area, and I don't know if there's methods. We do have the Ohio Department of Natural Resources. We could probably reach out to the Pennsylvania Game Commission that there might be ways that we could reduce or eliminate animals that might be in that area.
So the area where the actual pit is dug is on railroad property, and it's in the trench right along the tracks in that area there. So the material will flow into there. The fire will be generally just in that area.
So all 5 cars will have to be at holes?
Yes.
How long will it take for whatever makes it into the atmosphere?
Let me stop a minute. I want to get a little bit into Pennsylvania and Beaver County. You want to go first?
Good afternoon. My name is Commissioner Daniel Camp, Beaver County Commissioner, along with Commissioner Tony Amadeo and Director Eric Brewer. On Pennsylvania's side, we are working with our EMC in Darlington Township, where you see the yellow and red model, which will cover the only township in Beaver County. That township has been evacuated. As the governor said earlier, we have 20 households in that area. We are working with the EMC coordinator, our local police department, to revisit those houses to urge all residents in Beaver County. That will be 3 roads: East Palestine Road, Taggart Road, and the top part of North State Line. So we are urging our residents to leave as soon as possible, and we will continue to work with Columbiana County EMA in the state of Ohio to get these people back into their house as soon as possible.
Now, again, reiterate, in Beaver County, we're still in the 1-mile recommended evacuation zone. Most of those residents were out last night, so there's not a big change for us. We're just going back, the local and state police are going door to door to reinforce that recommended evacuation.
Who else?
I'm sorry, I keep hearing, I know 20 households, and then I heard 30. So how many in the entire affected area? How many people
in the entire?
Look, we don't know for sure. We went to the number I gave you, which was 30, is based, but that's only on census tract. We don't know who's moved in, who's moved out. We don't have those numbers.
Okay. That's in the entire yellow and orange, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
How long will it?
This is from Norfolk Southern. Explain the process. Are you going after the half-full tanker cars, or the full ones first, and is it simultaneously?
For safety purposes, simultaneously. So once you open it up and start to fire and go down to the pit, you can't get back into the other cars. So they'll all be done simultaneously.
So all the charges will go off at the same time?
5 cars. Can you explain why this threat was elevated around 48 hours after the train derailed? Why the evacuations came out on Sunday night? Why the response from you came out Sunday night, Governor?
I had a briefing Sunday night about 7 o'clock. I had received briefings previous to that. The one Sunday night basically expressed grave concern about an explosion. And the explosion was described as catastrophic. Then, there was also in that briefing the discussion of what could be done to avoid that. And the thing that could be done was to control the release. The railroad had information Sunday night of one particular car that the temperature was rising. And they told us if it continued to rise, that they certainly could have an explosion. So the information, all along we've been taking all the information we can and trying to make judgments. I think the good news is that everyone, Pennsylvania and Ohio, were very cautious. We went out early on as far as evacuation. I can't say enough for the fire chief here. He's done, I think, a good job. The mayor, I think every local officials have done a phenomenal job. And they started this process of getting people to evacuate. We were concerned, candidly, that we had at least, out of the initial zone area, we had over 500 people that were still, as far as we could tell, still there. I sent them back out last night. I activated the Ohio National Guard to come in and to do traffic and sealing off areas. The Highway Patrol participated in going door to door, and we believe that close to 100 people left because of that going door to door. So it's been we've been cautious all the way through, but the new information last night, upped it, our concern, and certainly my concern a great deal.
Were those people in those zones, and are there 400 people still remaining in those zones?
Bigger zone, my understanding. Bigger zone. So we were, again, cautious there. Chief, is that correct?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Well, it was my statement that the initial area that you sent people door to door, and then we tried to clear out, bigger than this.
Yes. So we have already, everything in here in the state of Ohio, we have already hit. Everything inside of this model fell inside of our initial evacuation zone that we went door to door with the help of the Sheriff's Department, the Ohio State Patrol, and several other entities. We did not have to extend anything based on this model. We are just going back to revisit so that we can urge anybody, if they're still there, the necessity to get out because of the volatility of this. We just want them to be safe. That's all we want. That's all I've wanted from the start of this.
And the new information should up everyone's sense of urgency and their sense of danger. When you listen to the description, if you're in that red zone, you're likely of very possible death, and if you're in the yellow zone, certainly severe long-term injuries. So This is the more specific information, which we hope, if anyone is still left in those zones, they will take that information and decide that they need to leave.
So how long after these chemicals make it into the air would it take for them to dissipate?
But no, how long it takes to dissipate? You know, their monitoring will continue. They've come in, EPA's come in very early and started the monitoring, and they're going to continue to do that. And so that information will be disseminated to you and the news media so that that can get out to the public. And there will certainly be an announcement at what point, you know, the air within that area is safe and people can come back.
We see
Anybody
huge
else?
flames like we saw initially. Will there be huge flames and smoke bloom and such?
Yes, you will. Similar to what you saw earlier when the cars were venting.
All right, anybody else? Let me just close by again urging everyone in Pennsylvania and Ohio who's in this area, you know, you need to leave. You just need to leave. We're ordering you to leave. This is a matter of life and death. What's different now is we know that something is going to happen around 3:30. This controlled release will actually take place, and you are in imminent danger. You're in need to leave immediately. And to state the obvious, all of you need to leave as well, and I need to leave as well. Anything else?
Is there any concern about the air quality in the immediate area right outside of the radius, like the wind blowing, any of those? You guys talked about it being controlled. How is that? How are you controlling that air? Could you explain that a little bit more in detail?
Talking about
We have taken some preliminary air samples, and outside of that is, as of right now, negligible. Again, like I continue to say, the National Guard is working very closely with Citra, EPA, and the railway. And as new information becomes available, as new readings become available, we update this. But at this time, the readings that we have now that go into making this model indicates that outside of that black line area of concern is relatively safe. That doesn't mean that you should try to go as close as you can to that black line. No, this isn't a spectacle to watch in a lawn chair. You should be very cautious in this area.
Fire Chief has one more announcement.
Thank you, Governor. In order to provide an extra layer of safety, working again in conjunction with Norfolk Southern, we have called Ohio Edison in. We are going to shut down the power in that area. In order to do that, Ohio Edison needs to do some switching of stations. That is going to cause what has been described to me as a brief interruption of approximately 5 minutes to this area where we're at. Long enough to switch that power so that we can retain power here and to the citizens on this side that are outside of that mile. So here, real quick, when the governor tells me we're done with this, it's going to get dark in here real quick, so don't hang around.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Can we get the spellings of the gentleman to start?
All right, the governor there and other officials coming together to talk about the train derailment situation and ordering that evacuation of that mile radius for people, saying that it could be life-threatening if they stay in the area. They did issue a time of 3:30 that they are going to do a planned detonation there of some of those train cars there. So you are watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We appreciate everyone continuing to join us here. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break, and when we come back, we'll get an update from a story that we were bringing you earlier, that we were taking a live feed of a house explosion in Minneapolis. Police giving the update. We'll bring it to you from the very beginning right here on Live Now. Also monitoring right here in Phoenix. It's the official Super Bowl welcome, as it is now Super Bowl week. The big game coming on Sunday, as Super Bowl committee members coming to really welcome not only thousands and thousands of people that are coming into the Valley, but also businesses as well. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We will take that 2-minute break. We're back here for you on Live Now from Fox, taking you out to this update. Minneapolis, up a house explosion earlier this morning. Officials giving an update right now. Let's listen right here on Live Now.
COBSON.
Can you tell us what happened here this morning?
Today at approximately 8:25 this morning, Anoka County 911 started receiving calls from residents in the area regarding the sound of an explosion. We received multiple calls, which required a response from Anoka County Sheriff's deputies as well as the folks here at the East Bethel Fire Department. The first arriving units, which were sheriff's deputies and firefighters from East Bethel Fire Department, located what was an apparent explosion scene at a home under construction here in the 2800 block of Viking Boulevard. They began investigating the scene. They quickly determined there were 3 people trapped inside the structure where the explosion occurred. That prompted a call for additional resources that included a line of paramedics and helicopters from LifeLink Air Ambulance Service. We also initiated rescue operations with the assistance of what's called the North Metro Special Rescue Team. That team is consisted of firefighters and emergency personnel that have special training to assist us with these types of technical and special rescues. Ultimately, they were able to get all 3 victims from inside the home, and all 3 were transported to the Hennepin County Medical Center for additional care. 2 of those victims were transported by ground ambulance. 1 was transported by air ambulance. Their conditions are unknown at this time, but that's something we're going to update as soon as we have more information to share with you. Regarding the cause of the explosion, this is an early point in our investigation, and we don't have that information yet. Obviously, we're looking closely at what would have caused this at the home under construction. Our investigation is being assisted by the folks here at the East Bethel Fire Department, as well as assistance from the State Fire Marshal's Office and the Anoka County Fire Investigation Team. Those are resources we always call when we have incidents, fires, or explosions of this manner to help us understand the cause and understand some of the details that may have led up to what happened today. The sheriff's office is going to provide additional details as they become available. But again, this investigation is early, and there's a lot of unknowns at this time.
How many people were there? You said 3 injured, but how many were they? Was that the total of the number of people present?
We believe that there were 3 inside the home when the explosion happened.
And anyone outside, or were those the only ones there?
It sounds like there may have been a 911 caller that was outside the home after the explosion, but I'm not sure on the exact timeline on that.
Okay. Do you know what the nature of the work that the 3 that were there injured were doing?
I don't know the nature of the work, no.
But they were construction?
They were employees of contractors who were working on the structure, yes, sir.
Was there a fire?
That is something I'll leave for the fire department to determine. There was clear evidence of an explosion. Whether there was a subsequent fire, that'll be part of their investigation.
Do you have details about the home? Was it a home that was already just people lived in? Was it under construction, meaning it was being moved into, that kind of nature?
The information I have about the home is that it was under construction. I don't know what state it was in prior to the explosion. Again, that's something we'll have to talk with the homeowners and the contractors to get more information about that.
Can you speak to the damage?
The damage to the home is significant, and the home is not habitable at this time.
From what I've heard, the gas lines had not been hooked up yet, but there was a propane tank outside being used to run some of the heat for the construction crews. Any information on that?
I don't have any information on that yet. That would, of course, be part of our investigation anytime we investigate a home explosion. Obviously, these are rare events here in Anoka County. That's a good thing, but they have happened before, and we do have great investigators who they know what they're doing, they know what to look for, and that'll be surely part of their investigation.
How long do these investigations take? Obviously, you said it's the early stages of figuring out what happened.
Absolutely. These investigations can take many months to get a final conclusion. Obviously, it takes time to reconstruct the scene. It takes time for our experts to get in there. It has to be a safe scene before they can do that. As far as the on-scene investigation, that'll probably continue throughout this afternoon, and there will be probably follow-up visits to the site by other experts in the field to take a look at it. But to get a final resolution and a final determination of what the likely cause was, that can take months.
There was also a crime scene unit out there. Is any criminal activity suspected?
We don't rule out anything early in an investigation at this time. We have them out there because that's our normal protocol when we respond to a significant fire or explosion scene with injuries. They're out there to document the scene, collect any evidence that might be relevant to the investigation. Whether that is a criminal investigation or some type of mechanical failure, we don't know, and we're not going to speculate.
Sure, and I know you're also not going to speculate on what caused the explosion, but is it safe to say it was gas related?
We can't say that with any certainty right now. We'll have to see where the evidence and the facts lead us, and we'll go where they lead us to try to find a conclusion.
Since you wrote your news release, have you had an update on the injuries to the gentleman, or what they are, critical, their status in the hospital?
We don't have any update on the condition of the 3 victims at this time, but as I said, we'll get that out as soon as we can and as soon as we have verified information on their condition.
Are they all from Anoka County?
I don't have that information.
Were they all males?
I believe they were all adult males, yes, sir.
And all 3 employees of the same subcontracting?
I don't have that information, but they were all contractors. They didn't live at the home.
Yeah. Where were the people at home?
I'm sorry?
Were there people that were at home, though, that were in the house?
It doesn't sound like it. Again, that's not information I know for sure, but it sounds like it was just the employees that were in the home at the time the explosion occurred. But we'll have to look closer at that as we're taking statements and talking with people.
Because it was under construction, so it was due to be completed in the coming months.
Was it a new build?
I don't know. I don't have that information.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so that is the update there out in Minneapolis there. That home under construction had a partial explosion, and 3 contractors taken to the hospital with non-life-threatening injuries right there. Of course, we always got you covered right here on Live Now from Fox, where we bring in the top feeds and top stories. And here in Arizona, all the talk is about the Super Bowl coming on Sunday. And coming up in just moments, we will hear from the Super Bowl committee as well as NFL executives talking about the big week of a lot happening here in the Valley. And then you add in there the Waste Management Phoenix Open. And yeah, you got a lot going on here, definitely in the next 7 days right here. And we'll have full highlights for you of all the big events right here on Live Now from Fox. As always, thanks so much again for joining us here on Live Now. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be here with you. What we are going to do is take our final break here of this hour on Live Now from Fox and bring you some other top stories here throughout the day. We're back here for you on Live Now from Fox, showing you the Dow here today, about 70 points there in the red. We had session lows of about 120 points to start off the trading week, so making a little bit of a comeback right there. Hi, everyone. Mike Page here. Thanks again for joining us here today on the first of the work week here on this Monday. We continue to wait here for a Super Bowl committee update here, as it is Super Bowl week, especially in the Phoenix-Glendale market right here, as all eyes right now on the Super Bowl coming this Sunday. And we will hear from the Super Bowl committee as well as NFL executives for the week that will be Super Bowl week here. All right, everyone, while we do wait for that, I want to go out to the Georgia Secretary of State talking about ways of preventing crimes to elders with financial abuse. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
I understand when I usually speak publicly, it's on election days, but not today. What I want to talk about today is something that we oversee in our Securities and Charities Division. In that role, I've seen a rapid rise in seniors being financially exploited. The COVID pandemic helped to spur on the rapid increase as we saw many people isolated from their support systems and under tremendous financial strain and worry, along with the fast adoption of online banking technology. According to a study by AARP and the National Opinion Research Council at the University of Chicago, the rate of elder financial exploitation has more than doubled. It has more than doubled since the start of the pandemic. It is estimated that today a total of $100 million from COVID-related scams alone have been stolen from seniors over that period in the United States. but that is just a fraction of the more than $3.4 billion that financial institutions reported stolen through financial exploitation in 2020. And even more troubling is the fact that family and caregivers steal, on average, twice as much as strangers from vulnerable seniors. And that doesn't even include the fact that over 85% of victims don't report it when they are victimized by someone they know and trust. So the $3.4 billion.
All right, everyone, we will show that event to you in a little bit later today here on Live Now from Fox. But since we are live now, I want to go out to a live event just getting underway as we are talking all about Super Bowl here in Arizona. The Super Bowl committee coming together with NFL executives to give us really an update on the big game for Sunday, as well as all the festivities that will be happening leading up to the biggest game of the year.
What is called the most exciting and most watched game in the U.S. We've created a week full of entertainment, fun, music, food, and football, and we'll have something for everyone. We've worked together over the past 18 months to drive economic impact and really meaningful community impact too, that will result in an indelible and positive legacy in our state. Over the past year, we've already had so many wins, driving professional development and contract opportunities for our local diverse businesses, significant grants to local charities here in Arizona that serve our local people, leaning into sustainability programs across the state. We've planted hundreds of low water usage trees with our NFL Green teammates, and fostering community pride through Team Arizona. We're going to be rolling deep this week with over 5,000 volunteers around the valley welcoming the visitors. We have an incredibly dedicated and smart team that's bringing Super Bowl to us here in Arizona, some of whom are here today and I want to recognize. Our forward-thinking business and tourism leaders, our invaluable Native American community leaders, and I want to recognize you individually, Chairman Miguel, Auction Indian Community, President Burnett, the Fort McDowell Yavapai Nation, Governor Lewis, Gila River. You're going to see his amazing Super Bowl medallion later, from the Gila River Indian Community, and Vice Chairwoman Saunders from the Tohono O'odham Nation. Our supportive elected officials are here in spades as well, led by Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs. And we have 9 city partners, 5 of whom are represented today. Mayor Gallego from Phoenix. I know you're here. Thank you for all of your support. Mayor Ortega from Scottsdale is coming through security. Mayor Pizzillo from Goodyear. Excellent. Mayor Wires from Glendale. And Mayor Weiss from Avondale. We have our energetic board of directors, our host committee staff, and last but not least, our incredible partnership with the NFL, led by Commissioner Goodell, who have invested legions of NFL teammates and resources on Super Bowl 57. We share our thanks and our gratitude for this opportunity for fans to create their very special Super Bowl memories and for Arizona to shine on the global stage. It's my pleasure to introduce the tip of the spear for Super Bowl, a real pro in this industry and a good friend. I have kind of a long intro, Peter, so walk slowly. Peter O'Reilly is Executive Vice President of Club Business and League Events for the NFL. And when Peter and I started working together a couple years ago on Super Bowl 57, we were aligned on our goals: to expand the Super Bowl footprint and create a regional takeover, and to elevate the experience in smart ways for our fans, for media, for partners, and for the participating players. And if the excitement and energy of this past weekend is any indication, we are well on our way to a hugely successful Super Bowl. Please welcome Peter O'Reilly.
Thank you. Thanks, Jay. Jay's been an incredible partner, and her leadership has just been tremendous, back to Super Bowl 49 and this year, so it's great to have just an incredible teammate to do all of this with. First, on behalf of the National Football League, we'd like to respectfully acknowledge that the events hosted in honor of Super Bowl 57 right here in Arizona will take place on land and territories originally of the indigenous people. We believe it is consistent with our commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion to acknowledge the sovereignty and the traditional territories of these tribal communities and understand the historical and current experience of Native peoples. Arizona is home to 22 federally recognized tribes, and we are proud to count 4 of those tribes as our Super Bowl host committee partners: the Fort McDowell Yavapai Nation, the Ak-Chin Indian Community, the Gila River Indian Community, and the Tohono O'odham Nation. We thank these tribes for their partnership, and we're committed to building strong and lasting relationships with indigenous communities throughout Arizona and across the nation. Thank you very much. And we're very proud to have Governor Lewis of the Gila River Indian Community here with us today, and I invite Governor Lewis to come up and say a few words.
Thank you, Peter, for that very, I would say, unprecedented recognition of the First Nations of Arizona. Skooksiadik, Anyanap Shugat, Governor Stephen Roe Lewis of the Gila River Indian Community. Good morning. My name is Stephen Roe Lewis. I'm the governor of the Gila River Indian Community. And on behalf of my people, on behalf of the 22 tribes in Arizona, my fellow tribal leaders here, we're honored to be host of this year's Super Bowl. And I want to take the opportunity to sincerely welcome all of you to our ancestral homelands here in the Valley. My ancestors, the ancestors of the O'odham people, have been on these homelands since time immemorial, farming the lands surrounding our sacred river, our Kuriakamo, the Gila River. We are Akimel O'odham and Peeposh Indians, and we're known broadly for our hospitality. So we're very pleased to welcome the NFL, all the players, and the fans to this world event that brings together tribal nations, our great state of Arizona, the country and the world together for this amazing special game. And we're very excited, the community, to be hosting the Philadelphia Eagles at our Sheraton Wild Horse Pass on the Gila River Indian Community as well. So I don't want to take any sides here, but our hospitality speaks for itself. I also want to express my gratitude to the NFL for their incredible partnership with the community, not only around the game, but also for the tribal youth outreach and clinics that were held for our Native youth. Now, this ongoing commitment to our youth and our youth in Arizona means so much to our resiliency, to our future generations. These events matter to our young people, to our parents, to our elders. They show the NFL's true commitment to Arizona and to the generations of indigenous youth. These camps create memories that I know will last far beyond Sunday's game. They teach sportsmanship. And meeting NFL players like the great Larry Fitzgerald as well, who's come to our community numerous times and is so just beloved among our people, and other former players, connects our children firsthand to the sport, to competition, and to the tradition of Native, indigenous excellence. Again, on behalf of the Gila River Indian community, my fellow tribal leaders here, we welcome you to O'odham Juvid, our homelands, and extend our sacred hospitality to all of you attending and viewing the Super Bowl. Thank you. Masapo. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor Lewis. That is a beautiful medallion. We at the NFL are so excited. This is going to be an incredible week. We have two great teams, a great matchup. As you saw yesterday, the two teams are now on the ground here, settled into the week that is in front of them, and we couldn't be more excited. Back in Arizona for the 4th Super Bowl here, and this is Arizona's Super Bowl. This has been the home of some really classic Super Bowls, and this is going to be another one, and we could not be more excited about that. But we couldn't do that without the partners you sit here. I mentioned Jay, but her leadership of the host committee, David Russo back as co-chairman of the host committee, and his leadership and vision and his support of this Super Bowl 49 and this year. To have Larry Fitzgerald join as the co-chair this year is tremendous. Not only one of the greatest receivers in NFL history, a Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year, but also just one of the best ambassadors for our game and for this state. So just incredible to have Larry as part of this team. Clearly the reason that we're here is because of the Arizona Cardinals and Michael Bidwell and their leadership in getting this game here and the way that they run this organization and the way they create all of the elements that make for an amazing Super Bowl. And this is an Arizona Super Bowl. To have Governor Hobbs here, and this is the entire state involving so many different communities, and we're so proud to really wrap our arms around the entire state of Arizona with this Super Bowl. And then the teammates, we call them teammates. 45,000 people will be credentialed to play some role in making Super Bowl 57 come to life. From someone greeting you at the airport to a role, a security person, that community that makes the Super Bowl so special. We are so appreciative of those people coming together to make this event what it is. And it doesn't just end on Sunday at that last whistle. It's about the impact that goes well beyond. That's what Jay referenced. The community impact programs, partnering with the host committee and the NFL Foundation to leave a legacy, especially for youth in this community. And Jay mentioned our Business Connect program, but the 200 plus small businesses, minority-owned, women-owned, veteran-owned, LGBTQ-owned small businesses who are part of making Super Bowl happen, not just contracts, but also the opportunity to learn and be part of a network. This week is going to be incredibly fun, and yesterday and the day before, we're off to a fast start. We all are competitive. The last 2 days, we had 70,000 people come through the Super Bowl experience, 70,000 fans come through Super Bowl experience presented by Lowe's. That is the second highest ever for an opening weekend next to 2012 in Indianapolis. So I know the competitive juices in the front row want to beat Indianapolis after the weekend here, but it's a great experience. Opens again on Thursday. Kids 12 and under are free, which is very important. And then the week goes on from there. Super Bowl opening night tonight, where the only time other than game when the two teams come together and fans can be at the Footprint Center and see those teams, see the moments, along with some of those 5,000 credentialed media who will be here for the week. And then rolling into Jay's event, the free fan event, Super Bowl experience at Hance Park, NFL Honors on Thursday night. Great concert at the Footprint Center, the Bud Light Super Bowl Music Fest Thursday, Friday, Saturday. And then, oh yeah, we play a game on Sunday. It's one of the biggest annual sporting events ever, if not the biggest, with one of the biggest concerts of the year at halftime with the Apple Music Super Bowl halftime show. And the world will be watching, and they'll have their eyes on Arizona. 200 countries plus around the world broadcasting the game in 25 languages, with likely more than 200 million people watching here in the United States. So we're ready to roll, and we couldn't be more excited about that. And again, it all starts with the Arizona Cardinals. And they're our partner here, and at the helm is the owner of the Arizona Cardinals, Michael Bidwell. So I'll ask him to join now.
Y'all ready for some football? Come on, let's get fired up. This is the beginning of Super Bowl week. Let's go. Arizona, I think we're ready. It's great to have the league back in town. We are ready to kick off an amazing Super Bowl. It's been 8 years since Super Bowl 49, and there's been a lot of investment. There's been investment in our hospitality community, in our infrastructure, our public infrastructure, roads, the airports, everything along those lines. In State Farm Stadium, over $200 million. And we have been getting ready for this day and this week for a long, long time. So I couldn't be more excited. The game gets bigger and bigger each year. It's going to be a lot bigger than it was in 2015. And so we've got a lot of new partners involved, and it couldn't be more exciting. Among those exciting things for me is that since 2015, Arizona is one of the states that has legalized sports betting. So fans coming to Arizona will be able to go to the BetMGM sportsbook at State Farm Stadium on our campus and be able to place a bet before the game to just raise the excitement level even more. That's something our younger fans are interested in, and it's exciting. The other thing I want to emphasize is our Business Connect program. That's the program that Jay described as well as Peter. It's at a record level. I had the chance to attend an event earlier this week in Phoenix where all those 200 minority and women-owned businesses were together, and so many of those folks have already landed contracts. I spoke to many firms that were already talking about that they had been spoken to about future contracts for future Super Bowls. So the program is not only working, but that network is working to build those minority and women-owned businesses and to make sustainable business relationships really stick. And I couldn't be more excited about it for those folks and for their businesses, their employees, and for Arizona, again, succeeding. The Arizona Commerce Authority, in conjunction with the Super Bowl Host Committee, is going to be hosting 70 business CEOs, large business CEOs that are serious about looking to Arizona to expand or relocate their business. We're going to be hard at work over the next 9 or 10 days as we work on all those businesses to try to land them. We have 70 coming in town. Last time in 2015, we had 50 businesses. We were able to land 20 projects out of that 50 group of 50, which is an incredible rate of success. It represented over 16,000 jobs and $2 billion worth of investment. And we've diversified our economy, and that strategy has worked well for us. It's just not about the tsunami of economic benefit that's going to happen here over the next 10 days. It's also about the long and bigger tail of economic activity and diversified economy that happens. Lastly, I want to talk about Team Arizona. Team Arizona is not only, and Team Super Bowl is not only those 45,000 volunteers and workers that are going to help us host all of these fans into Phoenix and into the greater Phoenix area and into Arizona. This team is really important. And really all of my fellow citizens of Arizona, we're part of Team Arizona. So let's look at everybody who's coming in as our guest. Let's welcome them. Let's be excited about all those visitors and patient when there's traffic and patient when there may be a little bit longer lines at our favorite restaurants this week. It's going to be a fantastic week. So I'd like to say, let's get this week rolling. It is rolling. It's my great pleasure to introduce Governor Katie Hobbs. Governor Hobbs is our 24th governor here in the state of Arizona. She's been on the job for about 3 weeks, and she's doing a fantastic job. But prior to this, she's not new to leadership. Prior to this, she was a state senator, including the minority leader in our state Senate. And prior to that, she was Secretary of State. And then prior to that, she was a state senator. So she's been doing this for more than a decade, and I am so pleased to be partnering with her and working with her as we bring this great game to Arizona and we shine for the rest of the United States, but also for the rest of the world. So it's my great pleasure to introduce Governor Hobbs.
Thank you so much, Michael. I am so excited to be here with you and the rest of the Super Bowl Host Committee as we kick off this exciting week for the state of Arizona. As you have already heard, this is our 4th time hosting a Super Bowl, and it's such a great opportunity to show off our great state to visitors, but also through the extensive television coverage of the games and activities surrounding it. With our vast experience in hosting numerous events each year, I am confident that we are fully prepared to handle the over 100,000 visitors expected this week. With that being said, I want to welcome all of the visitors here from Philadelphia, Kansas City, as well as all over the world. We're so glad that we are able to dial up picture-perfect weather for you this week. Welcome to an Arizona winter. It is a perfect week to take in the beautiful sights and activities that Arizona has to offer. The over 160,000 workers in the tourism and hospitality industry of the state are ready to make this week a memorable one for you. Arizona is truly a unique destination for a Super Bowl because when we host a Super Bowl, it's a multi-city, multi-day regional experience. But in case you were confused by some of the imagery that's been shared by the NFL in the last couple weeks, the Grand Canyon, Sedona, and Horseshoe Bend are a few hours drive from here. It will be a bit colder up north, but worth checking out these beautiful treasures that Arizona has to offer. In fact, you can go skiing in Flagstaff, visit a winery in Patagonia, check out the London Bridge in Lake Havasu City, stand on a corner in Winslow, Arizona, have nationally ranked burritos in Yuma, or enjoy any number of other excellent day trips around our great state. There are also many activities and award-winning restaurants to enjoy right here in the Valley, with many museums, endless hiking trails, and some of the best golf courses and spas anywhere in the world. And of course, there are the many events being put on by the Super Bowl host committee for both and NFL for both visitors and Arizona residents alike. I look forward to seeing many Arizonans join in the festivities throughout the week, culminating in the big game on Sunday. Arizona has so many wonderful things to offer, and I look forward to this opportunity to show her off this week to the world. I'm just a month into my administration, and what an exciting way to showcase how Arizona is a great place to visit, but also to live, work, raise a family, and retire. Isn't that right, Larry? We are going to prove why hosts choose us again and again to hold these mega events in our great state. We have a strong track record of success. We deliver for organizers, sponsors, and most importantly, the fans each time. So to the many visitors and fans, have fun, drink lots of water, and be safe. To my fellow Arizonans, let's be welcoming and show our new friends just how great this state is. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here today, and let's have a great week.
Jay works for me for another week, so that'll be short-lived. Governor, thank you very much. I think it's fantastic that given your limited tenure on the job, that you're instantly stepping in as the #1 salesperson for the state, but appropriately, you're just a great face for what represents us on so many different fronts. So thank you for doing this. My first bullet is to talk about collaboration, and I think there's no better illustration of collaboration than the speaker panel. You have people from the industry, you have the tribal community, which is so key to our success as a state from an economy standpoint, but then certainly delivering on big promises like Super Bowl. You also have the municipalities, you certainly have government that plays a key role, and then I think Michael being highlighted earlier as the significance of it. Michael and I met in an interaction on economic development for the betterment of the state. I think we're blessed. I don't know any other NFL owners, but I think we're blessed to have one that highlights and prioritizes in his own life and the team's life the significance of the whole community growing and prospering together. So Michael, thank you. Let's see. A lot of my best lines have already been used. I thought it was interesting that Peter O'Reilly from the NFL was trying to create some competition between us and Indianapolis. I don't know if you all have, I've been to a Super Bowl in Indianapolis, and I think they probably feel lucky that they had it one time and aren't expecting to come back. The last time in 2015, I was apologizing to a member of the press from the New England contingent, and I think it was 62 degrees and slight sprinkle. And I said, you know, it's just never like this. I don't understand. And they're like, that's all right. My family's in Nantucket, and they haven't had power for 5 days. So we continue to be on the right side of that. I will highlight one of the main things that we do, those of us that have been working on this for a while, and certainly Jay and her professional staff, is the idea of being able to point to something that we are excited about. And that partnership with the NFL and leaving behind a legacy grant program of in excess of $2 million is something we all point to with lots of pride. I think the lasting impact that Michael talked about from a business community and what the eventual jobs for future generations in Arizona is also something that we don't take lightly, the opportunity and the opportunity that the potential opportunity that it represents while we've got the world's attention. So speaking of world's attention, our next speaker, my co-chair, who's been fantastic, I just asked him if we were still going to be pals a week from now, but he assured me that was a possibility. I do think it's interesting just what a giver Larry Fitzgerald is, because he's the two-time winner of the AT&T Pro-Am, and yet he actually threw the competition in order to ensure that he'd be here because there were some weather delays. So with that, I'd like to introduce Larry Fitzgerald.
Hey, how are you guys doing? You know, as a former player, you have no idea what goes into making the Super Bowl what the Super Bowl is. And I remember vividly back to my time, and you get on the plane, you land, the buses are there, takes you to the hotel, your hotel room keys are available. You come down and eat, the food is prepared. But now being in this position over the last year has been transformational for me, because I got a chance to see how the sausage is made, how everybody's able to enjoy such an unbelievable game, and the work that goes on behind the scenes. And to my team, my teammates, I can't thank you enough for allowing me to be able to experience something that's going to always be sitting with me in a positive way for many, many years, to be able to showcase our great state. I've lived here for 20 years, and to be able to see how our state has grown, how it's continued to grow in so many ways, to be able to see how our tribes are being highlighted for the great work that they continue to do in our state, and all the businesses that will be affected by this game. It means so much to our great state. My children and my children's children will be impacted by this game, and hopefully for years to come, more games that will be coming to our state. So it's been a spectacular experience, and I know it's only Monday. It's only going to get better every single day. As Governor Hobbs said, you know, the weather's cooperative. It's going to be fabulous for everybody to be getting out and doing things that they have known and can appreciate about our great state, and I'm looking forward to experiencing it all. And I just want to thank you guys for the support and magnifying this great state, and I just hope for a very competitive game on Sunday. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming.
You were just listening in there as various different speakers at the Super Bowl preps, including Larry Fitzgerald there, as Super Bowl week now underway in Phoenix, Arizona. The game, of course, being played in Glendale, Arizona, between the Philadelphia Eagles and the Kansas City Chiefs. We did see their arrival on Sunday evening into Phoenix, Arizona. You can see Patrick Mahomes there, the quarterback of the Kansas City Chiefs, as well as the Eagles there, just getting gear and getting ready for the Super Bowl. Just less than a week away now. A very busy time for Phoenix as they will host the Super Bowl and also the Waste Management Open that will take place, the PGA Tour, the formerly known as the Phoenix Open. So a busy week here in Phoenix and a busy week starting right now here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Thank you so much. And we have a variety of events going on as we speak, and we will get out to them as we go. Obviously, the White House holding a press briefing, likely on the Chinese spy balloon, on the State of the Union that's coming up tomorrow night. You can watch it right here on Live Now from Fox, as well as a variety of other topics. We also know that the New York City is lifting a COVID-19 vaccine mandate for workers. The fire department in New York holding a press conference right there, as well as this press conference taking place in Huntington Park. We're following all of these here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break and then get into all of those top stories coming up next. You're watching Live Now from Fox here. This is a live look at the White House press briefing room there. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. Sorry about those slight technical difficulties. If you didn't see them, well, then we're just back into the top headlines here on Live Now from Fox. Of course, following all the headlines, including the major one over the weekend that included the Chinese spy balloon that was shot down around 2:30 in the evening on Saturday afternoon. Of course, we were following that very closely here on Live Now from Fox. We saw the culminating moment as it drifted downward across the United States from Montana over some possible sensitive areas. We ought to have more as the U.S. slowly recovers some debris from the Atlantic Ocean from that Chinese spy balloon. Here's more from Fox.
Congressional leaders from both parties will be briefed on this as early as tomorrow, and there are still a number of questions here about the timeline and the response.
The shoot-down was dramatic, carried out by an F-22 fighter jet just before the Chinese balloon was about to exit U.S. airspace off the coast of South Carolina. President Biden said he gave the order back on Wednesday.
I want to compliment our aviators who did it, and we'll have more to report on this a little later.
Thank you. Well, they'll have more to report to Congress this week, where there are concerns over what was seen as a clear provocation by China. especially after the balloon was allowed to traverse most of the country on a path that included sensitive military sites before it was shot down.
What began as a spy balloon has become a trial balloon, testing President Biden's strength and resolve, and unfortunately, the president failed that test.
I'm grateful that the military took decisive action when they did and how they did, but we obviously have issues here.
The Pentagon says it didn't want to risk having debris rain down on populated areas. But China says the shoot-down was a provocation, and it derailed a visit there this week by U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken. And while the Navy and Coast Guard work to recover parts of the balloon, U.S. military officials say that Chinese balloons have entered U.S. airspace before, even during the Trump administration, something the former president and some of his top officials denied.
Well, it's not true. I can refute it. Former Secretary of Defense Mark Esper refuted it yesterday. Former Secretary of State and CIA Director Mike Pompeo has refuted it.
All of this as the president prepares for tomorrow's State of the Union address, and China may now figure prominently in that speech. In Washington, I'm Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Thank you so much for that report. Of course, we are likely to hear some questions about the Chinese spy balloon at the White House press briefing, as you can see right here. Could be getting underway momentarily. We'll take it out to you in full here on Live Now from Fox. Of course, today we'll have an update from the White House, tomorrow from President Biden during the State of the Union. Here's more on what the president could say tomorrow in that very monumental speech.
Fencing is going up around the Capitol, where President Biden will deliver his second State of the Union speech Tuesday night.
It gives his allies an agenda list going forward, how to defend what their policies are.
For the issues at home, President Biden will likely touch on concerns over gun control and crime rates, but also police reform after the horrific death of Tyree Nichols in Memphis. Then on the economy, there's the looming debt ceiling showdown. Plus, government spending and inflation are impacting Americans' wallets. According to an ABC News Washington Post poll, 4 in 10 Americans say they are worse off financially since the start of the Biden administration.
Average American family is paying $9,100 more just to survive than they did under the Trump administration. That's a fact.
For issues overseas, we're nearing the one-year mark of the war in Ukraine. The president expected to ask lawmakers to continue to support the nation against Russia. And after the Chinese spy balloon spectacle in the skies this weekend, President Biden will likely speak about the worsening relations between the two countries.
I want to hear some strong words from President Biden at his State of the Union address explaining what he did and pushing back against China.
Arkansas Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders is also preparing for Tuesday night. She will be delivering the Republican response. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Thank you so much for that. This is a tweet from President Biden saying, getting ready, as he has his morning coffee there, getting ready for the State of the Union. A lot on the line with that and a lot of topics to be discussed in that one. So we're continuing to follow this all here on Live Now from Fox. Of course, we'll take it to you in full Tuesday night for that State of the Union. Right now, we're waiting on Karine Jean-Pierre, the White House press secretary, as she will provide an update on all of that. But right now, I want to take you out to Vice President Kamala Harris as she's holding a press conference and roundtable about migration. Let's listen in to some of these remarks from the VP here on Live Now from Fox.
Energy projects, something that we're excited about around the world, but in this particular region where we know we can have great impact. Another example is the work that we will do on behalf of the government to provide technical assistance to help make these projects viable and to connect potential investors with these projects. 2, we will help finance these and other projects through the United States International Development Financial Corporation, also known as the DFC, to enable these projects to actually receive the support that we can, as the United States government, uniquely provide. 3, USAID and the Department of Labor are supporting a series of workforce development programs, which will train young leaders in the skills that are needed in the private sector. In particular, we are looking at technical skills in the agricultural industry and the IT sector. And finally, today, our private sector representatives will commit to what we have called a good governance Good Jobs Declaration. And essentially, this will outline our shared effort to combat corruption and to protect labor rights in the region. As we advance our efforts to address the root causes of migration, our administration is simultaneously working to ensure a safe, orderly, and humane processing system at the border. As I have noted, over the last 18 months, migration flows have slowed down from the northern Central American region. But at the end of last year, we saw a rising level of migration from other countries. Congress must fix our broken immigration system, and Congress must provide the necessary funds for border security. In the meantime, our administration will continue to use the tools that we have, which is why President Biden announced last month additional resources for border security, new and expanded lawful pathways under our immigration authorities, and consequences for those who fail to use available pathways. Since the President's announcement, there have been a 99% reduction of irregular migration from Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, and Venezuela. Ultimately, we need Congress to pass legislation that both enhances border security but fixes our broken immigration system. We are a nation of immigrants. We are a nation of immigrants. And it is immigrants who historically, in addition to all others, who have helped strengthen our country, strengthen our economy, and grow our ability to be innovative in a way that has been a model for other places around the world. So let us, all of us, as leaders, be it in the private or public sector, agree that we must not politicize this issue. Let us get in front of it and let us deal with it in a way that is productive and will strengthen our nation. There is also a serious issue of human smuggling, and I will say, as a former prosecutor, having worked on this issue as a line prosecutor and as Attorney General of California, what we see in these behaviors are really predatory actors. And we've got to take this seriously and hold these criminal organizations accountable. Their patterns are quite clear. Smugglers extort thousands of dollars from migrants and subject them to dangerous and inhumane conditions. We've seen examples of where migrants have been abandoned in the desert or packed into the back of a truck, left to die in the heat. Since April of 22, in just the last 10 months, we have made more than 7,000 arrests in this regard, which is the result of our historic increase in the resources that need to be put into arrests and prosecutions. With regard to drug smuggling in particular, we are concerned that what we have been seeing coming across includes deadly and illicit fentanyl trafficking. It has fueled the opioid crisis and is a leading cause of death among the 18 through 42-year-old population in the United States. So our dedication of additional resources, in particular additional personnel and scanning resources, technology, has resulted in a 200% increase in the seizure of fentanyl along the border in the last 2 years. When it comes to transnational criminal organizations, we must attack every aspect of their business and ensure swift and severe accountability for these activities. And that is—
You were just listening in there, Vice President Kamala Harris is speaking at the podium there on a roundtable. Let's take you over to the White House press briefing with Karine Jean-Pierre as she'll talk about a variety of topics.
Additional teams to support Turkish search and rescue efforts and address the needs of those injured and displaced by the earthquakes. U.S.-supported humanitarian partners are also responding to the destruction in Syria. Since the earliest reports of an earthquake last night, American officials have been working closely with our NATO ally Turkey. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan reached out to his counterpart last night. Secretary Austin spoke and Secretary Blinken have both spoken with their counterparts today. USAID is also coordinating with their Turkish counterparts on traditional assistance. I just wanted to let you know, we just found out that we anticipate the President and President Erdogan will have an opportunity to speak very soon, and we will certainly have a readout when that conversation occurs. Finally, I wanted to turn it over to our special guest today, National Economic Council Director Brian Deese. Brian doesn't really need an introduction, as you all know, given I told you all just last week how much we will miss him when he departs later this month to spend more time with his family, which we think is an amazing thing for him and his family, and very happy for him. I will note that we all just learned that today will be his 11th press briefing in front of all of you, and it is an important milestone for many reasons, including being our first guest on the third day of this administration and sharing the podium with BTS. And you also made a pretty funny joke that day. I don't know if you remember when BTS was here. But anyway, today Brian is here to preview the economic themes in the President's State of the Union address tomorrow. You should have all received a fact sheet just moments ago on those themes. And as well, we will have a press call tomorrow to preview another theme from the President's State of the Union, his unity agenda. You should have received an invitation to that call also a few minutes ago, and you can all expect additional fact sheets and excerpts ahead of the President's remarks at 9 p.m. tomorrow. So please keep your eye on your inbox for tomorrow, and please tune in tomorrow night at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for the President's address. With that, Brian?
One of the many things I've appreciated is how you all keep us honest, including that day when I followed BTS. I really appreciated how many of you reported at the precipitous decline in viewership when BTS